Chapter 1811. The youth's eyes were filled with savagery. Save your strength. I advise you to obediently allow yourself to be captured. Otherwise, don't blame me for being vicious and merciless. After I kill this brat, I'll have a good taste of your beauty. It would be a pity if such a beautiful girl were to be killed just like that. Don't worry, I'll definitely let you taste the taste of pain before you die. Damn it! I can't accept this. Lu Mingyu gnashed her teeth in anger. She wanted to rush over but was stopped by a palm. Let go of me! Lu Mingyu turned her head and glared at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. It was all because of this brat before her that she had fallen into such a desperate situation. However, Lin Xian tightened his grip and squeezed her shoulder. Then, a surge of energy entered her body. Lu Mingyu immediately closed her eyes and fainted. In the next instant, she was sent to the Black Earth by Lin Xian. He hadn't expected that the All Beginnings Holy Land would kill Lu Mingyu as well. However, he didn't want to kill her right now. Thus, he sent her to a safe place. He alone was enough to deal with these people. Then, he clasped his hands behind his back and looked around. Then, he asked indifferently, Are you going to kill yourselves in front of me? Or do you want me to do it myself? I advise you to choose the first option. Otherwise, if I do it myself, your end will be very miserable. Sanction? Humph. Brat, I think water must have entered your head. You actually dare to speak such big words in front of me? Do you know how many people I brought with me this time? How strong are they? You're just a small loose cultivator. Do you have the ability to resist them? Even if you can defeat Lu Mingyu, the people I brought with me are enough to suppress someone like you. Go! Kill him for me! The youth sneered and waved his hand. Brat, let me deal with you. I want to see what kind of ability you have for you to actually dare to speak such arrogant words. This was a middle-aged man. His cultivation had reached the level of a 6-star king. His strength was incomparably powerful. When he heard the word sanction, this middle-aged man was naturally infuriated. Therefore, at this moment, when the young man gave the order, he immediately stood up and wanted to take care of Lin Xian by himself. From his point of view, even though Lin Xian had captured Lu Mingyu, he must have used despicable means and definitely did not fight her head-on. One had to know that he had sensed Lin Xian's cultivation base, and he was only a late-stage 4-star king. This kind of cultivation was simply too weak. He didn't believe that this young man could contend against a 6-star king. After all, there was a difference of 2 levels between them. These 2 levels could be said to be the difference between heaven and earth. It was like a dragon against an ant. Therefore, at this moment, he stood out very confidently and completely disregarded Lin Xian. You! Lin Xian coldly snorted and revealed a look of disdain. I advise you to attack together. Otherwise, you won't even have the chance to attack. How dare you! Brat, you're too arrogant. The middle-aged man who stood out immediately flew into a rage when he heard this. The other party actually dared to look down on him. This was truly unforgivable. In the next moment, he roared, raised his finger, and pressed forward. Boom! 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 His body shone brightly as endless power gathered on his finger. A terrifying chaotic light quickly surged out. This was the chaotic light. Lin Xian had seen it more than once. Now that it was being used by a 6-star king, it was extremely terrifying. The chaotic light was like lightning, erupting with a dazzling light. The tyrannical power directly tore through the void. With intense killing intent, it ruthlessly blasted toward Lin Xian. The middle-aged man had a smug smile on his face. He was very confident in his chaotic light. One had to know that he was a 6-star king, and the other party was only a 4-star king. The difference between the two of them was like heaven and earth. In fact, in his opinion, he only needed one chaotic light to kill the other party. The main reason they had come this time was to kill Lu Mingyu. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent so many experts to deal with a 4-star king. Humph! Facing the extremely dazzling chaotic light, Lin Xian sneered. In the next moment, he punched out. The terrifying fist carried a violent power, and it was like a black mountain moving rapidly in the air. Boom! The black fist ruthlessly blasted on the chaotic light, directly shattering that dazzling light. The middle-aged man was stunned. He didn't seem to have expected this result. The others were also stunned. They didn't expect the other party to be able to destroy the chaotic light so easily. Buzz! Lin Xian shattered the chaotic light with a punch, but he didn't stop. He took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of the middle-aged man. Then, he stretched out a finger and pointed in front of him. Oh no! Seeing Lin Xian attack, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. Although Lin Xian only stretched out a finger, the terrifying sword Qian made his hair stand on end. Even the blood in his body froze. Puff! When the finger touched the middle-aged man's body, he directly vomited a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. A transparent bloody hole appeared on his body. Everyone was stunned. Their eyes were wide open, unable to believe what they were seeing. A 4-star king had easily injured a 6-star king. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. Damn it! How can this brat have such a powerful strength? We underestimated this kid. Could it be that he caught Lu Mingyu head-on? Thinking of this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. A look of shock appeared in their eyes. They were indeed careless. They didn't care about the other party at all. This time, they came prepared to deal with Lu Mingyu with all their strength. However, it seemed that the situation wasn't like that at all. The other party's strength was definitely not inferior to Lu Mingyu's. At least, none of them could defeat the middle-aged man so easily. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. He clutched his wound as if he had seen a ghost. He was extremely terrified. However, he didn't have time to think because Lin Xian arrived in front of him again. He raised his arm, and a dazzling sword light streaked across the void. Boom! The middle-aged man was sent flying again. The injuries on his body were even more serious. That sword light almost split his body into 2 halves. Ah! The middle-aged man was hit twice and roared crazily. His entire body emitted light as he quickly absorbed the surrounding spirit qi to heal the wounds on his body. At the same time, he took out 6 pills from his storage ring and quickly swallowed them. Finally, the wound stopped, but his face was abnormally pale. How dare you hurt me? I'll definitely kill you! The 6-star king roared crazily. When had he ever suffered such a loss at the hands of a 4-star king? Therefore, he was really angry. In the next moment, light erupted from his body. A huge king's domain covered the sky and enveloped Lin Xian. Terrifying energy swept in all directions. Chapter 1812. Standing in the air, he looked down at Lin Xian and coldly said, "In my king domain, I will make you wish you were dead." He had already decided that he wouldn't let Lin Xian die so easily. However, Lin Xian coldly snorted and used the world-destroying Black Dragon Fist. His terrifying fist transformed into a raging dragon that soared into the sky. Boom! 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 Instantly, millions of raging black dragons flew out from Lin Xian's fist and rapidly crashed into the king domain. Ka! 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 In an instant, countless cracks appeared on the king domain. Then, the king domain was forcefully torn apart by the millions of raging dragons. How is this possible? Everyone didn't dare to believe what they saw. As for the middle-aged man, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. His body was sent flying once more. The radiance on his body dimmed. Shocking, this was simply too shocking. He hadn't expected that his ultimate move, the king domain, would be blasted apart by his opponent. This was something he had never encountered in his life. Who would have thought that a 4-star king would possess such a powerful battle prowess? Even a 6-star king wouldn't be able to easily blast apart his king domain. However, his opponent had done so easily. It's over! Lin Xian coldly snorted and extended his finger. A sharp swordlight descended from the sky and directly pierced through the 6-star king. From start to finish, he had used a total of 4 moves to kill a 6-star king. This method was truly heaven-defying. When the surrounding All Beginnings Holy Lands cultivators saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. As for the youth from before, his expression turned gloomy. He had discovered that his opponent was simply too powerful. This made him feel extremely uneasy. Therefore, he decided that he had to quickly kill his opponent. "Go! Kill him for me!" the youth crazily roared. Immediately, over a dozen figures in the surroundings moved rapidly and launched terrifying attacks at Lin Xian. "Brat, you're too arrogant! You actually dare to kill an expert of my All Beginnings Holy Land in front of everyone? So what if you're strong? In front of so many of us, you have no way to survive. Kneel down and accept your death. If you do, I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll let you have a taste of what it means to wish you were dead." 5 figures were the first to arrive. Their expressions were cold, and their bodies were filled with immense power and terrifying killing intent. Facing the powerful 5 people, Lin Xian didn't say anything. He pulled out the 9 Nether Devil sword and stabbed out. This sword strike was simple and unadorned. It didn't even have any resplendent light or the sound of thunder. It was like an ordinary sword, slowly thrusting out. However, it was this ordinary sword technique that caused the expressions of the surrounding kings to change. This was because they sensed a hidden danger from this simple and unadorned sword light. It made their hearts jump and their hairs stand on end. They knew that this sword strike was much more terrifying than they had imagined. The 5 of them roared as a powerful energy erupted from their bodies. They wanted to join forces and kill Lin Xian. However, they still underestimated this sword. This was because this was a sword technique that Lin Xian had comprehended over the past 6 months. Puff! 1 sword. Just 1 stab. Heaven and earth changed color, and blood sprayed everywhere. 5 miserable cries sounded, making the remaining King Tyr's scalps go numb. The figures of the 5 kings stopped in the void and then crashed to the ground. There was a bloody hole in between their eyebrows. It was pierced through by a sword. Not only their bodies, but even their souls had been wiped out in an instant. This scene caused the hearts of the remaining kings to turn cold. What kind of sword technique was this? How could it kill 5 powerful kings in an instant? That was too terrifying. The arrogant youth also began to tremble. He had long lost his previous arrogance, and his eyes were filled with fear. That was because he had never seen such a terrifying sword technique. How did he do it? "Damn it, all of you, kill him together!" The youth roared crazily as he kept retreating and issuing orders. "Kill!" The remaining 8 emperors exchanged glances with one another before charging out with furious roars. Terrifying auras surged over like smoke signals, bringing with them terrifying light that illuminated the entire sky. This time, they had received orders from their sects to kill the other party. Therefore, no matter how powerful the other party was, they had to attack. Boom! 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 Terrifying energy exploded in an instant. Lin Xian waved his arm, and a green domain quickly appeared behind him, enveloping the 8 kings. Buzz! Sword chi swept across the sky, and it was extremely sharp. The terrifying sword chi streaked across the sky like lightning. Intense collisions sounded and then quickly disappeared. This process lasted for a very short time. Before the arrogant youth could react, Lin Xian had already removed the dragon sword domain. Then, the 8 kings fell from the sky. Their bodies were pierced by countless sword chi, and they were no longer breathing. Facing the dragon sword domain, they had no power to resist at all. "Impossible! This is impossible!" The arrogant youth's eyes widened in disbelief. The kings that he had brought were all extremely terrifying. They were the elites of their sections. Every one of them could make the entire space tremble. But now, these people attacked together, and they couldn't even take down a 4-star king? This was simply too unbelievable. Not only that, so many elites were killed in an instant. He couldn't believe it at all. "Now it's your turn." Lin Xian held the 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand. He looked like a killing god as his cold eyes locked onto the youth. "Brat, if you dare to touch me, you're dead. My sister is already the saint of all beginnings." The youth gnashed his teeth. He didn't dare to attack at all, afraid that the other party would kill him instantly. Therefore, he could only use his sister to intimidate the other party. The Saint of All Beginnings was a peak existence among the younger generation of the Eastern Wilderness. Moreover, she might become the master of the All Beginnings Holy Land in the future. Therefore, even the older generation and Almighties had to be polite when facing the Saint of All Beginnings. This was because she was the future master of the All Beginnings Holy Land. However, such a glorious identity was ineffective in front of Lin Xian. So what if she's the Saint of All Beginnings? Even if you're the Saint of All Beginnings' younger brother, I'll still kill you! Lin Xian didn't even bat an eye at the threat. He had even killed Almighties before, let alone the younger brother of a Saint of All Beginnings. My sister is in a nearby city. If you dare to touch her, you're dead! The youth made a final struggle. She's nearby? Hearing this, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. He had originally wanted to kill the other party, but now he changed his mind. Since the other party was nearby, he had to kill them all in one fell swoop. This was to prevent those people from gathering more experts. Therefore, Lin Xian put away his demonic sword and coldly looked at the other party. Chapter 1813. In the next instant, Lin Xian put away his demonic sword and coldly looked at the youth. Seeing Lin Xian suddenly stop and put away his demonic sword, the youth was stunned for a moment. Then, he laughed complacently. How is it, kid? Are you afraid now? If you know what's good for you, then quickly release me. Otherwise, you're dead. Obediently kneel on the ground and kowtow to me. Then, hand over Lu Mingyu and I can consider giving you a quick death. Otherwise. Before the youth could finish his words, Lin Xian slapped him and sent him flying. Pa. The youth's body spun 360 times in the air before heavily slamming into the ground, creating a large crater. What an idiot! A trash like you dares to be arrogant in front of me? Watch your mouth. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Woo woo. The youth covered his face and quickly nodded. He didn't dare to say anything now because this slap had smashed half of his face into mush. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! The youth felt Lin Xian's gaze and hurriedly shook his head. I won't kill you. You can take me with you. I'm going to look for your sister and the others. Lin Xian's voice was ice cold. Then, he grabbed the arrogant youth and quickly flew toward the nearby city. Blue Pole City, a training ground of the All Beginnings Holy Land. It occupied a vast area, as big as a city. Moreover, the buildings inside were majestic and the scenery was pleasant. Spiritual energy filled the air, making it seem like a paradise on earth. The All Beginnings Holy Daughter was here with a large number of experts. In front of the huge city gate, some guards were chatting and laughing. These guards wore battle armor and held spears in their hands. Their auras were extremely sharp. Little young master has been out for so long. He should be back soon, right? Looking at the time, he should have caught that kid surnamed Lin. Little young master brought so many experts with him. Let alone that kid surnamed Lin, even a small sect would be destroyed. That kid surnamed Lin is too arrogant. He actually dared to provoke our All Beginnings Holy Land. It seems he doesn't know the meaning of death. The guards sneered. Peng. However, at this moment, a black shadow descended from the sky and smashed onto the ground. Suddenly, dust flew into the air, and the ground trembled slightly. The conversation of the guards was interrupted, and they all looked in front of them in shock. Who dares to behave atrociously in the All Beginnings Holy Land? Hurry up and come out! These people held swords and sabers as they shouted coldly. The dust dispersed, revealing the face of a young man. Immediately, the faces of the guards changed. Young master! They were extremely shocked because they didn't expect that the figure in front of them was actually the young master they were talking about. That was the younger brother of their saintess. Didn't they go to kill Lin Xian and Lu Mingyu? Why are they back so soon? And what about the others? Why is the young master in such a sorry state, falling directly to the ground? These people were extremely puzzled. However, in the next moment, their eyes widened as if they had seen a ghost. That was because another figure had descended from the sky. It was a young man who was extremely handsome. He wore a green robe and looked like an immortal. He had an ethereal aura about him. He quickly landed on the ground and stepped on the young master's head with one foot. Damn it! Who are you? How dare you injure the young master? Impudent! Hurry up and get lost! Angry roars rang out one after another. However, when they saw the other party, they were all stunned. It's you? You're that Lin Xian? You're not dead? How is this possible? Heavens, how could this be? Didn't the young master bring more than a dozen experts to chase after him? Why is the other party still alive? And the young master is seriously injured? To be honest, they were really confused. They didn't know what had happened. On the ground in front of them, the young master said with difficulty, "Inform my sister and save me." Yes. Hearing this, two of the guards turned around and left. They turned into two bolts of lightning and flew inside. They wanted to inform the saintess of all beginnings, because the situation in front of them was really too strange. Puff! Puff! However, in the next moment, their bodies stiffened and they fell to the ground with a plop. Blood flowed out from between their eyebrows. Lin Xian slowly lowered his arm and said coldly, "You want to inform the saintess? No need to go through so much trouble. I'll directly kill my way in." You! When the remaining guards saw this scene, their scalps went numb. This was too domineering. He killed two guards with a raise of his hand. Didn't he know that this was the All Beginnings Palace? Wasn't he afraid of the All Beginnings Holy Land's revenge? Seeing this scene, the young master on the ground roared crazily, "Are you all trash? Hurry up and kill him!" Hearing this voice, the guards came back to their senses. They pulled out their swords and pointed them at Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned and said coldly, "If you don't want to die, scram! Brat, you're too arrogant. This is the All Beginnings Palace. You can't behave atrociously here." The guards were obviously powerful kings as well. In the next moment, they quickly unleashed their king's domains and enveloped Lin Xian. One! In an instant, 5 or 6 king domains enveloped Lin Xian. Terrifying energy blasted out in all directions. Ha ha! What Lin Xian? What genius! Surrounded by so many king domains, he can't resist at all. That's right. He's really an idiot. He wants to fight against all of us alone? Too naive. From now on, Lin Xian's name is history. These people sneered and strode forward, wanting to save the young master. Pun! Suddenly, a sharp sword light flashed in the void. Then, all the king domains were quickly torn apart. Pun! 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 The guards' bodies instantly exploded, turning into a bloody mist. No! Damn it! How can this be? When the young master saw this scene, he roared crazily. However, in the next moment, his voice stopped. This was because a sword she had pierced through him and nailed him to the ground. Young master! From the door in front of him, a flash of light quickly flew over. It was like a gale, carrying a huge amount of energy. Brat, you dare to attack! In the gale, an angry roar sounded. It was like thunder that resounded in all directions. Then, a large green palm stretched out from the gale and ruthlessly slapped at Lin Xian. Chi! Lin Xian's expression was indifferent as he stabbed out with his sword. Pooh! In the next instant, the large green palm disappeared. The light that filled the sky also vanished. A figure was nailed in the air by a demonic sword. What? How is this possible? When the kings who had rushed over saw this scene, they were all stunned. That was because Lin Xian was standing in front of them like a killing god. He held the demonic sword in his hand and pierced through the All Beginnings Holy Land's expert. That was a 6-star king! Just like that, he was nailed in the air by a sword. This scene caused the surrounding people to not dare to believe their eyes. At this moment, they were all stunned. They didn't dare to attack. Chapter 18:14. Pun! 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 His footsteps were like thunder, carrying the weight of a mountain that pressed down on everyone's hearts. With every step he took, everyone's hearts would beat wildly, and their bodies would tremble as though they were about to explode. Whoosh! The cultivators who had rushed over to help forcibly opened up a path in front of Lin Xian. No one dared to block him. At this moment, the city gate was completely silent. An invisible pressure enveloped everyone's head. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. His sword trembled, releasing a black sword sheath that nailed the six-star king to the city wall. Then, he strode into the city. What happened here quickly alerted the experts in the city. Many figures rushed over from the city like gods and demons. Who is it? How dare you behave so atrociously in my all-beginning training ground? Quickly kneel down and accept your death! Cold shouts resounded. Then, in the huge square, terrifying fists, saber lights, and terrifying palm shadows all blasted toward Lin Xian. Facing such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian still stabbed out with his sword. The black demonic sword was like a mountain, causing the entire void to distort. Not only that, but a terrifying gale blew between heaven and earth. Every gale was formed by the sword light and was extremely sharp. Pun! 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 In an instant, the terrifying attacks that filled the sky were all slashed apart by the sword. The four figures in the sky were shaken out of their positions. Their faces were filled with shock as though they had seen a ghost. They didn't dare to believe that someone could slash apart all their attacks with a single sword. Unless the other party was an almighty. However, the youth in front of them didn't have the aura of an almighty. In other words, the other party wasn't an almighty. But how did he do it? Lin Xian didn't answer their questions. Instead, he strode forward. The demonic sword in his hand transformed into a long black dragon. The sword she danced, and a terrifying sword light surged out again. It was like a black sea that swept out in all directions. Boom! The sword light was too terrifying. It caused the entire space to dim. Not only that, but the four figures seemed to have been struck by lightning and were instantly sliced apart by the sword light. In front of Lin Xian, the four experts didn't even have the chance to resist. The kings who had just arrived felt their scalps go numb upon seeing this. Fortunately, they didn't make a move earlier. Otherwise, they would have ended up the same as now. However, they were even more terrified in their hearts. Is he really just a puny four-star king? Why is his combat strength almost on par with that of a mighty figure? However, this was the all-beginning Dao grounds after all. There were countless experts here, so more experts quickly rushed over. 1. This time, an old figure descended. The old man's face was glowing red, and his figure was tall and big. Although he was old, the aura he exuded was as vast as the ocean. He was much more powerful than the previous kings. Clearly, this was a terrifying expert. Behind this old man, there were many powerful kings of 10,000 beginnings. They quickly descended like gods and devils, suppressing the surroundings. The purple-robed elder's eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. Then, his face darkened. Finally, he glared at Lin Xian, his eyes burning with rage. Brat, who the hell are you? How dare you do this? Are you not afraid of the revenge of my all-beginning holy land? Who am I? Lin Xian sneered. You sent people to kill me, but you don't even know who I am? Impossible! The purple-robed elder shook his head, his expression ice-cold. You can't be that brat. He's just a puny four-star king. It's impossible for him to have such powerful combat strength. Who the hell are you? Why are you making an enemy out of the all-beginning holy land? You really are an idiot. Lin Xian sneered and shook his head. I am Lin Xian. Today, I've come to take your dog lives. After saying that, the sword light on Lin Xian's body became even more dazzling. You're courting death. No matter who you are, you won't have a good ending for daring to provoke my all-beginning holy land. The purple-robed elder's expression was incomparably gloomy. Purple flames danced on his body, and his terrifying aura caused everyone in the surroundings to tremble. It was clear that he was angry. Although the surrounding kings were trembling, they were excited. They knew how strong the purple-robed elder was. As long as he made a move, he would definitely be able to kill this despicable brat. Sure enough, the purple-robed elder waved his hand. Countless rays of light condensed in front of him, forming a simple and unadorned circular mirror. Mysterious runes flickered on the surface of the mirror. Buzz! A resplendent ray of light rushed out from the surface of the mirror. Like a bolt of lightning, it pierced through the void and flew toward Lin Xian at high speed. This was a powerful martial technique that could easily kill a 6-star king. Very few people below the realm of supreme existences could contend against it. The purple-robed elder was truly infuriated by the person in front of him. Therefore, he immediately used his ultimate move to kill the brat in front of him. Humph! Lin Xian held his sword and took a step forward. His left hand was like a dragon as he punched out. Light soared into the sky, and a berserk aura surged like the sea. Pun! This punch directly shattered that resplendent ray of light. Boom! Not only that, but the terrifying fist wind formed a powerful energy that rushed forward. Immediately, the unadorned circular mirror filled with runes was also affected. The purple-robed elder's expression changed. Although the other party had only punched out once, he could clearly feel the terrifying power of the other party's punch. A single punch had dealt with his divine ability. It had to be said that this was definitely beyond his imagination. You're courting death. Brat, you're too presumptuous. The purple-robed elder flew into a rage. The other party was still so arrogant in their territory. If this were to spread, he would definitely be ridiculed by the world. Therefore, he had to use all his strength to kill the other party. Buzz! The void trembled. The purple-robed elder waved his hand and a long purple saber appeared in the void. It flickered with incomparably resplendent rays of light and slashed forward. Puff! The purple saber light was like a bolt of purple lightning, illuminating the entire sky. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. Without fear, he raised his sword to meet the attack. His goal was obvious. He wanted to destroy the All Beginnings training ground and capture the All Beginnings Saintess. Buzz! A terrifying sword light soared into the sky with an incomparably sharp aura. Since obtaining the Dragon Sword secret technique, Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul had become even more powerful. Now, every ray of sword chi was like a giant dragon. It was abnormally terrifying. Boom! The saber and sword collided, and a deafening sound reverberated in all directions. Crack! 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 Countless cracks appeared in the void, unable to withstand this power. Not only that, the incomparably frightening purple blade light exploded like a crystal in an instant. Lin Xian waved his arm, which was like a dragon, and stabbed out rapidly. Damn it! The purple-robed elder's expression turned ugly. But in the next moment, a tyrannical power erupted from his body again. The long purple saber in his hand was like a purple sun as it quickly swung out. This time, the saber light was even larger. It connected the heavens and the earth and triggered a vision of the heavens and the earth. Moreover, the purple saber light was filled with countless chaotic chi. Chapter 18:15. It was as heavy as a mountain, seemingly capable of crushing the entire space. This is the primal chaos saber technique. When the surrounding cultivators saw this, they were wild with joy. They knew that this was the All Beginnings Holy Land's ability. Now that the purple-clothed old man had used it, it was incomparably terrifying. Very few 6-star kings would be able to resist it. Presumably, that brat Lin Xian wouldn't be able to resist it either. One sword breaking all techniques. Facing the powerful purple-clothed old man, Lin Xian's performance was even stronger. He didn't dodge at all. Instead, he directly slashed out with his sword, forcibly resisting the purple saber lights that filled the sky. Boom! 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 A huge explosion occurred in the sky, and terrifying energy swept out in all directions. The black sword light slashed down from the sky, shattering everything in its path. Those terrifying purple saber lights were mercilessly torn apart like paper. Not only that, but the purple blade was also sliced in half by the sword strike. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They didn't dare to believe their eyes. The purple-clothed old man was even more shocked. Not only had his attack been destroyed, but his entire body had also been enveloped by a sharp sword light. No! The purple-clothed old man crazily roared. 18 simple shields rushed out of his body, rapidly revolving around him in an attempt to resist. Ka! 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 In the next instant, the 18 simple purple shields exploded. As for the purple-clothed old man, he was also slashed apart by the sword light. He was killed again! Seeing this scene, the surrounding cultivators all went crazy. Who was this person? This was too crazy. Could it be that this person was really just a 4-star king? They didn't dare to imagine. They even suspected that this youth before them was an almighty in disguise. His goal was to heavily injure their all beginnings holy land. Damn it! This brat is too arrogant. Everyone, attack together! Kill him! The kings that had followed the purple-clothed old man earlier all roared furiously. They couldn't accept this result. Thus, they decided to attack together. As for Lin Xian, his black hair fluttered in the wind. He looked like a demonic god. He held the 9-nether demonic sword in his hand and slashed out a crescent-shaped black sword light that rapidly streaked across the sky. The kings that wanted to attack didn't even have the chance to do so before they were killed. As for the others, they all felt their scalps go numb, and did not dare to attack again. How were they supposed to fight? The other party was simply too strong. They were beaten to the point where they couldn't fight back at all. It was likely that only the Saintess or an expert of the almighty level would be able to suppress him. Who are you? How dare they cause trouble here? Disturbing the Saintess's cultivation? At this moment, a cold shout rang out. Then, a figure descended from the sky like a long spear. Senior Wang Ping! Many people cried out in surprise when they saw that figure, and all of them were overjoyed. The person who descended from the sky was a youth. Although he had a young appearance, his status in the All Beginnings Holy Land was extremely noble. Even the purple-robed old man from before was no match for him. That was because Wang Ping was one of the candidates. He was extremely powerful and had a very good relationship with the new Saintess of All Beginnings, so he was also here at this moment. The moment Wang Ping landed, he frowned. This was because he discovered that there was a lot of blood around him, as well as the corpses of their Holy Land's experts. This caused his expression to darken. What's going on? He asked coldly. Is there a powerful being here? Truth be told, this kind of thing would normally never happen in their All Beginnings Holy Land. After all, they were a peerless holy land that no one dared to provoke. But now, so many experts had been killed. This shocked him greatly. Senior Wang Ping, you must avenge us. It's that brat. He's the one who killed so many experts. Everyone pointed at Lin Xian. What? It's him? Wang Ping was shocked. His gaze finally landed on Lin Xian. Truth be told, he hadn't paid attention to this person before because the other party's aura was only that of a late 4-star king. This kind of cultivation was nothing in the All Beginnings Holy Land. Thus, he hadn't taken it to heart. However, he did not expect that the scene before him was caused by someone he had neglected. This gave him an inconceivable feeling. He even suspected that he had misheard. But in the next moment, his expression darkened, and ice-cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. That was because Lin Xian shouted in front of him. Who are you? Hurry up and tell your Saintess to come out. Arrogant. The other party was simply too arrogant. He actually dared to come to their doorstep and shout so arrogantly in their territory. He couldn't tolerate this. Brat, who are you? Wang Ping coldly snorted. Senior brother, He's that little thief Lin Xian. A disciple beside him hurriedly reminded him. What? He's that Lin Xian? Wang Ping was stunned. Then, a sinister expression appeared on his face. He wasn't unfamiliar with this name. Previously, the Wavering Light Holy Land had issued a wanted order for this person. Moreover, not long ago, news had spread that this person had captured their All Beginnings Holy Land's genius, Lu Mingyu. Thus, many disciples in the All Beginnings Holy Land considered Lin Xian to be a demon. They wished that they could personally kill him. It was just that Wang Ping hadn't expected that the other party would actually appear here. So you're that Lin Xian? Wang Ping frowned. Although the other party had only revealed the cultivation of a late 4-star king, his strength had already surpassed the majority of 6-star kings. Brat, I have to admit that you're very smart. You actually suppressed your cultivation to that of a 4-star king and fooled so many experts. However, it's a pity that your little tricks are useless before me, Wang Ping coldly said. In his opinion, the reason why the other party had been able to kill so many experts was because he had concealed his cultivation. This had caused the All Beginnings Holy Land's cultivators to be careless. Thus, the other party had been able to act. As for Wang Ping, he absolutely wouldn't fall for such a trick. Concealed my cultivation? Hearing this, Lin Xian's lips curled into a disdainful smile. He wasn't concealing his cultivation. Instead, he was truly a late 4-star king. However, there was no need to tell Wang Ping about this. In the next instant, he tightened his grip on the demonic sword and coldly said, Since you're not willing to call out your holy maiden, I can only go and find her myself. Humph, with just you. Brat, if you want to find the holy maiden, you'll have to pass through me first. Wang Ping coldly shouted. As one of the late holy sons, his strength was formidable and incomparably terrifying. Thus, at this moment, he didn't place Lin Xian in his eyes. Since you dare to block my path, I can only kill you. Then, I'll go and find the holy maiden of all beginnings. Lin Xian's voice was indifferent. Then, he took large strides forward. You're courting death. Wang Ping was truly enraged. He couldn't tolerate the other party's casual attitude. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? Primal Cake's treasure wheel. With a furious shout, a radiance that filled the sky condensed in his right hand, forming a huge wheel that rapidly rotated. Chapter 1816. The Dharma wheel was completely formed by the chaotic aura and was extremely terrifying. As it spun, it carried the power of wind and thunder, and could easily shatter the void. Buzz! Wang Ping activated the huge Dharma wheel and slashed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved the long sword in his hand, and the great dragon sword soul in his body quickly revolved. An extremely powerful force surged out. It followed the 9-nether demonic sword and swept forward. The 9-nether demonic sword trembled and let out a tsunami-like sound, blooming with bright light. The entire demonic sword seemed to have come alive, like a living black dragon, and a terrifying aura filled the sky. It caused the entire space to boil. The long sword was waved, and thousands of sword lights burst out, completely enveloping the entire space. Buzz! Wang Ping's expression changed drastically because in his vision, everything around him had disappeared, and there was only a black longsword between heaven and earth. It was extremely terrifying as it pierced towards him. Boom! Boom! This sword was too powerful, and it caused the entire space to shake violently. Poof! Wang Ping's body was pierced through by the sword. Blood spurted out, dyeing the sky red. However, Lin Xian didn't even look at him as he strode forward. At this moment, he had the aura of killing gods and Buddhas in his way. Nothing could stop him. The surrounding experts from the sacred grounds were trembling, and their faces were filled with fear. They were like a tide, quickly opening up a path. Powerful! He was simply too powerful. Facing a saint candidate, and killing him with a single sword, this method was heaven-defying. This was definitely an extremely terrifying killing god. Perhaps only a true saint or saintess could subdue him. Lin Xian held the 9-nether demonic sword and strode forward. Wherever he passed, no one stopped him. Not only that, but there were also drops of blood flowing from the 9 nether demonic sword, dripping onto the ground. With the killing sword in hand, Lin Xian was completely unstained. This contrast made everyone's scalp tingle. They even had to kneel on the ground. Was he really just a 4-star king? Some people were puzzled. They did not dare to believe that a 4-star king could have such powerful combat strength. They even suspected that this was definitely a saint-level figure. Lin Xian came to the front and looked up. In front of them was a continuous stretch of palaces that were incomparably majestic. The one in the center was like a celestial palace, surrounded by dazzling light. This should be the All-Beginnings Holy Land, the place where the saint is cultivated. Lin Xian stopped and looked ahead, finally locking onto the palace in front of him. Then, he took another step forward and walked over. The surrounding experts of the All-Beginnings Holy Land also followed behind them. Whoosh! Whoosh! Seeing Lin Xian walk over, countless figures quickly appeared around the palace, each of them extremely powerful. It was filled with a murderous aura. They looked coldly at Lin Xian. "Who are you? Hurry up and get lost! Otherwise, don't blame us for starting a massacre." These people were all elites among kings, and they were in charge of protecting the saintess. Therefore, they naturally did not allow anyone to cause trouble near the palace. "Tell your holy maiden to come out." Lin Xian held the blood-dripping killing sword in his hand, his voice incomparably cold. Hearing this, everyone around him sucked in a cold breath. As for the guards in front, their expressions sank. The saintess of all beginnings was the future master of the All Beginnings Holy Land. She was high and mighty, and everyone had to respect her. But now, someone actually dared to speak such arrogant words. This was outrageous. It was truly shocking. "Brat, who are you? You dare to cause trouble here? Are you tired of living? Hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. You dare to insult the saintess? Slap your mouth 100 times. Break your arms and I can spare your life." Cold voices rang out one after another. It was clear that these people were angry. Lin Xian slowly raised his arm and pointed the blood-dripping killing sword in front of him. "Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being impolite." Sharp sword energy erupted from Lin Xian's body once again. Like a peerless divine sword, it rapidly slashed in all directions. Seeing that Lin Xian wanted to attack again, the expressions of the guards in front of him sank, and their eyes burned with anger. A terrifying aura surged from their bodies, and like a flood, it instantly enveloped the entire space. "Kill!" One of them, a middle-aged man in armor, took a step forward. His entire person was like a god of war, extremely powerful. In his hand, there was a golden spear that was like the sun, shining brightly. With a thrust of the spear, the golden light burst out, piercing through the void, and turned into countless golden waves that surged over. The entire sky was dyed golden, like a golden beach, exuding scorching energy. Slash! In the face of such a powerful attack, Lin Xian's expression was calm. Behind him, the dragon sword realm appeared and enveloped him. He quickly raised his arm, waved the 9 Serenities demonic sword, and slashed down. Buzz! A terrifying sword light shot into the sky, as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas, filling the entire space. This sword descended quickly, as if it was not a long sword, but the entire sky, quickly pressing down. It was incomparably dark, like the 9 Serenities demonic realm, causing people's hearts to tremble. A spear and a sword collided in the air, and violent energy annihilated the void. "Not good! Retreat!" The surrounding warriors' faces changed drastically, and they frantically retreated. This was because this energy was enough to shatter them. Boom! Boom! At the same time, the other guards also moved quickly, attacking frantically. 9 chaos banners appeared in their hands. They fluttered in the wind and made flapping sounds. Like 9 mountains, they appeared in the void, firmly locking onto Lin Xian. Terrifying energy burst out, and chaos energy filled the entire square, forming a strange vortex. Boom! Boom! In the next moment, the 9 chaos flags landed, nailed to the ground, and formed a strange array, completely enveloping Lin Xian. Strange chaos energy spewed out, forming sharp killing intent, surrounding Lin Xian. Boom! Boom! Lin Xian waved his arm, and the dragon sword realm quickly expanded, resisting the 9 chaos flags around him. The two collided, and the sound of metal colliding rang out. Sparks flew in the sky, and they were extremely dazzling like meteors. At this moment, the powerful middle-aged man attacked again. The golden spear seemed to have turned into a golden dragon, roaring out. Buzz! Lin Xian's body was completely integrated into the dragon sword realm. In the next moment, a huge sword she soared into the sky, like a huge dragon, and slashed forward. There was a powerful aura that could destroy heaven and earth. Not only that, the dragon sword realm swept out, forming a black sword wave that spread out in all directions. Clang! The black sword she was like an ancient demonic mountain, and it directly shattered the golden light in the sky. The powerful middle-aged man was sent flying as if he was struck by lightning. Chapter 1817. The 9 chaos banners were slashed in half at the waist and turned into nothing. The array that trapped Lin Xian was also broken in an instant. Without the threat of the chaos array, Lin Xian snorted coldly. With the killing sword in hand, he charged forward like a ray of light. Soon, he arrived in front of the middle-aged man. The demonic sword was dripping with blood as it quickly slashed down. The middle-aged man's face was pale as he felt the terrifying killing intent from the demonic sword. In the next moment, he roared as a ray of chaotic light rushed out of his body and quickly condensed in front of him. Boom! The light of primal chaos transformed into a figure that was identical to him. It blocked the shocking sword strike for him. He quickly retreated as countless rays of light rushed out of his body and brought him to a safe distance. Poof! The 9 darkness demonic sword descended and split the figure formed by the chaotic light. Substitution technique! Lin Xian raised his eyebrows in surprise. He did not expect the middle-aged man to have such a life-saving technique. The middle-aged man's face was very ugly. This was his life-saving technique that could save his life in a crisis. However, he had used it now. Next, he had to fight with all his strength. If he was stabbed by the demonic sword again, he would not be able to escape. The middle-aged man's face was very ugly because he did not expect the other party to be so powerful and push him into such a desperate situation. In the next moment, his fingers formed a strange ancient seal. Chaotic chi that filled the sky surged out of his body, transforming into 9 ancient runes that revolved around him. Each rune carried a mysterious power, as if it had traveled through time and space. It was filled with a shocking aura. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The middle-aged man waved his hand and the 9 ancient runes bloomed with light that shot into the sky. A terrifying aura instantly erupted and surged forward. Humph! In the face of such a strange attack, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He waved the 9 darkness demonic sword again, and the sword she flashed into thousands of sword shadows that completely covered the front. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing could be heard as the terrifying sword she slashed on the 9 ancient runes, creating an earth-shattering collision sound. It was like a powerful army that shook the void. Boom! The 9 ancient runes that flickered with light exploded under everyone's shocked expressions. What? How is this possible? The powerful middle-aged man was completely dumbfounded. These 9 runes were one of his secret techniques. It was incomparably terrifying. Each rune was capable of killing a 6-star king. 9 runes appeared at the same time, and the power was even more terrifying. But now, it was shattered by someone in an instant. It was unbelievable. There was even a trace of fear in his eyes. This was because the young man before him was the strangest person he had ever met. He didn't even feel this way when he faced the saint of all beginnings. However, even though he was terrified, he would not give up. He would not allow Lin Xian to interfere with the holy maiden. Therefore, in the next moment, he roared and grabbed the golden spear again. This golden spear was about 3 meters long, and was extremely dazzling. Mysterious patterns were carved on it, and it was filled with power. This was an Earth-rank artifact that had been tempered by him for hundreds of years. At this moment, it was still one with him. Under his control, the golden light formed a radiance that enveloped him. Boom! The long spear was like a dragon as it moved out once again. Stubborn! Lin Xian snorted coldly and used the dragon 8 steps. His entire body was extremely fast. The 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand turned into a black flash of light and streaked across the air. Clang! The sword she was sharp and cut through the golden light that filled the sky. The 9 darkness demonic sword collided with the golden spear and sent it flying. Puff! Then, the demonic sword pierced into the middle-aged man's body. The terrifying sword she was like a violent current, completely destroying the middle-aged man. Plop! The middle-aged man's body fell, and the light that filled the sky disappeared. The surroundings were silent. This was too shocking. Was the other party really going to force the Holy Maiden out? They didn't dare to imagine. If this was true, then this would definitely be a shocking event. This was because another prodigy of the Holy Sun level had appeared. Everyone looked forward and stared at Lin Xian. However, at this moment, the void fluctuated violently. Then, a huge vortex appeared in the sky and spun rapidly, forming a strange phenomenon between heaven and earth. A terrifying aura spread out from the vortex and quickly descended. It was as if the 9 heavenly stars were descending. It was incomparably terrifying. The terrifying energy swept out in all directions, shrouding Lin Xian in an instant. Pun! 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 Just this energy alone made many kings kneel on the ground. They couldn't resist at all. How terrifying! The other experts quickly retreated, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. Lin Xian frowned and looked up at the sky. The next moment, he used the heavenly dragon 8 steps and turned into a stream of light, instantly disappearing. Boom! The void where he was originally at was directly shattered. It's an expert! Lin Xian arrived at a safe place and frowned. This energy was much stronger than any of the previous experts. The surrounding kings of the All Beginnings Holy Land all cried out in alarm. Holy Maiden! The Holy Maiden has made a move! Their eyes burst with light as hope rose in their hearts. That's right, the Holy Maiden of All Beginnings had indeed made a move. Sure enough, in the next moment, a figure descended from the huge vortex of spiritual power like a fairy from the 9 heavens. The figure was wearing a blue gauze dress, giving off a clear and transparent feeling. A light purple gauze belt was tied around her shoulders, and her black hair was tied up in a flowing cloud hairpin that casually scattered over her shoulders. A gust of wind blew past, giving off an elegant feeling as if a fairy had descended to the mortal world. Holy Maiden of All Beginnings? Lin Xian frowned and stared at the figure. He didn't expect the other party to take the initiative to appear. You are that Lin Xian? I didn't expect you to dare to run wild here. The Holy Maiden of All Beginnings' voice was cold. Boy, surrender obediently. You are not my opponent. Also, hand over Lu Mingyu and kneel on the side. I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, your fate will be. As she spoke, a powerful aura surged from the Holy Maiden of All Beginnings. Hearing these words, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and asked, You are the Holy Maiden of All Beginnings? I am very curious. If I capture you again and take you as a maid, what will the Holy Maiden of All Beginnings do? I wonder how the All Beginnings Holy Land will react? As soon as these words came out, the surrounding kings were in an uproar. If this was really the case, it would definitely shock the world. One had to know that the other party had already captured Lu Mingyu. If they also captured the Holy Maiden of All Beginnings, it would definitely pierce through the heavens. The All Beginnings Holy Land's face would be swept to the ground. Sure enough, the Holy Maiden of All Beginnings' expression sank, and she frowned slightly. Boy, I already gave you a very good choice, but you didn't listen. Chapter 1818. Brat, I already gave you a good choice, but you didn't listen. Since that's the case, don't blame me. Her voice was cold, as if she were a goddess from the ninth heaven, high and mighty. You want to kill me with just you? You're far from it. Lin Xian coldly snorted and pointed his sword at the sky. Today, I'll capture you and make you my maid. I'd like to see if the All Beginnings Holy Land still dares to cause trouble for me. Humph! Hearing this, the Saintess of All Beginnings coldly snorted. Her eyes were filled with killing intent, and her killing intent soared to the sky. The other party actually dared to speak such arrogant words and wanted to make her his maid. How could she endure this? Thus, her terrifying aura soared to the sky, and her killing intent spread in all directions. In an instant, the entire space froze. The surrounding temperature rapidly dropped, and the terrifying aura caused everyone to tremble. That brat is too arrogant. He actually dares to provoke the Saintess of our holy land. It seems he really doesn't know life from death. Yes, the Saintess' combat strength is unparalleled, and she has a supreme treasure in her hand. Even the older generation isn't her match, let alone a mere 4-star king. Just wait. He will definitely be killed. The Saintess is invincible. Discussions broke out. Obviously, the appearance of the Saintess of All Beginnings had regained the confidence of these Holy Land martial artists. Lin Xian stood tall and straight, his black hair fluttering in the wind. He stepped on the void and quickly arrived above. Sword energy revolved around him, faintly crackling like thunder. When he arrived above, the surrounding white clouds instantly collapsed. Nothing could withstand his sword energy. Brat, you dare to kill the people of my All Beginnings Holy Land. I will make you pay. The Saintess of All Beginnings' beautiful eyes emitted 2 cold rays of light. They were like sharp lightning that pierced through the void. Her clothes fluttered, and countless streams of chaotic energy tumbled under her feet, forming a lotus platform that supported her. Chaotic light flashed around her, and a sharp aura pierced through the clouds. Terrifying killing intent soared into the sky. They were like silver divine dragons, emitting a terrifying aura that swept out. You are going too far. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Lin Xian coldly snorted. A terrifying aura also rushed out from his body, and the 9-held devil sword in his hand flickered with a jet-black light. The sword vibrated, releasing a thunderous sound that caused the entire space to tremble. Boom! Boom! With a sweep of the demonic sword, a terrifying sword chi flew out, resisting the light of chaos. In the next moment, the battle between the two erupted. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions. It was like a tidal wave that kept surging. One had to admit that the Saintess of All Beginnings was truly amazing. For this woman to be able to become the Holy Maiden, her strength must be incomparably powerful. Her strength was no weaker than Lu Mingyue's at all. Furthermore, after becoming the Holy Maiden, she would definitely have the support of her sect. Her current strength was even more unfathomable. Lin Xian had also met his match. With the killing sword in hand, he swung it around, unleashing terrifying sword chi in all directions. The void cracked open, and terrifying cracks appeared one after another. Every time the two of them collided, an incomparably powerful energy would erupt, shooting straight into the sky. Not only that, but the terrifying energy also shocked the spectating kings. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Can this brat really contend against the Saintess? Impossible! Who the hell is he? How can he have the combat strength of a holy sun? Could it be that he's really a holy sun who hid his identity and came to provoke us? Exclamations came one after another. Obviously, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. They even guessed that Lin Xian's true identity was very likely to be a holy son of a large sect. The Saintess of All Beginnings also frowned. After fighting with him, she could naturally sense the terrifying strength of her opponent. No wonder he could capture Lu Mingyu and kill so many experts. It seemed that he was not opportunistic, but truly powerful. However, as the Saintess of All Beginnings, how could she admit defeat? I have to admit that you're indeed very powerful. However, do you really think you can defeat me like this? You're too naive! The saintess of all beginnings sneered. Then she waved her hand, and a white dagger appeared in her hand. The dagger was the size of a palm and was incomplete. It was even covered with many cracks. Obviously, it was a defective product. However, as soon as it appeared, it carried a terrifying aura that swept in all directions. Even Lin Xian frowned. This aura was so terrifying that it could even threaten him. His opponent was indeed the saintess of all beginnings. She could take out such a terrifying treasure as soon as she appeared. It's all over! Holding the incomplete dagger, the saintess of all beginnings snorted and waved her hand. Buzz! 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 The void trembled and then cracked. Rays of golden light swept forward like a divine river from the ninth heaven. This energy was so terrifying that it was like a real Milky Way. It carried a terrifying, murderous aura. That power caused the expressions of everyone present to change. Lin Xian also frowned. He flipped his palm and summoned the thousand-beast cauldron. Then, he kept clapping his hands. Clang! 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 The thousand-beast cauldron trembled violently and made a loud sound. Then, it quickly grew larger. Black light flashed all over the sky, blocking the front. The thousand-beast cauldron stood in front of Lin Xian like a black mountain. Clang! The next moment, there was a shocking collision sound. The silver light all over the sky collided with each other, bursting into a dazzling light. Countless thunderbolts fell and bombarded in all directions. The surrounding palaces turned into dust in an instant. You can block it? Seeing this scene, the saintess of all beginnings was also surprised. She didn't expect her opponent to have such a means. The light all over the sky dissipated. Lin Xian's figure appeared. He stood in the void, his face cold. The sword light in his eyes became more and more intense. It was like a peerless divine sword, cutting through the void. He stepped out and swept the saintess of all beginnings with the demon's sword in his right hand. The sharp sword light tore through everything. The destructive black dragon fist in his left hand was extremely violent. It was like an angry dragon, rushing forward. The saintess of all beginnings roared angrily. The lotus platform under her feet released the light of chaos. The monstrous aura enveloped her whole body. She quickly rushed over. Rumble! With a loud sound, the saintess of all beginnings stretched out a giant palm. The earthy yellow hand was condensed by the chaotic qi. It was extremely fierce and grabbed at Lin Xian. The demon's sword rose into the air and slashed at the giant hand. At the same time, Lin Xian's eyes emitted two cold lights. The thousand-beast cauldron in front of him slowly rotated. At this moment, the sky and earth were spinning, and the sea of anger was rolling backward. The misty chaotic qi was blocked. The giant hand was covered by the sword qi, making a roaring sound. In an instant, the whole space was torn apart. Kill! Lin Xian roared. The sword light was biting cold, and the stars all over the sky flashed. Countless sword qi, like meteors, streaked across the sky. Chapter 18-19. The kings watching the battle all changed their expressions because this aura was too strong. Except for the saintess of all beginnings, no one present could resist this aura. The saintess of all beginnings also looked cold because Lin Xian's sword qi was like a vast ocean, making her sway like duckweed. She could be knocked over at any time. However, her body emitted an endless amount of chaotic qi, and the chaotic lotus under her feet bloomed, firmly holding him back. A strong defense guarded her, resisting the terrible sword qi around her. Even so, she was still swept by a wisp of sword qi, and a corner of her clothes suddenly flew up in smoke. A sword mark appeared on her jade-like skin. Blood dripped down, dyeing her clothes red. Looking from a distance, there was a different kind of beauty. However, the saintess of all beginnings' expression was cold, and her eyes emitted a strong killing intent. It was incredible that he could hurt her. She couldn't bear it. The next moment, she shouted, and the chaotic light on her body suddenly burst out, sweeping in all directions. For a moment, the whole sky lost its luster. At the same time, a terrifying king's domain instantly shrouded Lin Xian and the whole space. Boy, you dared to hurt me! I will make you pay a painful price! The Saintess of All Beginnings said, gritting her teeth. Her voice was so cold that it seemed to freeze the void, making everyone's heart beat wildly. Humph! Lin Xian also snorted coldly, unmoved. He held the demon's sword in his hand, and the dragon sword domain appeared, and then he completely disappeared into the void. He didn't really disappear, but he used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps, and his speed was too fast. Some kings couldn't catch his trace at all, and they all thought he had disappeared into thin air. The Saintess of All Beginnings' pupils shrank sharply because her opponent's speed was once again beyond her expectations. But the next moment she waved her hand, and countless chaotic light formed a light curtain in front of her. The chaotic lotus under her feet emitted a terrifying aura, which frightened people. The two fought in the air, and it was very terrifying. Moreover, their domains collided one after another, and each time, a terrible crack was torn in the void. 6 God's Sword Technique! Lin Xian let out a long roar. 6 illusory sword gods rushed out from his domain, and cooperated with him, as they charged forward. The 6th Dao sword god needed each of them to be formed by a sharp sword chi, which was terrifying to the extreme. The void shattered in an instant, and the surrounding light of primal chaos was also being annihilated, and it even became much dimmer. This scene was too terrifying. Lin Xian was like a god of swords. Wherever his sword pointed, everything would be destroyed. Nothing could stop it. Primordial chaos! At the critical moment, the Holy Maiden of All Beginnings shouted. Immediately, her king's domain gave off an incomparably terrifying light as boundless primal chaos chi surged out and swept out in all directions. In an instant, Lin Xian was trapped. Anger, he was too angry. The Saintess of All Beginnings' face was gloomy because she didn't expect her opponent to be so strong that he could break her unique skills one after another. Boundless chaotic light condensed in her hand, forming a resplendent lotus. It swept towards Lin Xian, intending to crush Lin Xian. Kill! The 6 Dao sword gods combined into one to destroy all techniques. Lin Xian let out a long roar, and his whole person became extremely powerful. His body emitted a terrifying sword light, and the 6 Dao sword god phantoms around him also merged with him. A huge burst of sword chi broke out and rushed into the sky. Boom! The long sword swept out, and the black sword chi, like a long river, instantly slashed towards the resplendent lotus. In the next moment, the sound of the mirror breaking was heard, and the lotus formed by countless chaotic light was destroyed in an instant. Even the upper body of the Saintess of All Beginning was shrouded by the terrifying sword light. No! Seeing this scene, the surrounding kings screamed frantically because they were very worried about the Saintess of All Beginning. Lin Xian's sword chi was so fierce that it made them tremble with fear. They knew that there were not many people who could resist it. Boom! Boom! The roar in the sky continued, and one black hole after another appeared. Then, in the black hole vortex, a figure appeared. It was the Saintess of All Beginning. However, when everyone saw the figure, they were all stunned, and even their eyes widened in disbelief. The upper body of the Saintess of All Beginning had been completely cut open, and a terrifying crack had appeared. At the crack, countless mysterious runes flickered and quickly spread throughout the Saintess of All Beginning's body. A clone! Seeing this scene, Lin Xian frowned. He didn't expect that it was just a clone of the Saintess of All Beginning. The surrounding kings were all stunned as well. Before this, they didn't know that it was just a clone of the Saintess of All Beginning. It wasn't until now that they saw the situation in front of them that they realized it was a clone. Moreover, it was a magical ability of their all-beginning holy land called the Chaos Clone. They didn't expect that the Saintess of All Beginning had mastered it. In the sky, the Saintess of All Beginning's clone had an abnormally ferocious expression. She looked at her body that had been cut open, and a cold light burst out from her eyes. Brat, you actually dared to injure this clone of mine? Just you wait. When my real body arrives, I will definitely kill you. With that, the Chaos Clone began to change, and the Saintess of All Beginnings' appearance gradually dimmed. Then her delicate body began to melt, forming a mass of Chaos Chi. This Chaos Chi was different from ordinary Chaos Chi. It was carefully refined by the Saintess of All Beginning. At this moment, it was incomparably deep and full of power. It turned into a bolt of lightning and quickly rushed down, wanting to kill Lin Xian. Obviously, this clone had been destroyed, so the Saintess of All Beginning wanted to use the last of her energy to kill Lin Xian. Boom! A terrifying bolt of lightning flashed, and the void was ruthlessly torn open, revealing an incomparably dark crack. Wherever it passed, nothing could stop it. In an instant, it arrived in front of Lin Xian and fiercely blasted down. Boom! Lin Xian's pupils shrank sharply because this speed was too fast, not even slower than his heavenly dragon's 8 steps. It was impossible for him to leave now, so he could only resist. The dragon's sword domain quickly emerged, and countless sword chi interweaved in front of him, forming a 100-meter-tall azure dragon divine shield. An azure dragon was lying on it, looking as if it was alive. Not only that, but he also used the great dragon sword's soul to cut a vacuum around him. He wanted to devour that powerful energy. Boom! In the next moment, the two collided, and terrifying energy swept out in all directions. The entire sky was instantly shrouded in endless light. Whoosh! 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 The surrounding kings kept retreating, and at the same time, their eyes flickered as they stared ahead. They wanted to know if Lin Xian had been killed. That boy is definitely dead. This is all the power of the clone, and it can definitely kill him. Damn boy, how dare you be so arrogant and provoke our Saintess of All Beginning? Now you know how powerful we are. Cold laughter rang out one after another. Chapter 1820. Sneers could be heard from all around. Obviously, they thought that this power was enough to kill the other party. The violent explosion continued, and the entire space shook as if it would shatter at any time. Everyone stared into the distance, waiting for the final result. But soon, they were dumbfounded, and even fear appeared in their eyes. That was because Lin Xian's figure had appeared. Not only that, but he was unscathed and unharmed. He was surrounded by terrifying space cracks, and in front of him was a huge azure dragon's sacred shield. It had blocked all the attacks. How could this be? He's fine! Everyone was shocked and could not believe it. The attack just now was extremely terrifying. Not many people below the almighty level could resist it. Even if they could resist it, they would definitely be seriously injured. But now, not only did he resist it, but he was also unscathed. They could not believe it at all. Humph! Lin Xian glanced around, and then a gust of wind blew, pushing away all the dust and fog around him. Run! Seeing this scene, the surrounding people quickly fled in all directions. They did not dare to stay any longer. None of them was a match for Lin Xian. If they stayed any longer, they would probably end up like the Saintess of All Beginnings. However, at this moment, the dark red divine dragon appeared, and a formation enveloped the entire city. Want to run? It's not that easy! The terrifying formation flickered and blocked all of them. Ruffian dragon, don't kill them! Just take away the resources and treasures on them, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Then, he ignored them and looked at the palaces in front of him. Although some of the palaces were destroyed in the battle, there were still many of them. In particular, the huge palace in front of him was shining brightly. It was as if the palace was the place where the Saintess of All Beginnings had cultivated. He had to admit that the other party was too careful. He had only sent a doppelganger. Moreover, what surprised Lin Xian was that the other party must have cultivated some kind of incredible cultivation technique. The strength of the doppelganger would increase greatly, and so would the strength of the main body. That was why he had sent a doppelganger to cultivate. I wonder what treasures there are in there. Lin Xian was looking forward to it. His figure flickered, and he arrived at the palace. Then, he waved his hand and all the doors opened. The hall was very quiet, and there was even a mist surrounding it, emitting a fragrant scent. "This is ambergris." Lin Xian was shocked. This was no ordinary incense. It was refined from the body fluid of a peerless demon king, and it had incomparably miraculous effects. When a king realm cultivator was cultivating, they could light one up to increase their cultivation speed and achieve twice the results with half the effort. This kind of incense was very magical and very precious. He didn't expect the saintess of all beginnings to have it. She was indeed worthy of being the holy maiden of a peerless holy land. It seemed like she was truly wealthy. Lin Xian didn't hold back either. He took a deep breath and instantly sucked in all the fragrance around him. He could feel the spiritual power in his body boiling like boiling water. The next moment, he strode forward. There, he found countless supreme-grade substandard god crystals. There was even a fist-sized god crystal at the center. It is indeed a good item. Could it be that he's willing to send a clone to cultivate? Lin Xian was shocked. God crystals were definitely an excellent cultivation resource for a king realm cultivator. Even supreme existences would be envious of them. Ordinary kings didn't have such resources. Only the holy sons and holy maidens of peerless holy lands could enjoy such treatment. He didn't hold back. His figure flickered, and he arrived in front of the crystal and sat down cross-legged. He held the god crystal and rapidly circulated the immortality art, absorbing the pure energy within. His body shone with incomparable light, forming vortexes one after another. He absorbed all the surrounding spiritual energy and the fragrance of the ambergris. As for the task of cleaning up the battlefield outside, it was left to the dark red divine dragon. With the power of the dark red divine dragon and the assistance of the array, it was able to easily trap everyone. However, the dark red divine dragon didn't kill these people. Instead, it took away their storage rings. Then, it gave them a good beating. Afterward, it picked out some energy from these storage rings and began to cultivate. The entire city was still sealed by the array, so the cultivators of the All Beginnings Holy Land couldn't send out any news. The people outside also didn't know that a shocking change had taken place inside. Like this, half a month passed. Lin Xian went from one palace to another, sweeping away all the energy inside. It had to be said that this was indeed too rich. This was definitely not an ordinary place because there were too many treasures here. It was hard to believe. In fact, Lin Xian's guess was correct. This was indeed not an ordinary place. This was a training ground that the All Beginnings Holy Land had prepared to reward the Holy Maiden of All Beginnings. The purpose was to let the newly promoted Holy Maiden of All Beginnings increase her cultivation and consolidate her strength. However, they didn't expect that the Holy Maiden of All Beginnings would send out a clone, and that clone would be killed. This allowed Lin Xian to benefit from it. Boom! The huge palace trembled, and a sky-high spiritual energy fluctuation soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds and rapidly spreading. Along with it came a terrifying aura that overflowed into the heavens. Inside the palace, Lin Xian's body bloomed with light. Then, he slowly opened his eyes, and his entire body became incomparably powerful. I broke through and became a 5-star king! The corners of Lin Xian's mouth rose into a smile. Under normal circumstances, even if he had many means, he wouldn't have been able to break through and become a 5-star king so easily. But now, there were too many treasures here. He had absorbed these treasures, and with the effect of the Dragon Cliff incense, he was able to break through. He had become a 5-star king in advance. His strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. Now, his strength had definitely reached the level of a holy sun. He was one of the peak existences among the younger generation of the eastern wilderness. Outside, the dark red divine dragon was also howling excitedly. Because he had also broken through. After robbing so many king's storage rings, he had obtained abundant energy and finally broken through to become a 5-star king. Now, he was one step closer to recovering to his peak state. Lin Xian looked at the dark red divine dragon, and the smile on his face grew wider. He knew that the dark red divine dragon's strength would be of great help to him. After spending these days together, he also knew some of the dark red divine dragon's past. The dark red divine dragon was an almighty at his peak state. Now that he was a 5-star king, he wasn't far from the peak of the almighty realm. He believed that the dark red divine dragon would break through again in the near future. If the dark red divine dragon recovered to his peak state and became an almighty, then he would obtain a powerful boost. At least when facing other almighties, he would have the confidence to face them. The dark red divine dragon flew over and asked, "Boy, what should we do with the rest?" Chapter 1821. Lu Mingyue's temperament was still outstanding. However, her complexion was somewhat pale. Because of the previous pursuit, she had suffered a serious blow. Of course, this blow was mainly psychological. She had never expected that the All Beginnings Holy Land would chase after her. Lin Xian looked at her and slowly said, "I'll leave those people from the All Beginnings Holy Land to you. You can do as you see fit." "What? Leave them to me?" Lu Mingyu was stunned. She didn't dare to believe what she had just heard. "Are you sure you're not joking? Leave them to me?" Lu Mingyu asked again. Lin Xian indifferently said, "Of course I'm not joking. Since the All Beginnings Holy Land is also chasing after you, we are now in the same boat. Thus, in my opinion, there is nothing wrong with leaving those people to you to deal with. Aren't you afraid that I'll release them?" Lu Mingyu asked again. "That's your problem. It has nothing to do with me." Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders, appearing as if he didn't care at all. To tell the truth, he really didn't care about those people. Moreover, he had other objectives. The next moment, he continued, "Are you willing to be chased by the All Beginnings Holy Land? Don't you want to change the situation?" "Change?" Lu Mingyu sighed. Her complexion was extremely unsightly. "You are not a disciple of a holy land. You don't know how terrifying the background of a peerless holy land is. Not to mention that you only have the strength of a holy sun. Even if you were an exceptional expert, you wouldn't be able to shake a holy land. Only if a true holy sun was resurrected would you be able to do it. It would be impossible for others." Hearing those words, Lin Xian was shocked. From the looks of it, every single peerless holy land was an incomparably terrifying existence. But soon, he shook his head and said, "You're overthinking things. I'm not asking you to retaliate against the All Beginnings Holy Land. What I mean is, do you want to regain your status as the Saintess of All Beginnings?" "Regain my status as the Saintess of All Beginnings?" Lu Mingyu was stunned. Disbelief appeared in her eyes. She didn't expect Lin Xian to say such a thing. "What's wrong? Are you surprised?" Lin Xian asked. "Very surprised. Are you sure you're not joking with me? Do you really want me to become the Saintess of All Beginnings?" "Of course," Lin Xian said with a smile. "At least you becoming the Saintess of All Beginnings is not the worst result for me. In fact, it is of great benefit to me. You want me to help you?" Lu Mingyu instantly understood what Lin Xian meant. "That's right. What do you want me to do?" Lu Mingyu asked again. "I'm not sure yet. Just like back in the Tilted Moon Profound World, I just wanted to form an alliance with you. When I'm in danger and need help, I'll naturally come to you. And as a reward I will make you the Saintess of All Beginnings. You trust me that much? Aren't you afraid that I'll betray you?" Lu Mingyu raised the most crucial question. Lin Xian's expression also became extremely solemn. He said coldly, "Believe me, if I can make you the Holy Maiden, I can definitely pull you down. So, it's best if you don't betray our alliance." Hearing this, Lu Mingyu nodded and took a deep breath. "How confident are you that you can make me the Saintess?" "That will depend on how many people in the All Beginnings Holy Land can support you. What I can do is eliminate the current Saintess of All Beginnings and let you return to the All Beginnings Holy Land. As for whether you can use your influence to make those people support you after you return, I can't help you with this." Lu Mingyu understood. Indeed, this was a matter of the All Beginnings Holy Land. Lin Xian was a loose cultivator and couldn't help at all. However, Just the fact that Lin Xian could kill the Saintess of all beginnings was enough to move Lu Mingyue's heart. One had to know that killing a Saintess was an extremely difficult matter. The Saintess of all beginnings was very strong and stood at the peak of the younger generation. She also had countless guards and experts by her side. There were even experts hibernating in the dark to protect her. Therefore, if Lin Xian didn't make a move, Lu Mingyu wouldn't be able to kill the Saintess of all beginnings by herself. In fact, she wouldn't even be able to contend against the other party. Don't worry. As long as you can kill the Saintess of all beginnings and let me return to the all beginnings Holy Land, I have confidence in what will happen next. Lu Mingyu wasn't lying about this. It was impossible for such a large and peerless Holy Land to be harmonious internally. It was definitely divided into many factions. The faction she belonged to and the faction the Saintess of all beginnings belonged to were two different factions. Moreover, there was usually friction between them and their relationship wasn't good. Therefore, if she could return, with her influence and strength, she would definitely be able to obtain the support of the experts in her faction. Of course, the premise of all this was that Lin Xian could kill the Saintess of all beginnings. All right, it's settled then. Lin Xian raised his hand and high-fived Lu Mingyu 3 times, forming an alliance. Now, can you undo the seal in my body? Lu Mingyu asked immediately after the alliance was formed. Of course. Lin Xian smiled. Then, his fingers kept moving, sending runes into Lu Mingyue's body. In the next moment, Lu Mingyue's expression became excited because she felt that the sealed power was quickly recovering. Soon, Lin Xian removed all the seals, and Lu Mingyue's power was quickly restored to its peak. However, she didn't know that Lin Xian had left a final restriction in her body. Even a powerful figure couldn't detect this restriction. This was a restriction that Lin Xian had recently comprehended, and his technique was very strange. He did this not to go back on his word, but to prevent the other party from going back on her word. If the other party really became the Saintess of all beginnings, and then brought countless experts to hunt him down, he would definitely be in trouble. Although he had the strength to kill the other party again. But he didn't want that to happen. Therefore, he left a final life-saving measure, which was to place a mysterious restriction in the other party's body. If Lu Mingyu abided by the alliance and didn't attack him, then this restriction might not be used in his lifetime. And if the other party really wanted to betray him, then he would let the other party know how powerful he was. Lu Mingyu wasn't stupid. When she learned that her power had recovered, she immediately launched a thorough search. He searched every inch of his body from the inside out. In the end, she didn't find any restriction, so she breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, there was a restriction in her body, but it was so magical that Lu Mingyu couldn't detect it at all. What are you going to do next? Lu Mingyu asked. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. I killed a clone of the Saintess of all beginnings a few days ago. I think it will definitely make her furious. But at the same time, she will be very careful and won't show up easily. Chapter 1822. Something more exciting? What's that? Lu Mingyu was confused. Lin Xian said with a smile. Think about it. If I announce to the entire eastern wilderness that I want to auction the Saint of all beginnings undergarment, won't it cause a sensation? You want to auction the Saint of all beginnings undergarment? Hearing this, Lu Mingyu was also stunned. Her beautiful eyes even went blank. She really didn't expect Lin Xian to come up with such a plan. On the side, the dark red dragon laughed crazily. Ha ha, boy! As expected of a kindred spirit. But your idea is even more wretched than mine. I like it. The dark red dragon was really excited. He was a guy who wanted to see the world in chaos. And he knew that if this news spread out, it would definitely cause a stir in the eastern wilderness. The Saint of all beginnings would definitely go crazy. Lu Mingyue's mouth twitched. She felt that Lin Xian's plan was really infuriating. If the Saint of all beginnings knew about it, she would definitely fly into a rage. But soon he frowned. But where are you going to get the undergarment? If you just randomly find one, no one will believe you. About this? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and stared at Lu Mingyu with a smile. Why are you looking at me? Seeing Lin Xian's eyes, Lu Mingyu's heart skipped a beat. Then, her face darkened. Damn guy, you're not thinking about me, are you? In the end, the biggest beneficiary of this matter is you. Of course, you have to do your part now, Lin Xian said with a smile. Hearing this, Lu Mingyu's face completely darkened. Damn guy, he's actually thinking about me. The next moment, she gritted her teeth and said, No, this is absolutely impossible. If you can't, then forget it. Lin Xian shrugged. Anyway, I won't be the saint of all beginnings in the end. Why should I spend so much effort to help you? Moreover, with my skills, it's easy to avoid the saint of all beginnings. But you… Hearing this, Lu Mingyu's eyes darkened and flickered. She knew that Lin Xian was right. If he wanted to leave, he could just find a place to hide, and the saint of all beginnings wouldn't be able to find him. But she was different. She would be recognized wherever she went, and if she followed Lin Xian, she would always be a maid. If the saint of all beginnings, she would definitely be hunted down. Therefore, her situation was the most dangerous. But the next moment. But remember, you can't tell anyone about this, and you can't let a third person know about it. Otherwise, I'll definitely kill you. Her to SS. T. With S. Lin Xian's eyes widened. This chick is changing her clothes in public? He was really surprised. He didn't expect her to be so open. Do you think you can block everyone's line of sight with S's? Lin Xian's lips curled up in a smile. Then, his eyes flickered and he activated his heavenly secret divine eyes. Mysterious runes appeared as he looked ahead. To be honest, Lu Mingyu wasn't being so open. Hers S. Even their soul power couldn't see through her. However, she still underestimated Lin Xian. She didn't know that Lin Xian had the heavenly secret divine eyes. Therefore, at this moment, Lin Xian had a clear view of her movements and figure. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, Her body is really good. I didn't expect her to be so good. Suddenly the S's. Lin Xian knew that she was done. Therefore, the golden light in his eyes quickly disappeared and returned to normal. He wouldn't let her know that he was watching just now. Moreover, he didn't want to expose the secret of his heavenly secret divine eyes. The SSS. Lu Mingyu's figure appeared again. However, this time, she had something in her hand. It was a pink dudu. Lin Xian had already seen the color of her dudu. He had even seen the whole process. However, he could only pretend that he didn't know. He smiled and said, Pink. You're really young. Humph. Lu Mingyu's expression was ugly, and even a little gloomy. Hearing the other party's teasing, she fiercely glared at the other party again, and then reluctantly stretched out her hand. Here. Lin Xian took the red duda and lowered his head to smell it. It smells so good. Is this your body's fragrance? It smells so good. Lin Xian looked intoxicated. Lu Mingyu gritted her teeth and said, Damn boy, don't go too far. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. To be honest, Lu Mingyu was really mad. Especially Lin Xian's action just now, she almost went berserk. Okay, I'm just joking with you. Lin Xian waved his hand and then put away the pink dudu. Next, the two discussed and prepared a plan to kill the saint of all beginnings. Of course, this matter couldn't be done by just the two of them. They also needed the dark red divine dragon and many formations. They couldn't let their guard down. There must be a large number of masters around her, and there might even be powerful existences. Therefore, they must kill her in one blow. Otherwise, if they missed this chance, she would definitely be very vigilant next time. It would be difficult to kill her again. Lu Mingyu said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Lin Xian also nodded and said, Don't worry, kings below the level of powerful existences are no threat to me. As for the powerful existences, although I can't shake them now, it's not a problem to trap them for a while with formations. I'll leave this to the dark red divine dragon. Because the dark red divine dragon used to be a powerful existence, although its realm had fallen, it still had vision and experience. Coupled with his attainments and formations, he must have such a formation in his hands. However, the materials needed to inscribe it were more precious. But no matter how precious it was, Lin Xian had to make it. Otherwise, this plan would be difficult to succeed. As for the materials needed by the dark red divine dragon, most of them could be found with Lin Xian and Lu Mingyu. Because the two of them were really rich, but there were also some that they didn't have at all and had to obtain from the outside world. Chapter 1823. The two of them were very rich, but there were some things they didn't have. They had to be obtained from the outside world. Therefore, they had to find the materials and inscribe a formation that could trap an almighty before they could make a move. Innate purple thunderstone! We have to find it. Otherwise, the formation won't be able to form, said the dark red dragon. Is it difficult to find? Lin Xian had never heard of the innate purple thunderstone. Lu Mingyu was shocked. It was indeed a treasure. She didn't expect it to require such a treasure. To be honest, she knew the value of the innate purple thunderstone, but she didn't expect it to be used in a formation. Of course. Don't forget that we're trying to trap an almighty. No, not an ordinary king, said the dark red dragon. Where can we get the innate purple thunderstone? Asked Lin Xian. Although the stone was precious, he had to get it. Because compared to the benefits he would gain in the future, this stone was too insignificant. If he killed the current saintess of all beginnings and let Lu Mingyu take the throne, he would be able to form an alliance with the All Beginnings Holy Land. At least among the younger generation, Lin Xian would be supported. The stakes involved in this were not something that could be compared to a mere stone. Therefore, no matter how precious the innate purple thunderstone was, he had to get it. Lu Mingyu thought for a long time and finally said slowly, I've heard of this thing. It seems to have appeared in the northern region. The northern region! Lin Xian's eyes lit up. The northern region wasn't the northern plains continent. It was the northern region of the eastern wasteland. The true spirit world was divided into 5 continents, but each continent was too big. It was far larger than the Tianwu continent Lin Xian had been in before. Therefore, these continents were divided into 5 regions: north, south, east, west, and center. The northern region was the northern region of the eastern wasteland. In that case, let's go. Let's go to the northern region and see if there's any information about the innate purple thunderstone. Since they knew that the innate purple thunderstone was in the northern region, Lin Xian and the others naturally had to go. As for how to get there, that was a problem. The eastern wasteland was very big. Although the northern region was in the north of the eastern wasteland, it would take at least a few years to fly there. The best way was naturally to teleport. However, although the dark red divine dragon and Lin Xian also had a teleportation tool like the profound jade pedestal, they were unable to teleport across regions. Only some peerless great sects and peerless sacred grounds would have such a long-distance teleportation array. However, Lu Mingyu said, Don't worry about the teleportation. I know a place that can teleport us to the northern region. Oh, there's such a place? Lin Xian's eyes twinkled. That's natural, because this world doesn't only have the desolate era and the peerless holy lands, there are also some mysterious forces. Even people from holy lands and remote antiquity families sometimes need to hide their identities. Therefore, in some places in the eastern wasteland, there are super teleportation portals for people who need them. Following this, Lin Xian and Lu Mingyu used the mystical jade pedestal to teleport. 2 days later, they arrived at their destination. If it wasn't for Lu Mingyu leading the way, Lin Xian wouldn't have dared to imagine that the place they'd arrived at would have a super teleportation array. That was because this place was simply too ordinary. This place wasn't a bustling city or a peerless great sect. Instead, it was an ordinary village. The village was very simple, and there weren't many flourishing things. Furthermore, there weren't many people here. Evidently, not many people knew about this teleportation array. If it wasn't for Lu Mingyu, Lin Xian also wouldn't have known that there was a super teleportation array hidden in this village. The two of them landed outside the village. Lu Mingyu took out a jade mask and put it on. She was currently being chased by the All Beginnings Holy Land. Therefore, she couldn't be recognized. Lin Xian's method was even simpler. He simply changed his body and took on another appearance. The two of them also wore ordinary outer clothes. Since they'd arrived here, they didn't want others to discover their identities. In the next instant, the two of them walked toward the village. There weren't many people inside. There were only a few children playing on the streets. Furthermore, the majority of them were cooking in their own homes. From time to time, smoke would slowly rise from the chimney. As for Lin Xian, he followed Lu Mingyu and headed toward the depths of the village. I'd been here before and used the teleportation array once. Therefore, I'm rather familiar with this place. Follow me. Don't wander around randomly. There are peerless experts guarding this place. Lu Mingyu said through voice transmission. Peerless experts. Lin Xian was shocked to hear that. It seemed that this place was indeed extraordinary. It had both a super teleportation array and a peerless expert guarding it. Apart from that, there were also so many ordinary villagers hiding in this special place. It was truly shocking. Following a winding and rugged path, Lin Xian and Lu Mingyu arrived in front of a ruined temple. Soon after, their figures flickered and they entered that place. The temple was very shabby. There were cobwebs everywhere, and there was also a lot of dust and fog inside. However, Lu Mingyu didn't care about this at all. She walked to the front of the stove and bowed 3 times to the statue of the Earth God. Then, she took out a few precious heavenly treasures and placed them on the counter in front of her. Lin Xian watched silently from the side. He didn't say anything because he believed that Lu Mingyu must have a way to teleport. Buzz! Sure enough, in the next moment, the counter suddenly emitted a light and the heavenly treasures on it were taken away. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that the counter actually contained a teleportation array. Moreover, it looked very strange. Lu Mingyu, on the other hand, seemed very calm because it wasn't the first time she had seen this. She wasn't anxious. Instead, she waited patiently. As expected, not long after those heavenly treasures disappeared, there was a flash of light and a palm-sized stone appeared on the counter. The stone's shape was very strange. Seeing that stone, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He knew that the teleportation array should be able to work, because he was also an expert in teleportation arrays. Therefore, he could naturally tell at a glance that the stone that appeared on the counter was a part of the teleportation array. If that stone was removed, even if there was a super teleportation array, it couldn't be activated. However, if the stone on the counter was placed properly, the entire teleportation array would be complete. That way, it could be used. The heavenly treasures that Lu Mingyu had handed over earlier were the cost of using the super teleportation array. Alright, it's done! Let's teleport! Lu Mingyu picked up the stone and said to Lin Xian. Then, she took the lead and walked towards the southeast. There were some miscellaneous items there. However, Lu Mingyu waved her sleeve and moved those items away, revealing a dusty teleportation array. Chapter 1824. The teleportation formation was very mysterious. There were strange patterns and runes carved on it. Obviously, it was a teleportation formation set up by a super expert. It could teleport across long distances. However, the teleportation formation was missing a corner. Obviously, it was missing the stone in Lu Mingyu's hand. As for Lu Mingyu, she placed the stone in her hand where it was missing. Suddenly, the teleportation formation made cracking sounds. Then, it emitted a faint light. When Lin Xian saw this, he knew that the teleportation formation was complete. They could teleport now. In the next moment, he took a step forward and came to the teleportation formation. Lu Mingyu's figure flickered, and she stood beside him. Then, Lu Mingyu waved her hand and took out 60 pieces of sub-divine crystals from her storage ring. She placed them in the groove of the teleportation formation. Buzz! With the support of energy, the teleportation formation under their feet started to shake. It emitted a bright light. Then, a ball of light shrouded the two of them. Buzz! In the next moment, the two of them disappeared in the air. The teleportation formation quickly dimmed. Then, it became ancient. Crack! The stone that Lu Mingyu had placed on earlier left the teleportation formation and floated in the air. Then, it disappeared. The ruined temple returned to its original state. Those who did not know the details would not take a second look at it. On the other hand, Lin Xian and Lu Mingyu were teleported away. The two of them entered the void tunnel and went through a long-distance teleportation. The process was very boring. They could not even feel the passage of time. After some time, the space shattered and the two of them appeared in the sky. Buzz! As soon as they appeared, Lin Xian took out a spiritual boat and caught the two of them. They would definitely feel dizzy after coming out of the teleportation formation. Even the spiritual power in their bodies would not flow smoothly. Therefore, they had to calm down first. Luckily, the two of them were powerful. Therefore, the discomfort only lasted for a moment. In the next moment, the two of them returned to normal. Then, Lin Xian stood on the spiritual boat and looked down. The north region was very vast. The terrain here was mostly plains. The boundless prairie was like a green ocean. The north region was the northernmost part of the eastern wasteland continent. Further north was the northern plains continent. Therefore, the topography of the northern region was more or less similar to that of the northern plains continent, but it wasn't completely the same. Go! Lu Mingyu and Lin Xian flew at high speed. Their destination this time was a huge city in the northern domain called Violet Cloud City. The north region occupied a vast area in the eastern wasteland, and it was also very prosperous. Therefore, Lu Mingyu repeatedly warned Lin Xian not to be arrogant here, and to avoid fighting as much as possible. Lin Xian rolled his eyes at these words. He wasn't a battle maniac. If others didn't find trouble with him, he naturally wouldn't make a move. However, if there was really someone who was blind enough to make a move on him, then all the rules would be meaningless. Lin Xian wouldn't lose out. After spending nearly half a day, the two of them finally saw a city. Thus, they quickly landed and inquired about it. In the end, they confirmed their location and bought a map of the north region before they left. Violet Cloud City was very famous in the north region. Almost everyone knew about it because there was a very famous Violet Cloud Palace in Violet Cloud City. The Violet Cloud Palace was only a very huge palace. There were even some that were bigger than it. However, none of them were more famous than it. This was because the metal used to build the Violet Cloud Palace was too magical and unique. It was the extremely precious Violet Cloud Cold Steel. This was a very precious metal, and it was even a material used to refine earth-rank treasures. However, someone actually used such a precious metal to build a palace, and an extremely huge one at that. One could imagine how shocking this was. Moreover, the person who built the palace wasn't an ordinary person at all, because ordinary people wouldn't be so generous. Even if they had the heart, they wouldn't be able to take out so much Violet Cloud Cold Steel. The builder of the Violet Cloud Palace was a clan of the ancients. The Gu clan. That's right, it was the Gu clan. The eastern wasteland was very big. The eastern region was the territory of the Wavering Light's sacred land, and the north region was the headquarters of the Gu clan. Of course, other than the Gu clan, there were other peerless sects and sacred lands. However, the Gu clan had produced a great emperor, so their foundation could be said to be very powerful, shocking everyone. After more than 10 days of flying, Lin Xian and Lu Mingyu finally arrived above Violet Cloud City. Looking from afar, there was a huge city on the vast land. Moreover, this city was very strange. It was like a purple cloud that had descended on the land. What a strange city! Lin Xian narrowed his eyes in the sky. Even without the Violet Cloud Palace, this city alone was enough to be famous. The reason for that was because the city was simply too mysterious. Lu Mingyu also exclaimed, "I've been here once, but I didn't expect to see this Violet Cloud City now. I'm still shocked." It's indeed very majestic. No wonder it's so famous. Lin Xian also laughed loudly. Let's go down. Then, his body swayed and fell down like a meteorite. Lu Mingyu also floated and followed behind. Although Violet Cloud City looked small from the sky, Lin Xian became more and more amazed as they descended. The reason for that was because the city was simply too vast. It occupied an area of tens of thousands of miles. It was definitely a huge city. After entering Violet Cloud City, Lin Xian saw people coming and going on the streets. Powerful martial artists could be seen everywhere. It seemed that Violet Cloud City was not only vast, but there were also countless experts. It should be a place where martial artists like to gather. Let's go to the Violet Cloud Palace. Lu Mingyue's expression was calm. She took a deep breath and walked forward. Since they had come to Violet Cloud City, they had to go to the Violet Cloud Palace. Otherwise, it would be a wasted trip. Lin Xian's face was calm and a smile hung on the corner of his mouth. He followed behind Lu Mingyu and looked around from time to time. However, not long after, he narrowed his eyes. This was because he had already discovered that there was a huge palace in front of him. The palace was completely purple and emitted a faint light that surrounded it. On the walls, there were even purple clouds that appeared as if they were real clouds. Is this the Violet Cloud Palace? It's so magnificent! Lin Xian was extremely amazed. This was because he knew that the Violet Cloud Palace was made of violet cloud cold iron. Its value could be said to be priceless. The Gu family was really generous. They were willing to use such precious metal to build such a huge city. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. The clan of the ancients is really rich. It's so wasteful. It's not wasteful at all, Lu Mingyu said calmly. After all these years of business, the Gu family had already recouped their capital. And they had made a lot of money. Chapter 1825. What? It's actually breaking even! Lin Xian was shocked. He knew the price of the purple cloud cold steel. The amount of purple cloud cold steel needed to build such a huge palace was shocking. Perhaps only the clan of the ancients could afford it. The closer they got to the purple cloud palace, the more they could feel its magnificent aura. When Lin Xian was enveloped by the multicolored light, he felt a warm feeling in his body. In front of them, there were two huge purple doors. They were like two door gods. They were filled with a magnificent aura. At the entrance, there was an endless stream of people coming and going. After Lu Mingyue's brief introduction, Lin Xian knew that the expenses here were shocking. Even a casual meal was probably not something an ordinary King Realm expert could afford. One would have to spend a lot of money to be able to afford it. If one wanted to have a good meal, even the smaller sects would not be able to afford it. One would have to be extremely wealthy to be able to afford it. Of course, as long as one had money and resources, one would not have to worry about not being able to find what one wanted here. Natural treasures, cultivation techniques, divine weapons, peerless beauties. As long as you have money and divine gems, you can get it all here. When Lin Xian and Lu Mingyu arrived at the entrance of the palace, they could even see the splendor and extravagance of the palace inside. It was indeed a paradise on earth. However, ordinary people would not be able to afford it, Lin Xian said as he strode forward. There were some guards at the entrance. They were all kings. Their main task was to collect the entrance fee. 500 divine gems per person. Just the entrance fee alone would make the Gu clan a huge profit. This amount of divine gems was nothing to Lin Xian and Lu Mingyu. Therefore, the two of them paid it easily. After entering the palace, Lin Xian exclaimed in surprise. This was because he realized that this place was even more spacious than he had imagined. He could not see the end of it. This was a real palace. Truly majestic and luxurious. The ones he had seen in the past were too small. The entire palace was divided into many areas. High up in the sky, there were stars that were refined from extremely precious crystals. There were even some flying beasts flying in the sky, adding to the celestial aura. In the distance, there were mountains and rivers, as well as a few spiritual springs that emitted tinkling sounds. How was this a hall? This was clearly a paradise on earth. On the other side, there was singing and dancing. There were even two peerless beauties in blue and red who were playing the zither. The sound of the zither was melodious and pleasing to the ear. It could even stir up the spiritual energy in one's body. Even further away, there were sounds of intense collisions. Saber lights and sword shadows were extremely intense. Clearly, there were people fighting. That was not a place to cause trouble or break the rules. Instead, it was a place specially opened up for cultivators to fight. It could be said that the entire hall had everything that one could wish for. It was definitely a money-squandering den. How about it? Do you want to find two beauties to accompany you? Lu Mingyu asked indifferently. It's enough to have you by my side. What's wrong? Is there a beauty more beautiful than you here? Lin Xian laughed. At the same time, his eyes swept across Lu Mingyue's body. Feeling Lin Xian's gaze, Lu Mingyue's body tensed up. At the same time, she snorted coldly and did not reply. After a while, she said coldly, "Let's go. However, I have to remind you that I might fight with someone later. I've been so angry these past few days. If I don't vent it out, I'm afraid it will affect my martial heart." As she spoke, there was a trace of biting cold murderous intent in her voice. Indeed, ever since she was captured by Lin Xian in the Tilted Moon mystic world and treated as a maid, Lu Mingyu had been mad with anger. Especially after she came out, she was even more desperate. Originally, she thought that she could be protected by the sect. However, she did not expect that even the sect wanted to kill her. Therefore, over the past few days, her heart was filled with a lot of murderous intent. Now that there was a battle area, she was afraid that when the time came, she would have to find some people to fight to vent the anger in her heart. That's up to you. Even if you turn this place upside down, I won't care. Of course, the prerequisite is that you don't get recognized. Otherwise, if someone catches you and takes you back to the All Beginnings Holy Land, it won't be fun anymore. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Then, he spent a large amount of money to buy some exquisite food. Then, he arrived at an open space and sat down cross-legged. As he drank, he enjoyed the singing and dancing, as well as the beautiful sound of the zither. The area he chose was very good. Not only could he see the singing and dancing, he could also see the intense battle on the other side. However, the only downside was that the price was too high. Even Lin Xian felt a bit of heartache. As for Lu Mingyu, she simply sat there and did not pay any attention to the singing and dancing. Her gaze was completely focused on the battle area. The battle area was very vast. Furthermore, it was supported by spirit formations. It was large enough for king-level cultivators to fight there. Furthermore, it would not affect others. Only the Purple Cloud Palace dared to do such a thing. If it were any other place, the entire city would have been destroyed long ago. Lu Mingyu was finally unable to bear it anymore. She spent a large amount of money to purchase the right to participate in the battle. Then, she stepped onto the stage. Oh my, it's actually a beauty! When the surrounding warriors saw this scene, they all cheered excitedly. Many of them even laughed, attracting the attention of the people around them. That was because it was not that women could not become powerhouses. It was just that those who fought here were generally battle maniacs. Most of them were men. Moreover, the fact that a woman had stepped onto the stage naturally made them even more excited. From the looks of it, she's a beauty. Her figure is very perfect. Unfortunately, she's wearing a mask on her face. I can't see clearly. Trust me, this kind of woman must be of the highest quality. Brothers, hurry up and attack. If you can conquer her with force, she might follow you home wholeheartedly. Laughter could be heard. Clearly, many people had their eyes on Lu Mingyu. I'll do it! With a long howl, a man in a black short-sleeved shirt stepped onto the stage. This person looked a little wretched. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, his triangular eyes stared at Lu Mingyue's body and kept scanning her. Humph! Feeling the other party's wretched gaze, Lu Mingyu snorted coldly. She was already furious and wanted to vent her anger. Now that someone was so blind that he dared to hit the muzzle of her gun, she could not be blamed. Boom! She waved her jade-like palm, and a terrifying light transformed into a huge jade palm that fiercely blasted forward. Boom! An earth-shattering collision sounded, and the wretched man was directly sent flying. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They could not believe it. To be honest, although they were interested in Lu Mingyu, and many people even had designs on her. However, these people thought that Lu Mingyu was not strong at all. Any one of them could defeat her. Chapter 1826. Her opponent's palm strike was simply too powerful. It had actually sent the black-clothed man flying with ease. One must know that the black-clothed man was a 5-star king. What kind of strength did she possess to be able to send a 5-star king flying with a single punch? Perhaps only a 6-star king would be able to accomplish such a feat for a time. Many people shut their mouths. That was because their strength was comparable to that black-clothed man's. In fact, they were even weaker than him. Originally, they had dared to tease Lu Mingyu because they believed that she was weak. But now, she was so powerful that they didn't dare to do it again. If they were targeted by her, they wouldn't be able to escape or resist. Therefore, the surroundings became much quieter. However, more and more people were spectating. They all wanted to see exactly how powerful Lu Mingyu was. She's a fierce person. I wonder where such a beautiful, strong woman came from? I really want to see her face under the mask. I wonder who will be able to lift it and let us feast our eyes. Haha, her strength is pretty good. Beauty, come home with me. I guarantee that you'll enjoy a lifetime of happiness. Another loud laughter was heard. Hearing this, the crowd turned their heads one after another, trying to find the person who had spoken. Since he dared to speak so arrogantly, he was definitely very powerful. He was at least a 6-star king. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to speak like this. Sure enough, in the next instant, they locked onto a person. It was a man in his 30s. He had a tall and sturdy build. Although his appearance was ordinary, his eyes were emitting resplendent light. Moreover, what shocked the crowd even more was that his cultivation had reached the level of a 6-star king. Expert! He's definitely an expert! The crowd cried out in alarm. The king before them was much stronger than the black-clothed man from before. As for Lin Xian, who was watching the battle from afar, he shook his head slightly. He knew how powerful Lu Mingyu was. She was extremely powerful, and wasn't much weaker than him. More importantly, she was currently in a fit of anger. She probably wouldn't show any mercy when she attacked. Even a 6-star king wouldn't be able to block her furious attack. Sure enough, when Lu Mingyu heard the laughter, she immediately frowned and coldly said, "You speak too much nonsense." After saying this, she directly attacked. Lu Mingyu didn't use her primal chaos chi or primal chaos light. She didn't even use any martial techniques of the All Beginnings Holy Land. She didn't want others to recognize her. Although she did not use any primal chaos martial arts, as an outstanding genius disciple, she had many cultivation techniques. Many of them were mysterious skills that he had obtained from the ancient ruins. Now that he had unleashed them, their might was incomparably terrifying. Lu Mingyu quickly formed a seal with her jade-like hands, forming a blue bell in front of her. Then, she shook it quickly. Clang! Clang! A crisp sound rang out, and blue ripples surged out from the bell like waves of the sea. It spread out in all directions. Pung pung pung! The terrifying sound waves pierced through the void. Even though everyone was in a safe place, they still felt a chill run down their spines. What? To be honest, that 6-star King Realm expert's expression also changed. Because this blue bell was really too strange, it made him feel a sense of trepidation. 1. The blue sound wave was extremely terrifying, and it instantly arrived before the 6-star King Realm expert. The 6-star King snorted coldly. Although he was shocked by the blue sound waves, he couldn't run away. As a 6-star king, he had his own pride. In the next moment, he stretched out both his palms, and a dazzling light formed a purple shield in front of him. The purple shield was as big as a house, and light constantly flowed on it, emitting bursts of purple light to block the blue sound wave. Boom! 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 A violent collision sound rang out as the purple shield and the blue sound wave collided. Instantly, a huge explosion occurred in the void. Countless waves of air rolled like waves, crashing in all directions. The entire area was also covered in a dazzling light. Poof! Crack! Crack! The purple light shield shattered in an instant. It was cut into pieces by the blue sound wave. Not only that, but the blue sound wave also blasted the 6-star King Realm expert, causing him to vomit blood and fly backward. Even a 6-star King Realm expert was defeated? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Because this was really too unbelievable. Who exactly is that person? How can she be so powerful? Even a 6-star King Realm expert is no match for her. Moreover, she looks very young, which makes them even more suspicious. Could she be a genius disciple of some sacred ground? Thinking of this, everyone discussed spiritedly, trying to find out Lu Mingyue's identity. However, they couldn't figure it out at all. Oh, not bad. Looks like she's a little chilly. I like her. At this moment, another sneer was heard. In the distance, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. It seemed that another ignorant person was about to make a move. How could there be so many people in the world who were so full of themselves? The crowd dispersed, and a young man in his mid-20s walked out. He was wearing a white robe, and he looked quite dashing. However, he was very arrogant when he addressed Lu Mingyu. Little girl, I'll play with you. However, do you dare to make a bet with me? If you lose, you'll obediently be my woman. You're courting death. Lu Mingyu shouted, and a cold light appeared in her eyes. In the next moment, she quickly attacked. The blue bell in front of her bloomed with light, forming blue ripples that rushed forward. You're really hot-tempered. However, I like this type. The young man in white laughed loudly. Then, he pulled out a long saber and slashed forward. Buzz! With a slash of the saber, a dazzling saber ray descended from the sky like a waterfall. It even lit up the entire sky. Boom! At that moment, the cold saber blade cut through the blue ripples and even hit the bell directly, splitting it apart. He actually succeeded! This young man is an expert! When the crowd saw this scene, they exclaimed in surprise. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He did not expect that there would be someone who could compete with Lu Mingyu. It seemed that the North region was indeed full of outstanding people. This young man should be from the Liang family. He's actually from the Liang family. No wonder he's so powerful. Yes, although the Liang family is not a clan of the ancients, it's still an extremely large family in the North region. Their status is not inferior to that of the great sections. Discussions broke out. Obviously, the Liang family was also one of the top forces in the North region. Haha, little girl, did you hear that? I'm a genius disciple of the Liang family. Come back with me, and I guarantee that you'll enjoy a lifetime of glory and wealth. Noisy! Lu Mingyu snorted coldly and attacked again. She waved her jade-like hand, and immediately, a dazzling red light surged from her body. A terrifying palm shadow shot out, accompanied by a red phoenix that descended from the sky. For a moment, the red light covered the sky and swept in all directions. Chapter 1827. Seeing this scene, the surrounding warriors' expressions changed because they realized that the other party's strength had increased again. Compared to the blue bell from before, it was much stronger. Could it be that this girl was hiding her strength before? Everyone was shocked and did not dare to imagine. Even the white-clothed young man was stunned. He naturally felt the change in the energy, and his expression immediately became extremely solemn. The long saber flashed and turned into a stream of light that slashed forward. A terrifying light spread out in all directions. Boom! In the next moment, the red phoenix collided with the saber light that filled the sky. An intense collision occurred, and the energy spread out in all directions. Instantly, the array was activated and formed a light screen that protected the surroundings. Lin Xian watched the battle from afar and nodded slightly at this scene. It seemed that this white-clothed youth's strength was not bad. He was also an extremely powerful existence among the 6 Star Kings. Liang family! Lin Xian muttered. Obviously, this was a powerful family. Otherwise, they would not have such a genius disciple like this white-clothed youth. However, although he was surprised, Lin Xian was not worried at all because he knew Lu Mingyue's strength. A battle of this level was not enough to defeat Lu Mingyu. As expected, the flaming phoenix and the saber light collided in the air, and then disappeared together. However, at this moment, a bright light appeared in Lu Mingyue's palm again. It was like a divine rainbow that illuminated the surroundings. This was a long sword. It was as red as the sun and emitted powerful energy. As soon as it appeared, the entire void trembled violently. Whoosh! With a swing of the sword, a terrifying sword light soared into the sky and slashed forward ruthlessly. Pun! The white-clothed youth's expression changed drastically. He kept swinging his snow-white saber and quickly counterattacked. The saber light did not stop, and it carried an extremely cold aura. Even the surrounding space was covered in blue frost. In the sky, snowflakes were falling. On one side was fire, and on the other side was ice. The two opposing forces collided in the air. Little girl, your strength has exceeded my expectations. But do you think you can defeat me like this? You're too naive. Come home with me obediently. The white-clothed youth sneered. Blue light burst out around him. An endless cold aura spread out. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were cold. His entire being was like an icy war monarch, emitting a powerful aura. The long saber in his hand swept out. You're courting death. Don't blame me. Lu Mingyue's expression was ice-cold. She was already furious to begin with. Now that the other party was provoking her again and again, it made her even angrier. Therefore, in the next moment, a trace of killing intent appeared in her eyes. She displayed a powerful martial art, preparing to get rid of the person in front of her. Kill! Lu Mingyu shouted. Her expression was unusually cold and murderous. In the next moment, she waved her jade-like hands and the energy in her body continued to accumulate. Then, a fiery red half-moon light formed above her head. Vacuum Scarlet Moon Slash! With a wave of her jade-like hand, a red arc was drawn. That half-moon arc was like a full moon, directly tearing apart the void. Boom! The saber light that filled the sky was torn apart in an instant. The terrifying red light enveloped the surroundings and instantly hit the white-robed youth. Puff! The white-clothed youth widened his eyes in disbelief because his body had been cut in half. Impossible! I'm a genius! He opened his mouth wide and struggled madly, but blood continued to gush out. He did not believe that anyone could kill him. How dare the other party kill him? Wasn't the other party afraid of the Liang family's revenge? Plop! The white-clothed youth fell to the ground, his blood staining the ground red. As for the red half-moon, it quickly disappeared from the sky. Killed! The young master of the Liang family was killed! The crowd was shocked and could not believe it. One should know that the white-clothed youth was a disciple of the Liang family. Moreover, judging by his strength, he was definitely a genius disciple. Such a person was highly valued in the Liang family, but now, he was killed. The Liang family would definitely be furious. Moreover, the Liang family was one of the top forces in the North region. They would definitely not let the matter rest. Sure enough, when they saw this scene, 2 middle-aged men immediately rushed over. They came to the front and took away the white-clothed youth's body. Then, they stared at Lu Mingyu. Damn Demonis, how dare you kill our young master? You're dead meat. Just you wait, the Liang family will definitely not let you off. Apart from the two of them, there were 2 other figures who left quickly. It seemed that they should have reported to the Liang family and called for reinforcements. Humph! He only has himself to blame. Lu Mingyu snorted coldly. After killing the white-clothed youth, The resentment and killing intent in her was obviously released by a lot. However, Lin Xian frowned slightly. He did not expect Lu Mingyu to kill the other party directly. This surprised him a little. One should know that when he came previously, the other party repeatedly warned him to try his best not to cause trouble. But now, before he did anything, the other party killed the other party herself. Sigh, how much resentment did this chick accumulate? Lin Xian shook his head slightly. Since the person was already killed, he could not say anything more. He could only wait for the right time to react. If worse came to worst, he could wait until he obtained the Khanate Purple Thunderstone and leave the North region completely. No matter how powerful the Liang family was, they could not have such great power. Humph! Who else? In front, Lu Mingyu looked around and said coldly. Although she had released most of her killing intent, she had not released all of it. She had to fight a few more rounds to get rid of all the resentment in her heart. Only then could she be free of all worries. Chick, you've got guts. You even dared to kill the Liang family. Someone like you is worthy of my attack. At this moment, a deep voice sounded. What? Someone actually attacked? The surrounding people exclaimed in disbelief. One should know that even the Liang family's genius was killed. One could imagine Lu Mingyu's strength. But even so, someone still attacked. Who is it? How can he be so confident? In the next moment, everyone looked over. Even Lin Xian turned his head curiously. Soon, a smile appeared on his face. In front, a burly youth walked out from the crowd. He was tall like a god of war. His entire body was filled with explosive power. People from the Four Symbols Sacred Grounds! Many people exclaimed. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He did not expect to meet people from the Four Symbols Sacred Grounds here. But then, he heard the discussion around him, and understood. It turned out that the Four Symbols Sacred Grounds headquarters was also in the North region. Lin Xian greeted the Four Symbols Sacred Grounds many times. Previously, in the Tilted Moon Mystic World, he had killed the genius martial artist Ouyang Feng of the Four Symbols Sacred Grounds. Chapter 1828. However, Lin Xian was not worried at all. As long as the Four Symbols Sacred Grounds did not come in person, Lu Mingyu could handle it. Indeed, Lu Mingyu's strength had reached the level of a holy maiden reserve and was only slightly weaker than a true saint. As for the others, she could handle them. Therefore, even if Lu Mingyu could not use the chaotic qi, she could still defeat the Four Symbols Sacred Grounds cultivator. However, the others did not know this. When the burly youth from the Four Symbols Sacred Grounds appeared, the surrounding crowd was excited. That was because the Four Symbols Sacred Grounds were peerless sacred grounds. Moreover, they had great influence in the North region. They also recognized the burly youth. He was one of the strongest in the Four Symbols Sacred Grounds. His name was Han Shan. Four Symbols Sacred Grounds? Very good. They are worthy of my attention. Lu Mingyu shouted and waved her hand. She was no stranger to the Four Symbols Sacred Grounds. Previously, she and Ouyang Feng were allies. Therefore, Lu Mingyu had her own way of dealing with the Four Symbols Sacred Grounds cultivators. That was to use softness to overcome strength. The Four Symbols Sacred Grounds walked the path of strength and were abnormally violent. Sure enough, Han Shan let out a long roar and waved his fists. Then, a huge golden elephant rushed out. Boom! 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 The void trembled violently, unable to withstand the power. A terrifying energy wave accompanied the huge golden elephant and surged towards Lu Mingyu. Lu Mingyu waved her hand and the spiritual energy in the sky condensed into a red chain that lashed out. Swish! The red chain rapidly expanded and collided with each other, producing crisp sounds. It was like a long flaming dragon that spiraled forward. Boom! In the next moment, the red chain wrapped around the huge golden elephant and spiraled with force. Ka! 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 The red chain completely transformed into a flaming dragon and produced a shocking sound. The sky full of sparks condensed, and finally, the golden giant elephant was completely bound and refined. What? She can actually block it! This was too unbelievable. When the surrounding cultivators saw this scene, they were all extremely shocked. This was simply too unbelievable. The Four Symbols Sacred Grounds cultivators were known for their ferocity and strength. Very few people of the same level could withstand such terrifying strength. Very few 6-star kings would be able to withstand that kind of terrifying power. But now, the mysterious woman had caught it with ease. This was too unbelievable. Who exactly are you? Even the genius cultivator from the Four Symbols Sacred Grounds, Han Shan, was shocked as he looked in front of him. To be honest, he was too shocked because the other party's strength exceeded his expectations. She was actually able to withstand his attack so easily. Humph! Lu Mingyu coldly snorted. Don't think that you're so great just because you're strong. There's a technique in the world called using softness to overcome hardness. Using softness for strength. The surrounding cultivators were all shocked. It was easy to say, and they understood the logic as well. However, it was really too difficult to put it into practice. Because the cultivators from the Four Symbols Sacred Grounds have a terrifying strength. Using softness to defeat Colonel. Need use Mingyu S and Lu loses Lu as well. For Yu I. For Lin for the symbols. The genius martial artist from the Four Symbols Holy Grounds, Han Shanren, snorted coldly. Light blossomed from his body as a pair of golden gloves appeared on his fists. The resplendent brilliance illuminated the entire space. Earth rank artifact! Everyone exclaimed in surprise when they saw the shiny golden gloves. That young man was already very strong. With the addition of the Earth rank artifact gloves, his strength would increase tremendously. It would reach an unimaginable level. Earth rank artifact? Lu Mingyue's voice was cold. She then snorted. I have one too. One. A set of silver armor appeared from her body. A silvery white light illuminated the void of space, completely enveloping her petite figure. Not only that, but a silver whip appeared in his hand. It was like a silver snake that was unusually agile. It's useless. Stop struggling and come back with me. Han Shan grinned. He stomped his foot and turned into a bolt of lightning, leaving a series of afterimages in the air as he charged over. This speed was extremely fast. Moreover, it formed a terrifying explosion that caused the entire void to split apart rapidly. Boom! He punched out. Golden light shone in the air and enveloped Lu Mingyu. Lu Mingyue's eyes turned cold. The silver whip in her hand turned into a silver spear that pierced through the air. Pooh! The silver light rushed out like a silver dragon and pierced through the golden light. Then, Lu Mingyu escaped from the golden fist. In the next moment, she waved her long whip and it turned into a sky full of silver light that shrouded the area in front of her. Boom, boom, boom! There was a violent collision. Then, the silver light collided with Yu Man's fist and caused a huge explosion. The air was torn apart in an instant. The momentum was terrifying. The surrounding kings all looked quite shocked because this power made their hearts tremble. Boom! Another loud sound rang out as countless cracks appeared on the golden light that filled the sky. The silver light penetrated through the cracks and viciously smashed onto Han Shan's body. Pooh! Pooh! Blood spurted out. Han Shan roared and retreated. What happened? The surrounding warriors were shocked when they saw the scene. They looked forward. In the next moment, they gasped. Han Shan's clothes were torn and his arms were covered with bloody scars. There was still a silver light on it. It was obvious that he had been injured by the whip just now. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Then, they stared at Lu Mingyu in disbelief. Who is this woman? Isn't she too strong? She can injure Han Shan so easily? I'm not dreaming, am I? Exclamations came one after another. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Lin Xian was calm because this was similar to what he had expected. In front, Han Shan's face was unusually gloomy. He gritted his teeth and his eyes were full of killing intent. But in the end, he held back and did not attack. That was because the previous whip had given him too much shock. Even now, he still had lingering fear in his heart. If the other party's strength had been just a little bit stronger, then his arms would have been crippled by now. And until now, he had no way to deal with that soft silver whip. So, this battle could not be fought. Girl, I'll remember you. What's your name? Han Shan asked. Lu Mingyu said coldly. Losers have no right to know my name. Humph. Chapter 1829. To be honest, he was too ashamed to stay here. The crowd automatically opened up a path for Han Shan to leave. Then, they quickly gathered around and looked at Lu Mingyu with excitement. This woman is too powerful. I wonder which force she's from? Why do I feel like she's already at the saintess level? It's not that exaggerated. Have you seen a real saintess? That's too terrifying. I think she's at most a reserve saintess level. Maybe. But she's too powerful. I wonder if anyone can suppress her? Everyone discussed. However, at that moment, a cold shout came from afar. Who is it? How dare you kill a disciple of the Liang family? Get over here and die! Hearing that voice, everyone's hearts raced and they all turned to look. Behind them, a group of people fiercely walked over. That's the Liang family. They're here for revenge. That woman is in trouble. I wonder if she can withstand the Liang family's anger? It's hard to say. It depends on who the Liang family sends. If it's an ordinary warrior, he might not be able to threaten that woman. But if the Liang family's young masters come, that woman will be in danger. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. Then he frowned. Because he felt a few powerful auras in the crowd. They seemed to be approaching Lu Mingyu. If those people attacked together, Lu Mingyu would not be able to resist. After all, no matter how powerful she was, she would not be able to withstand the attacks of so many powerhouses. When the time came, he would have to help. However, he quickly realized that there was no need to worry about that. Because he learned from others that this place could not be bullied by numbers. Only one-on-one battles were allowed. If someone forced themselves to cause trouble here, they would be killed by the Purple Cloud Palace's enforcers. Even a force like the Liang family did not dare to act rashly. However, if they left the Purple Cloud Palace, even if they fought fiercely, the Purple Cloud Palace would not care. After learning of this rule, Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. From the looks of it, Lu Mingyu was not in too much danger. Lu Mingyu looked at the group of people and her eyes flashed. A cold light appeared on her body. She did not expect the Liang family to come so soon. However, she was not afraid at all. After all, the other party was the one who provoked her first. On the other side, the Liang family was indeed incomparably furious. When they learned that their genius disciple had been killed, they were all stunned. Because they didn't believe that someone would dare make a move against their Liang clan. Therefore, very quickly, all the warriors in the Purple Cloud City rushed over. They wanted to kill the murderer for revenge. As for the surrounding warriors, they quickly dispersed and made way for a large open space. They didn't dare to offend the Liang family. Whoosh! Those martial artists of the Liang family came to the battle area. Each of them was seething with killing intent as they stared at Lu Mingyu. You are the one who did it! Who are you? How dare you attack our Liang clan? Are you tired of living? Surrender obediently, and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll let you know the consequences of offending the Liang family. Humph! Hearing these words, Lin Xian coldly snorted, his expression abnormally cold. It was your Liang clan's people who provoked me first. I was only passively retaliating. His skills were inferior, so he deserved to be killed. Moreover, I'm enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. Otherwise, I don't know how many innocent girls will be harmed. You're courting death. How dare you! Presumptuous! The Liang clan warriors were furious. She dared to be so arrogant, and refused to admit her crimes. This made them extremely furious. Little girl, since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, don't blame us. Humph, what's so great about your Liang clan? Come at me together if you have the ability. Lu Mingyue's expression was cold. Quickly release your aura. The Liang clan people were so angry that they gritted their teeth. To be honest, they really wanted to attack together and get rid of her. However, they didn't dare to do so at all. After all, they knew the rules of the Purple Cloud City. If they wanted to attack, they had to spend a large sum of money to purchase the right to fight. Otherwise, if they attacked here, they would be courting death. Don't think that the rules of the Purple Cloud Palace can trap us. Let me tell you, any expert we send out can kill you. I'll kill her. Another young man walked out from the Liang clan crowd. What? It's him. Someone in the crowd exclaimed when they saw the young man. Who is he? Don't you know? He's the fourth young master of the Liang clan. People call him the fourth young master of the Liang clan. Fourth young master of the Liang clan. He's going to attack. Shouts could be heard. Obviously, everyone had heard of this young man's name. Therefore, when they saw him attack, they were extremely shocked. The fourth young master of the Liang clan strode over with an unusually cold expression. He spent money to purchase a spot in the battle and came to the battle area to confront Lu Mingyu. I'll give you one last chance. Kill yourself. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The fourth young master of the Liang clan said coldly. Lu Mingyu snorted coldly. You talk too much nonsense. If you have the ability, kill me. If you don't, then you can only be killed. Stubborn. Hearing Lu Mingyue's words, the fourth young master of the Liang clan's expression darkened. Then, he took a step forward and raised his finger. A sharp sword aura pierced through the void and stabbed forward. Since the other party didn't know what was good for her, he could only kill her personally. He would let everyone know that the Liang clan was not to be provoked. On the opposite side, the silver armor on Lu Mingyue's body flashed, forming balls of silver light that rushed out of her body and condensed in front. Clang! In the next moment, the sword aura slashed on the silver light and caused a violent tremor. However, the silver light blocked the sword aura in the end. Energy rolled and swept in all directions. A terrifying aura spread out like a tide. Fortunately, there was a defensive array here. Otherwise, the aftermath of the energy would be enough to destroy the entire hall. Humph, the fourth young master of the Liang clan? That's all there is to it. Lu Mingyu sneered. You're courting death. The fourth young master of the Liang clan was furious. As the fourth young master of the Liang clan, he was powerful and had never been looked down upon. In the next moment, a terrifying aura rose from his body and countless rays of light scattered in all directions. Rays of sword aura rushed out like rainbows and swept toward Lu Mingyu. The long sword was extremely sharp and emitted a terrifying murderous aura that chilled one to the bone. Kill! With a roar, the fourth young master of the Liang clan was unstoppable like the god of death. What a terrifying sword technique! When the surrounding people saw this scene, they all exclaimed. Meanwhile, Lin Xian was drinking while watching the battle. The sword technique was indeed not bad. No wonder he was so arrogant. However, no matter how powerful the fourth young master of the Liang clan was, he was still weaker than Lu Mingyu. Therefore, Lin Xian was not worried. Chapter 1830. However, no matter how strong fourth young master Liang was, he was still weaker than Lu Mingyu. Therefore, Lin Xian was not worried. What he really paid attention to was the few elders of the Liang family. He could feel that their auras were too strong. If those people attacked, Lu Mingyu would not be able to handle it. In front of him, Lu Mingyu waved the silver whip in her hand and swept it forward. Clang! 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 The two terrifying attacks collided in the air and made earth-shattering sounds. At the same time, blue ice needles appeared in Lu Mingyue's left hand. They were extremely cold and pierced forward. This was an assassination technique that was extremely terrifying. It arrived in front of fourth young master Liang in an instant. 3 blue-silver needles pierced toward fourth young master Liang's 3 vital points. If he was hit, he would be severely injured even though he was a 6-star king. Get lost! Fourth young Master Liang roared as a cold light flashed in his eyes. A terrifying energy erupted from his body and swept around. The entire space trembled. Buzz! A terrifying sword chi rushed out from his body and quickly blocked the 3 terrifying ice needles. Not only that, but he also charged toward Lu Mingyu. His speed was so fast that many kings around could not see him clearly. Buzz! A sharp sword light slashed toward Lu Mingyu. As for Lu Mingyu, she quickly retreated like a feather, incomparably agile. Seeing that his attack did not hit her, fourth young Master Liang sneered and pointed his sword forward. Girl, I have to say that your strength is indeed beyond my expectations. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant and kill people of the Liang family. However, this bit of strength of yours is simply not enough to look at in front of me. Therefore, I advise you to surrender obediently. As he spoke, fourth young Master Liang's expression was cold as a vast energy erupted from his body. At this moment, fourth young Master Liang was like a god of war. He was extremely terrifying. His aura was like a mountain that pressed down on everyone's hearts, making it hard for them to breathe. Lu Mingyue's beautiful face changed, but no one could see it because she was wearing a mask. Soon, she regained her composure. Fourth young Master Liang is indeed powerful. However, it's a pity that you are not my match. If your first young master came, he might be able to fight me. But you are not qualified at all. Hearing this, everyone was shocked, while fourth young Master Liang's face darkened completely. The eldest young master that the other party spoke of was the Liang clan's #1 genius. His strength was incomparably terrifying, and he was even comparable to those saints and saintesses. And now, they were actually boasting shamelessly that only their big brother would be able to fight against them. And he, the fourth young Master Liang, was not qualified at all. This kind of disregard made fourth young Master Liang extremely angry. Wang! A cold light sword quickly slashed down, and the cold sword light soared into the sky. This sword was extremely sharp, and it slashed towards Lu Mingyu. Lu Mingyu shouted as the silver armor on her body shone brightly, forming rays of silver light that circled around her. At this moment she was like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world, carrying with her incomparable holiness and coldness. She waved her jade-like hands, forming a dazzling light wave that turned into a misty light palm that slammed forward. This energy seemed weak, but it was filled with killing intent. Soon it collided with the cold sword light. Pun! The two collided, and the sound was very low, as if a rusty iron sword had collided in the air. Numerous cracks rapidly appeared on the terrifying chilling light sword rippled before it exploded with a loud bang. Using softness to overcome strength again. Lu Mingyu had used this technique to the acme of perfection, and she easily neutralized the terrifying sword light. Not only that, the water-like light palm quickly attacked fourth young Master Liang. Poof! Fourth young Master Liang's body was like a ghost, and he kept dodging, but in the end, he was still hit by the palm. Immediately his body kept retreating. His face was pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. This palm was extremely soft, and it caused him internal injuries. You! Fourth young Master Liang was furious. His eyes were cold as he stared at Lu Mingyu. To be honest, he was too shocked. This was because he did not expect that the other party's technique was so strange that it could hurt him. The surrounding martial artists were also in an uproar. Using softness to overcome strength again. She had practiced this technique to such a level. Where did this woman come from? She's too strong. Even fourth young Master Liang is no match for her? Looks like she really has the combat power of a saintess. Yeah, fourth young Master Liang is no match for her. I'm afraid that even the third or second young master might not be a match for this woman. Maybe only the eldest young master of the Liang family can fight against this mysterious woman. Indeed, the eldest young master of the Liang family was extremely strong. It was rumored that he already had the combat power of a saint. If he were to fight, there would be no mistakes. In an instant, the surrounding martial artists were discussing. It was obvious. The eldest young master of the Liang family was very strong, and the surrounding martial artists agreed with him. At this moment, a martial artist continued. Indeed, although the saints and saintesses are the peak of the younger generation in the eastern wilderness. But other than the peerless sacred grounds, the great sects, and the clans of the ancients, there are a few other young people whose combat power has reached the peak. The eldest young master of the Liang family should be one of them. No, I think this mysterious woman in front of us should also have the combat power of a saintess. Hearing this, the crowd nodded slightly. Lu Mingyu had defeated powerful opponents one after another, and displayed unparalleled strength. Thus, the crowd classified her as a peak combat power. Have you heard? In the eastern wilderness, there's a youth called Lin Xian. He seems to be very strong. Indeed, it's rumored that he's being hunted down by the Wavering Light Holy Land. Even now, he's still able to get away with it. Not only that, I heard that Lin Xian displayed extremely strong combat power in the oblique moon mystic world. He's not any weaker than the Wavering Light Holy Sun. What? He can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Wavering Light Holy Sun? Could it be that he also has the combat power of a saint? Hearing this, the surrounding martial artists were in an uproar. However, someone in the crowd sneered. What saint? That brat isn't that powerful. Not that powerful? Impossible. I heard that he captured a genius disciple of the All Beginnings Holy Land and even forced the All Beginnings Holy Land to change the candidate for saintess. It's not that exaggerated. That brat must have used some despicable method. Moreover, his cultivation isn't high. He's only a 4-star king. How can such a person stand shoulder to shoulder with the Wavering Light Holy Sun? Indeed, it's just a rumor. It's all exaggerated. His true combat power is definitely weak. Chapter 1831. The crowd was discussing. Clearly, they had only heard rumors about Lin Xian's combat strength, and most of them did not believe it. However, they did not know that the person they were talking about, Lin Xian, was right beside them at this moment. However, Lin Xian had used a disguise technique, so no one noticed. Lu Mingyue's expression was gloomy, and her aura was very unstable. It turned into a terrifying murderous aura that shot into the sky. That was because the people around her were not only talking about Lin Xian, but they were also talking about her. Every time she thought about how she had been captured by Lin Xian and lost her qualifications as saintess, Lu Mingyu felt a burst of madness. Therefore, in the next moment, she screamed, and her aura suddenly erupted. The silver whip burst forth with incomparably bright light. Like a silver dragon, it shot forth. Boom! The silver figure crashed into fourth young Master Liang and sent him flying once again. This time, fourth young Master Liang's injuries were even more serious. Fourth young Master! Young Master! Exclamations came one after another. The Liang family warriors at the back exclaimed. They were extremely shocked when they saw this scene. They did not expect their fourth young master to be defeated. Moreover, he had been defeated in a very embarrassing manner. This was completely different from what they had expected. Demonis, you are too despicable! How dare you injure our fourth young master? Don't think that you can get away with it here. Just you wait. Once you leave Purple Cloud Palace, my Liang family will not let you off. Come out and fight to the death if you dare. The Liang family warriors roared crazily. They even sent out a few warriors to rescue fourth young Master Liang. Fourth young Master Liang's face was pale, and his expression was unusually ugly. He could not believe that he had been defeated just like that. He stared at Lu Mingyu and said in a ferocious voice, "Damn it, who are you?" He was not willing to lose to a woman who was not famous. Lu Mingyu snorted coldly and ignored him. In response to the Liang family's clamor, she only said coldly, "Come and fight if you dare. If you don't, shut your mouths. Don't make a fuss here, or you will embarrass yourself." Mad, the Liang family's martial artists were really mad. As an enormous force in the northern region, they had always been high and mighty, looking down on everyone. But now, they were being scolded by a woman, and they didn't even dare to fight back. This was too humiliating. Where did this little girl come from? How dares she be so arrogant and look down on my Liang clan? At this moment, a dignified voice sounded. Then, a huge pressure shrouded the void like 100,000 mountains, suffocating everyone. Pung pung pung. Everyone was shocked and their scalps went numb because they realized that this aura was too terrifying. It was much stronger than the fourth young master Liang from before. An expert. He was definitely a super expert. Unexpectedly, another expert from the Liang family actually came. In the distance, Lin Xian also put down his wine cup. The smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by a grave expression. The reason for that was because he was able to sense how powerful that person was. This aura was too strong, too strong. It was definitely not something an ordinary person could emit. The other party was definitely a powerhouse. Lu Mingyue's expression was grave as well. Her eyes flickered as she looked ahead. In the next moment, the crowd automatically dispersed, and a stalwart figure strode over. Along with him was a dignified aura. It was as deep as the sea and incomparably terrifying. This aura was too powerful. It was like 100,000 mountains that could crush the heavens. What? It's him! Fear appeared in everyone's eyes. Who is that? Why haven't I seen him before? However, even more people were puzzled because they had never seen that figure before. It was a middle-aged man in a green robe. He had a dignified aura. He was like an emperor with a powerful aura. You don't even know who he is? Do you know the eldest young master of the Liang clan? Someone quickly said. What? You said he's the eldest young master of the Liang clan? The others widened their eyes. What kind of joke is this? How can the eldest young master of the Liang clan be a middle-aged man? Could it be that his age is already so old? No one believed it because it was different from the legends. Could he still be called the younger generation at this age? However, someone said coldly, What are you panicking for? I'm not done yet. He's not the eldest young master of the Liang clan. He's the master of the burning eldest young master. What? The master of the Liang clan's eldest young master? Everyone was even more shocked, and there was even fear in their eyes. The master of the Liang clan's eldest young master, wasn't that an almighty? An almighty was going to deal with a little girl. Everyone was in an uproar. Hearing that, Lu Mingyu was also extremely nervous. She did not expect an almighty to attack her. However, the person who explained in the crowd twitched his mouth and was speechless. Heavens, I'm not done yet. Can you guys not be so agitated? Not done yet? Everyone was stunned. What is his identity? Hurry up and tell us! The surrounding people quickly asked. He is indeed the master of the Liang clan's eldest young master, but he's not an almighty. This time, the person who explained quickly said, The Liang clan's eldest young master's talent was average when he was young. It was only in recent years that he improved by leaps and bounds and became the #1 expert of the Liang clan's younger generation. So before this, his master was not an almighty, but the middle-aged man in front. So that was the case. There was actually such a thing. Everyone came to a realization. They knew that the Liang clan's eldest young master was not ranked by age, but by strength. However, they did not expect that the Liang clan's eldest young master had such an encounter before. However, even if it was his former master, he was definitely an extremely powerful figure. Because everyone could feel from the aura that the other party exuded, he was definitely an extremely terrifying expert. This powerful middle-aged man strode into the battle area. Immediately, the Liang clan's warriors shouted, Elder! Agitated, they were really too agitated. Because previously, the other party had suppressed the Liang clan until they could not raise their heads. This was intolerable. They even felt like fighting with their lives on the line. However, what made them even more desperate was that their fourth young master had been defeated. Even if there were experts among them, they would only be on par with the fourth young master. Unless the other young masters came, there was no chance of winning. Now, although the other young masters did not come, the eldest young master's former master, Elder Liang, had finally come. Although Elder Liang was not an almighty, he was extremely terrifying. His strength had already surpassed the fourth young master. Even the Liang clan's second young master might not be his match. Elder Liang nodded slightly, then looked forward and stared at Lu Mingyu. Chapter 1832. This was because she could clearly feel that Elder Liang's strength was extremely terrifying, far surpassing that of the Liang family's fourth young master. In fact, he was not much weaker than a true saint. Such a person was extremely terrifying. She had to deal with him with all her might. "You're the one who provoked the Liang family?" Elder Liang stared at Lu Mingyu and sneered. "Little girl, I advise you to obediently admit your mistakes and follow me back to the Liang family to receive punishment. Otherwise, you'll regret it." "Humph!" Lu Mingyu snorted coldly. Just as she was about to say something, a burst of laughter came from afar. "Regret? What's there to regret? The Liang family provoked us first. Moreover, who wouldn't get injured in a martial arts competition? As for returning to the Liang family to receive punishment, it's simply ridiculous." Hearing this voice, everyone was stunned. They did not expect that someone would dare to stand up at this time and openly go against the Liang family. Wasn't this an act of courting death? The Liang family's martial artists' faces were also gloomy. They were extremely angry and looked around coldly. "How dare you go against the Liang family? Get out here! It seems that you don't know how powerful the Liang family is. Kid, no matter who you are, you're dead meat." Angry roars came one after another. Meanwhile, Elder Liang's gaze was also focused. It was like a sharp sword that pierced through the void. In the next moment, he turned his head and stared at Lin Xian. "Were you the one who spoke just now?" Elder Liang's voice was cold. The surrounding people also followed his gaze and turned their heads one after another. In the next moment, they all looked at Lin Xian. Who is this person? These people looked at Lin Xian and frowned. Who is he? Is he a genius of the younger generation? Maybe he's a genius disciple of a large faction who has a grudge against the Liang family. Everyone guessed. Indeed, although the Liang family was powerful, they were not invincible. Naturally, they had enemies. Those who dared to go against the Liang family at this time must be those enemies. The gazes of those martial practitioners of the Liang family, however, constantly swept over Lin Xian. Then, they seemed to have discovered something and asked carefully. Later, they looked up to the sky and laughed with endless arrogance. "Ha ha ha, I was wondering what kind of expert it was. So, it's just a 5-star king? Kid, with your little cultivation and strength, it's simply not enough. Any expert from our Liang clan can easily kill you. I think water must have entered your brain, idiot. How dare you provoke our Liang clan?" The Liang family martial artists sneered disdainfully. They discovered that Lin Xian's cultivation was no threat to them at all. Everyone else was in a daze. What? 5-star king? How is this possible? Then, they checked Lin Xian's cultivation level and were all dumbstruck. Sang Tian's cultivation was really only at the level of a 5-star king. But how was this possible? How could a 5-star king realm cultivator dare to provoke the innocent family? There were many experts from the Liang clan here, and there were even quite a few 6-star kings. In other words, even 5-star king tiers weren't strong enough here. Even ordinary 6-star kings didn't have any hope against the Liang family. They thought that since Lin Xian dared to openly defy the Liang clan, he must be an expert. At least an elite among 6-star kings. But they didn't expect that not only was the other party not an elite genius, but he wasn't even a 6-star king. He was just a puny 5-star king. Such a person dared to defy the Liang clan? Kid, I'll remember you. When we leave the Purple Cloud Palace later, I'll kill you with one slap. The innocent family martial artists sneered, their eyes filled with killing intent. They wouldn't let go of anyone who dared to openly defy them. If it weren't for the rules of the Purple Cloud Palace, they would have gone up and killed him with one slap. Lin Xian put down the wine cup in his hand and slowly stood up. Out of the Purple Cloud Palace? No need to go through so much trouble. I'll accept your challenge now. What? Accept the Liang clan's challenge? Is this kid crazy? He actually wants to attack the Liang clan. Does he know what kind of existence the Liang clan is? Where did this silly kid come from? I don't think he's from the North region. He's definitely not from the North region. In the North region, everyone knows of the Liang clan's existence. Everyone discussed, shaking their heads and sighing. The Liang clan martial artist sneered. Kid, you really don't know what's good for you. Since you're in a hurry to die, we'll fulfill your wish. On the other side, Lin Xian waved his hand and tossed out a large number of subdivine crystals to buy the battle quota. Then, his figure swayed and came to Lu Mingyue's side. Leave the rest to me. Okay. Lu Mingyu nodded and left the battle area to watch the battle. What? They're actually in cahoots. Seeing this scene, everyone was in an uproar. They originally thought that Lin Xian was just a silly kid, but they didn't expect that Lin Xian was actually related to Lu Mingyu. And it seemed that the two of them knew each other. I was wondering where this silly kid came from. It turns out that he wants to be a hero saving the damsel in distress. But unfortunately, being a hero also requires strength. Otherwise, he'll only be a coward. The Liang clan martial artist sneered. Kid, since you know that witch, that's great. Today, I'll kill both of you together. I want to let the world know the consequences of offending our Liang clan. Lin Xian sneered. So much nonsense. Who's going first? As soon as he finished speaking, he directly ignored those Liang clan martial artists outside and stared at Elder Liang instead. No way, is he going to attack Elder Liang? Everyone's scalp went numb when they saw this scene. This kid is too reckless, isn't he? How dare you! The Liang clan martial artists roared. Kid, with your status, you want to challenge our elder? You're really reckless. I can deal with you alone. A young man walked out of the crowd with a cold gaze and stared at Lin Xian. Elder, let me kill him, the young man said quickly. Hearing this, Elder Liang nodded slightly. Indeed, with his status, it was still acceptable if he wanted to deal with Lu Mingyu. If he attacked a 5-star king, he would probably be laughed at. Moreover, he disdained to attack a 5-star king. Therefore, even if he spent a lot of money to buy a battle spot, he would silently allow it. After getting Elder Liang's approval, the cold young man quickly bought a battle spot. Then, he sneered and came to the battle area. Kid, you're really reckless. I'll kill you with my own hands now. I'll let you know the consequences of offending our Liang clan. The cold young man was really too excited. In such a scene, if he could easily kill the other party, it would definitely shock everyone. He might even be favored by the elder, and his status in the clan would be greatly improved. Chapter 1833. The gloomy youth was very excited. Fortunately, he had acted quickly. Otherwise, this precious opportunity would have been snatched away by others. Sure enough, many youths from the Liang family shook their heads and sighed with gloomy expressions. Damn it! We were too slow. This was because they also wanted to seize this opportunity to stand out. However, they were one step too slow and had been snatched away by the other party. How could they know that this was not an opportunity to become famous at all? Instead, it was a chance to get close to the Grim Reaper. Whoever snatched this spot would probably end up very miserably. This was because Lin Xian's strength was even more terrifying than Lu Mingyue's. Kid, are you going to kneel and accept your death, or do you want me to forcefully break your legs? The gloomy youth revealed a sinister smile. Lin Xian had an impatient look on his face. He had one hand behind his back and the other extended forward in a provocative gesture. Come, I'll let you use one hand. What? Let him use one hand? The surrounding cultivators widened their eyes. They felt as if they were dreaming. As for the gloomy youth from the Liang family, he was even more furious. He had never been looked down upon like this before. You're courting death! With a furious roar, the gloomy youth's body exploded. He turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly charged towards Lin Xian. He waved his fists with surging power. They were like mountains as they ruthlessly smashed towards Lin Xian. Not to mention a 5-star king, even a 6-star king would not be able to withstand this punch. Therefore, in his opinion, this move was enough to kill the other party. Boom! However, in the face of the gloomy youth's strength, Lin Xian's action was very simple. He immediately slapped him across the face. Pa! In the next moment, a crisp sound rang out in the air. The gloomy youth was directly sent flying, screaming in pain. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. They did not expect the gloomy youth to be sent flying with a single slap. How was this possible? Although the gloomy youth's battle prowess was not at the level of the Liang family's young master, he was still a 6-star king. Killing a 5-star king could be said to be a piece of cake. But now, he was actually sent flying with a single slap. Moreover, the other party was only a 5-star king. If they did not see it with their own eyes, they would not dare to believe it. Even though they had seen it with their own eyes, they still couldn't believe it. On the other hand, the Liang family was in an even greater uproar. Those martial artists were all frowning, and their faces were gloomy. Damn it! What is that guy doing? He can't even take care of a 5-star king? How embarrassing! If I had known, I would have let me go. Those people were extremely displeased because they'd already lost enough face, yet they'd never imagined that they'd actually be slapped in public by a 5-star king. If they didn't take revenge for this, they wouldn't have the face to live anymore. Stand up and fight back! Kill him! Damn it, what are you doing? Can you do it? If not, let me do it! Angry roars rang out one after another. Those young disciples of the Liang clan couldn't help but want to attack. The gloomy youth in front of him was sent flying with a single slap. More than half of the bones in his body were shattered. He was incomparably crazy. The next moment, he gritted his teeth and wanted to stand up and fight back. But very soon, he was stunned, and even his expression became incomparably terrified. Damn it, that's impossible! Where's my power? What did you do to me? Although Lin Xian's previous slap had seriously injured him, it wasn't enough to make him lose the ability to fight. But now, he actually didn't have a trace of power. What was going on? What happened? The surrounding cultivators were extremely puzzled because they didn't know what had happened at all. Meanwhile, the gloomy youth stared fixedly at Lin Xian and roared crazily. Damn it, you crippled my cultivation! What? Everyone was stunned. A 5-star king had easily crippled a 6-star king's cultivation? How was that possible? But this scene really happened in front of them. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian and sucked in a cold breath. They knew that they'd underestimated this young man in front of them. Since he could become companions with that mysterious woman and had the confidence to continue challenging the Liang clan. This meant that his strength was definitely incomparably powerful, and he wasn't even inferior to that mysterious woman. It was laughable that they'd mocked his cultivation and even thought that he was crazy. Now, it seemed that he wasn't crazy at all because he had the strength. Crippling a 6-star king with a slap wasn't something that just anyone could do. It had to be an extremely powerful expert to be able to do it. The Liang clan's cultivators also widened their eyes, not daring to believe the scene in front of them. The hearts of those young disciples trembled, but they also felt a trace of relief. Fortunately, they weren't the ones who stood out previously. Otherwise, they would be the ones crippled now. As for Elder Liang, his expression was gloomy and cold. He didn't expect the Liang clan to suffer another blow. The next moment, he strode forward, looked at the gloomy youth kneeling on the ground, and snorted coldly. Useless trash! You've humiliated the Liang clan! After saying that, he raised his leg and kicked the other party away. The next moment, he stared at Lin Xian. Good boy, I didn't expect you to be hiding your strength. However, since you dared to provoke the Liang clan, I won't let you off. And that demonic woman companion of yours, I'll kill you all together! Does your Liang clan only know how to talk big? Lin Xian sneered. You can kill me if you want, but do something. Otherwise, only your Liang clan will be slapped in the face. After saying that, Lin Xian put away his smile and took a step forward. A sharp sword light rushed out of his body and swept forward. Whoosh! Facing this cold sword chi, everyone was terrified, and their bodies trembled. They realized that they had indeed underestimated their opponent. This sword chi was too tyrannical, and they couldn't resist it at all. On the opposite side, Elder Liang also narrowed his eyes. Boy, you've indeed hidden your strength. But so what? Today, I'll let you know the true strength of the Liang clan. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura also surged out of the middle-aged man's body and spread in all directions. Ka ka ka! In an instant, the auras of the two people clashed in the air, creating an intense collision that sounded like a thunderclap. This aura directly alarmed the other cultivators in the hall. There's a fight between experts. Instantly, countless people gathered in this direction. They were too excited because just from the aura alone, they could tell that the people fighting were definitely super experts. This kind of battle was not something that could be seen all the time. Therefore, they all rushed over to watch the battle. Not only that, but a few terrifying figures also appeared nearby. A hazy figure appeared with a bright light, as if she was the goddess of moonlight. What? That's the saintess of the moon-worshipping sect. She's here too. Seeing that hazy figure, everyone cried out in alarm. When the others found out, they were even more shocked. They didn't expect that this battle would attract a saintess to watch it. The moon-worshipping sect was an unparalleled sect in the eastern wilderness, and they were very powerful. Chapter 1834. The Reverend Moon Saintess was covered in moonlight. Her entire body was blurry, and no one could see through her. However, this mysterious feeling aroused everyone's curiosity. Boom! However, at this moment, another enormous aura surged forth. It was as if a huge mountain had suddenly descended. It was a tall young man, and he looked like a god of war. Every step he took was filled with an aura that could crush the heavens. The Four Symbols Holy Sun is here too! Everyone was stunned. They did not expect the Four Symbols Holy Fingers to appear after the Reverend Moon Saintess. What's going on? Why are there so many holy suns and saintesses here? Could it be that something big has happened in the North region? Everyone was discussing. Crack! Crack! On the other side, countless bolts of lightning surrounded a purple figure in the void. He was like a god of thunder, standing on a thundercloud and looking down. The Thousand Lightning Holy Sun! Heavens, the third Holy Sun has appeared! Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that a battle would attract so many top-notch peerless experts. Those were the Holy Suns and Saintesses, the most powerful existences in the younger generation. Usually, they would not have the chance to see them. Now, not only did they see them, but they also saw 3 of them. Everyone was discussing, and their hearts were pounding. But soon, they shifted their gazes because the battle was about to begin. Lin Xian was like a peerless divine sword, extremely sharp. Countless sword lights surrounded his body, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. His whole person was extremely sharp. That terrifying aura shrouded the entire space. Elder Liang snorted coldly, and his robe fluttered. He was like a peerless god of war that had descended to the mortal world. Go to hell! Elder Liang roared and punched out. The terrifying fist condensed in the air, and it was like 100,000 mountains, and slammed down. Lin Xian's eyes were also focused. He waved his arm, and rays of sword light flashed and rushed forward. Sword chi soared into the sky, and each ray of sword light contained peerless killing intent. The surrounding martial artists were shocked, and they exclaimed. That was because the sword chi was too terrifying. Even the Reverend Moon Saintess, the Thousand Lightning Holy Sun, and the others looked solemn. Who is this kid? How can he be so fierce? The Reverend Moon Saintess whispered to herself. On the other side, the myriad Thunder Saint's eyes flickered. This was because he felt a sense of familiarity from these sharp sword energies. However, he wasn't completely sure. Boom! The two forces collided and suddenly exploded. Terrifying energy surged. However, at this moment, Lin Xian attacked again. The demon's sword soared through the air and slashed down with great force. The black sword she was like a mountain, as if it could split the heavens and earth. Not only that, there were 6 different colored sword shis flashing behind him, quickly combining and interweaving. It formed a sword diagram that shrouded the area ahead. That sword diagram was incomparably terrifying. It blossomed with exquisite radiance, instantly enveloping Elder Liang. What a terrifying sword diagram! Seeing this scene, everyone felt their scalps go numb. Even the expressions of the experts who had looked down on him earlier changed. This was because they realized that the sword diagram was truly too terrifying. If they were to go against him, they wouldn't be able to resist at all. He would most likely be killed in an instant. No one dared to look down on Lin Xian anymore, even though the cultivation base he was currently displaying was still that of a 5-star king. Get lost! Elder Liang roared angrily. He looked at the sword diagram that was descending from the sky, his entire being incomparably furious. Boom! His fist blasted out, carrying a supreme domineering aura. The terrifying fists were like meteorites, rushing into the sky. Boom! 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 These fists were too terrifying. They quickly collided with the sword diagram, producing violent fluctuations. The two sides fought and were in a deadlock. Seeing this scene, the Liang family's cultivators all heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, their elder Liang was able to resist this terrifying sword diagram. Otherwise, if he couldn't resist it, they didn't dare to imagine the consequences at all. The others were also moved. This elder Liang was indeed worthy of being the eldest young master's former master. His strength was indeed formidable. He could easily block such a terrifying sword diagram. Lin Xian also raised his brows. One had to admit that the other party's strength was indeed formidable. It was just that he was a little old. Otherwise, if he was a few hundred years younger, he might be able to become a saint-level figure. In the next moment, he executed the heavenly dragon's 8 steps. His entire person transformed into a stream of light, rapidly charging forward. He waved his long sword, and various terrifying unique skills were quickly unleashed. Brat, you're too arrogant! Seeing that Lin Xian dared to take the initiative to attack, Elder Liang roared in anger, and a ferocious look appeared on his face. Boom! Incomparably terrifying energy erupted from his body, and he then struck out with his palm. Green light flickered in his hand, and countless wind blades surrounded it. It easily cut through the void, and grabbed towards Lin Xian. Green light godly wind palm! Many people exclaimed in surprise, because this was a terrifying unique skill of the Liang family. The Liang family's cultivators were excited, because their elder had finally used a powerful killing move. Even the Reverence Moon Saintess, the Thousand Thunder Saint, and the others in the distance had a solemn look on their faces. This was because they had heard of this unique skill before. Feeling the terrifying power of the green palm, Lin Xian's expression also turned solemn. However, in the next moment, he snorted coldly, and his left fist was like a dragon, punching out. Dragon Shadow Rampage! The terrifying fist carried an aura that could destroy the world, accompanied by countless black dragon shadows, instantly covering the entire void. Boom! 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 The black dragon shadows that filled the sky instantly rushed towards the green palm, and immediately shattered the wind blades that filled the sky. In the next moment, the two of them fought together, and they kept exchanging blows. Terrifying super skills were quickly displayed. Every single one of them was a unique skill, and they all contained unlimited power. Everyone was dazzled, and they exclaimed in surprise. This was because they realized that the two of them were simply too powerful. Elder Liang was an elite among the 6-star kings, and he was able to teach someone like the eldest young master. It could be said that his strength was absolutely terrifying. Therefore, Elder Liang's strength was within their expectations. However, Lin Xian's strength surprised them greatly. This young man that they had once looked down on had now displayed unparalleled combat strength, and his ever-changing martial skills. This really made them exclaim in surprise. Boom! Suddenly, an incomparable divine furnace appeared in the void. The scarlet divine furnace was extremely bright red, as if it was made with fresh blood. Not only that, but there was also a flaming phoenix on top of it. A monstrous flame aura rushed towards them, as if it was going to burn the world. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Those who didn't know would think that it was an Earth-rank treasure. However, everyone clearly saw that this terrifying flaming phoenix divine furnace was formed by Lin Xian's sword qi. Chapter 1835. This terrifying flaming phoenix divine cauldron was formed by Lin Xian's sword qi. This technique was heaven-defying. Boom! 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 The flaming phoenix divine cauldron shone brightly in the sky. Then, a phoenix rushed out of the flames. Carrying a sky full of fire, it quickly charged towards Elder Liang. All of this was formed by Lin Xian's sword qi, but it was so real. Although the surrounding people were separated by a defensive formation, they could still feel the monstrous heat of the flaming phoenix. Ordinary six-star kings could not resist this aura at all. Elder Liang's expression was also solemn. He roared and waved his palms continuously. Suddenly, countless green gusts of wind swirled in front of him, and then burst out. Strong winds swept across the sky, and walls of wind covered the sky to resist the flaming phoenix. The wind and fire clashed, creating a huge wave of energy. In an instant, countless black cracks appeared in the void. However, Lin Xian's sword qi was simply way too strong. At this moment, the flaming phoenix that was formed and the divine cauldron that was emitting a torrential aura behind him tore apart the raging winds. Liang family? Arrogant? Today I'll suppress you! Lin Xian was like a demon as he controlled the huge cauldron and quickly suppressed it. Seeing this, everyone's scalp went numb. The warriors of the Liang family were even more upset. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful that he could even suppress their elder. Humph! However, Elder Liang snorted coldly. Then, he took out a long blue sword from his storage ring and quickly slashed forward. 9 slashes wild sword! Elder Liang roared crazily and slashed out 9 sharp sword lights. A terrifying aura wreaked havoc in the sky with monstrous power. This was not an ordinary saber light, but a very strange saber light. Not only did it cause physical harm to the warrior, but it could also destroy the soul. It could be said that it was both powerful and strange. It was impossible to guard against. That's great! Elder Liang has finally used his ultimate move! That kid is dead meat. Humph, of course. Once the 9 slashes wild blade is unleashed, I'm afraid that no one below the Almighty can resist it. No matter how powerful that kid is, he won't be able to avoid this kind of soul attack. Let him be arrogant again. When I catch him, I'll definitely cut him into 108,000 pieces. Let him know the consequences of offending our Liang clan. When those martial artists from the Liang family saw this scene, they all laughed maniacally. This was because they were extremely confident in the 9 slashes wild blade. In the sky, 9 dazzling saber lights flashed. Each of them was extremely sharp and carried a terrifying killing intent. The saber radiance swept across heaven and earth, completely sealing Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, the surrounding cultivators shook their heads and sighed. In their view, no matter how valiant Lin Xian was, he would not be able to withstand the 9 slashes wild blade. Sigh, he's definitely going to lose. Although that kid is strong, he is still too young after all. His experience and combat strength are not as good as Elder Liang's. Elder Liang is incomparably terrifying. Back then, he almost became the eldest son of the Liang clan. Although they didn't succeed in the end, the foundation that they have accumulated over the years is not something that any youngster can contend against. Everyone sighed. In the crowd, Lu Mingyue's eyes also flickered, but she was still very calm. This was because she knew that this kind of attack was not enough to pose a fatal threat to Lin Xian. Sure enough, in the next moment, Lin Xian looked at the 9 saber lights flashing around him and sneered. Then, countless sword qi condensed behind him, forming the six-sword deity phantoms. Kill! Lin Xian roared and began to counterattack with the six-sword deity phantoms. At this moment, the great dragon sword soul in his body circulated wildly, and a terrifying energy swept in all directions. Each of the six-sword deity phantoms was extremely terrifying. In addition to Lin Xian's original body, a terrifying power filled the entire sky. In an instant, the entire void began to tremble. If it were not for the defensive formation in this area, it would have been destroyed in an instant. Following Lin Xian's counterattack, the terrifying saber radiance in the sky also dimmed, and some even began to shatter. How is this possible? The 9 slashes wild blade was actually broken. Am I dreaming? How can this brat's sword chi be so strong? Even the slashes wild blade could not resist it. What kind of sword technique is this? Why have I never heard of it? Could this kid be from the Myriad Swords Manor? Crazy exclamations were heard one after another. Obviously, everyone was shocked by Lin Xian's sword chi. Even the Reverence Moon Saintess, the Myriad Thunder Saint, and the Four Symbols Saint looked extremely serious. This kind of sword chi was beyond their expectations. Looking at the terrifying attack, Elder Liang's face was extremely ugly. He originally thought that he could easily kill Lin Xian with the 9 slashes wild blade. But now, his ultimate move was broken again. This made his heart feel unusually heavy. In the distance, Lu Mingyue's eyes flickered when she saw this scene. To be honest, she knew that Lin Xian was powerful, but she did not expect him to be so powerful. Lin Xian's combat strength had increased too quickly in such a short period of time. He was much more terrifying than when she first met him. Thinking of this, a touch of bitterness appeared at the corner of Lu Mingyue's mouth. With his terrifying growth speed, even if she became the saintess of all beginnings in the future, it would be difficult for her to surpass him. In front of them, the two exchanged dozens of blows and then quickly distanced themselves from each other. Among them, Lin Xian looked calm and his aura was even. On the other side, Elder Liang's face was extremely ugly. The reason for that was because the battle this time had truly exceeded his expectations. Now he also understood why Lin Xian dared to provoke the Liang family. With his current combat strength, Lin Xian was definitely an elite among the 6-star kings. With such combat strength and such a young age, he was definitely a young genius. Kid, I have to admit that you're very strong. You're beyond my expectations. Elder Liang's face was cold, and his body was surging with killing intent. But do you think you can defeat me like this? You're too naive. I'll let you know my true strength. It turns out that Elder Liang did not use his full strength. Hearing this, the surrounding martial artists exclaimed. The Reverence Moon Saintess, the Myriad Thunder Saint, and the Four Symbols Saint nodded slightly. They could also see that Elder Liang should still have some unique skills that he had not used. On the other hand, Lin Xian looked calm. How could he not know that Elder Liang had hidden his skills? Moreover, he did not use his full strength. Therefore, in the next moment, he said indifferently, "Use whatever skills you have. I'll take it." Humph! Elder Liang snorted coldly, thinking that Lin Xian was trying to be brave. In the next moment, he opened his mouth, and his aura suddenly soared. Then, he spat out a mass of green air. The air was very small, and it was faint green, blooming with green light. However, it emitted an extremely terrifying aura. This aura made everyone's expression change drastically. "This is the North Pole wind!" someone exclaimed, and his face was full of horror. At this moment, whether it was the Liang family's martial artists, other experts, or even the Reverence Moon Saintess and the Myriad Thunder Saint, they all looked extremely solemn. Chapter 1836. Whether it was the warriors of the Liang family or the other experts, even the Reverence Moon Saintess and the Thousand Thunder Saint, they all looked extremely serious. Obviously, they had heard of the Arctic wind. The true spirit world was divided into 5 continents. The northern region was in the north of the eastern wilderness, and further north was the northern plains continent. The climate there was completely different, and there was often a world of ice and snow. In the extreme north of the northern plains continent, there was an iceberg. It was said that the wind from there was called the Arctic wind. That place was extremely terrifying, and it was almost a forbidden area for humans. There were no demonic beasts there. However, there was a very strange fish that lived there. The Arctic wind was contained in the body of the Arctic fish. It was said that the Arctic wind was so terrifying that it could easily freeze a king to death. One could imagine the terrifying energy it contained. However, they did not expect Elder Liang to have something as terrifying as the Arctic wind on him. In the sky, the Arctic wind was only the size of a fist, and it kept spinning in the air. However, the aura it emitted made all the martial artists shudder with fear and trepidation. Lin Xian was also astonished. He was naturally able to sense the power brought about by the cold wind. He did not expect Elder Liang to have such a treasure. It was even more threatening to him than an upper-grade Earth-rank artifact. Boom! At this moment, Elder Liang let out a long laugh. Suddenly, the Arctic wind in front of him expanded and spun rapidly, forming a terrifying gale that enveloped the surroundings. Kid, I didn't want to use this method, but you're the one who asked for it. You should be proud that you forced me to use the Arctic wind. Elder Liang's voice was cold. Even his body was covered in frost. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows when he saw this. Originally, he felt that the Arctic wind was a little troublesome. However, it seemed that it was not that difficult to deal with now. Based on the current situation, Elder Liang could not fully control the Arctic wind. This gave him a chance. The next moment, he said coldly, "Although the Arctic wind is powerful, it seems that you haven't fully mastered it. You're in a hurry to use it now. Aren't you afraid of the backlash? Kid, don't be delusional. Although I haven't fully grasped it, it's enough to kill you." In the next moment, Elder Liang controlled the Arctic wind and quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Hoo hoo hoo! A cold wind blew in the sky, and a terrifying white storm swept out in all directions. Everywhere it passed, it turned into ice and frost. The expressions of the spectating kings all changed. This was because the cold air was too terrifying. If they were hit by this wind, no matter how strong they would probably be frozen into ice dregs. It's over. That kid is dead for sure. This Arctic wind is extremely terrifying. Even a powerful being might not be able to withstand it. Humph, he dares to oppose my Liang clan again. He's done for this time around. What a pity for such a young genius. Looking at this scene, everyone shook their heads and sighed. Some even sneered. However, without exception, they all believed that Lin Xian was dead for sure this time. Even the Reverend Moon Saintess, the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun, and the others shook their heads slightly. Then they turned around and prepared to leave. Boom! The white storm surged, and the Arctic wind quickly enveloped Lin Xian. In the next moment, he would be frozen into an ice sculpture. On the other hand, Lin Xian looked calm. He felt the terrifying cold wind, and even the spiritual energy in his body was about to be frozen. But soon, he snorted and activated the sea god's ice in his body. Instantly, an equally terrifying and monstrous ice power erupted. Boom! Ka ka ka! In the next moment, the blue light on Lin Xian's body exploded, and blue crystals that looked like water droplets appeared in front of him. He released a terrifying power to resist the white storm. Icy power, this kid also has the icy power. At this moment, many people exclaimed. It was obvious that everyone was surprised that Lin Xian could use the power of frost. The warriors from the Liang clan sneered. It was just an ordinary icy power. How could it compete with the Arctic wind? Just wait and see. In the next moment, he would be frozen into an ice cube. Seeing this, Elder Liang sneered and shook his head. He activated the Arctic wind even more crazily. Ka ka ka! But soon, his face turned pale because he found that his opponent seemed to be able to resist his Arctic wind. What? How is this possible? It can't be. That kid really withstood the Arctic wind. Heavens, am I dreaming? What kind of means did he use? Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They had never thought that Lin Xian could resist the Arctic wind. At this moment, even the Reverence Moon Saintess, the Thousand Thunder Saint, and the Four Symbols Saint stopped. They were ready to leave because they thought there was no suspense in this battle. But now, they were equally surprised. Because things were beyond their expectations. Instead of being frozen, Lin Xian resisted the Arctic wind. How was this possible? The Arctic wind was so terrifying that even an almighty would have to retreat. How did that kid resist it? The Reverence Moon Saintess frowned. The other party seems to also possess a type of ice power. Could it be that he can contend against the Arctic wind? The Thousand Thunder Saint's eyes flickered. The Four Symbols Saint guessed. Is it because Elder Liang has just obtained the Arctic wind and hasn't cultivated it well enough? Is that why he can't unleash the full power of the Arctic wind? The fact that Lin Xian was able to withstand the Arctic wind stunned everyone present. Even the three sons of the great sage were guessing what kind of means Lin Xian had used. Impossible, damn it! This is absolutely impossible! How can you resist the Arctic wind? The one who was most shocked was of course Elder Liang. He knew the power of the Arctic wind best. Although he hadn't fully refined it, no one below the Almighty could resist it. But now, Lin Xian was able to resist it. This surprised him. The Arctic wind is indeed terrifying. But you don't have enough and you haven't fully refined it. Don't you think it's too naive to use such a half-finished product to resist it? Lin Xian sneered. He activated the sea god's eyes, and the terrifying icy power spread rapidly. Ka ka ka! The Arctic wind that filled the sky trembled rapidly and was even about to be suppressed. Heavens, how is this possible? The Arctic wind is at a disadvantage. Although Elder Liang hadn't fully refined the Arctic wind, it wasn't something that other ice could resist. Everyone was shocked. Even Lu Mingyu was surprised. She didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a treasure. Chapter 1837. She did not expect Lin Xian to have such a treasure. One had to know that Lin Xian had the sea god's ice. It was also a legendary ice treasure. It was even rumored that someone had frozen the entire sea with a peerless divine ability. One could only imagine how terrifying the power of ice was. At this moment, it was perfect to deal with the Arctic wind. Boom, boom, boom. The two powers of ice collided in the air, and the Arctic wind was gradually suppressed. Not only that, but Elder Liang was also in a very bad state. He had not completely refined the Arctic wind to begin with. He had forcibly used it, causing the frost aura on his body to increase. Coupled with the threat of the sea god's ice, Elder Liang finally could not take it anymore. He spat out mouthfuls of blood and kept retreating. Seeing this, the warriors of the Liang family went crazy. That was their hope, but they could not do anything to Lin Fan. Who is he? How can he be so powerful? They were in despair. You've lost. Take your people and get lost. Lin Xian withdrew his hand and said indifferently. Impossible. Damn it, how could I lose? I don't believe it. Elder Liang went crazy. He could not accept this reality. In the next moment, he swallowed a few elixirs and the power in his body exploded. Kid, no one can defeat me, and no one dares to provoke the Liang family. Go to hell! At this moment, Elder Liang was in a frenzy. His entire body carried the North Pole wind as he rushed over quickly. Whoosh! The wind whistled and completely froze the space. Not only that, but two icy whirlwind hands quickly formed and slammed toward Lin Xian. Stubborn. Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. Lin Xian snorted with a cold expression. To be honest, he did not want to kill Elder Liang because he did not have a deep grudge with the Liang family. But now, Elder Liang wanted to kill him, so he had to fight back. With a wave of his hand, the power of ice quickly surged and turned into a blue ice sword that Lin Xian held in his hand. Buzz! With a swing of the sword, a terrifying power of ice exploded. Not only that, but it also contained a monstrous murderous aura. Boom! With a slash of the sword, the arctic wind that filled the sky was instantly torn apart. The two large white hands were also split in half from the middle. Elder Liang's body trembled as he fell from the sky. This sword was simply too sharp, directly splitting Elder Liang into two halves. However, his body did not split apart. The reason for that was because the power of the sea god's eyes had instantly frozen Elder Liang's body, turning him into an ice sculpture. With a plop, the ice cube fell to the ground. It was smashed into pieces. The battlefield was completely silent. Because everyone was stunned. She couldn't believe her eyes. He was an elder of the Liang family. They were the elites among 6-star kings. But now, he had been killed instead. This was simply inconceivable. No! Elder! The warriors of the Liang family reacted. Each of them had a ferocious look on their faces as they shouted crazily. They were truly unable to accept the reality before their eyes. On the other side, Lu Minghue's eyes flickered. He was shocked. Originally, she thought that she already knew enough about Lin Xian, but now it seemed that her knowledge was too shallow. Lin Xian had too many tricks up his sleeves. She couldn't see through him at all. On the other side, the Reverence Moon Saintess, Thousand Thunder Saint, Four Symbols Saint, and other sky brides were also frowning. Lin Xian's combat strength was beyond their expectations. Moreover, he was very young, even younger than them. Such a person was enough to threaten them. Therefore, in the next moment, all eyes were on Lin Xian. These eyes contained different emotions. Some were shocked, some were praising, and some even had a hint of hidden killing intent. Lin Xian didn't care about this at all. He stood with his hands behind his back. He was extremely calm, just like a sword immortal. Kid, you dared to kill an elder of the Liang family. You're dead meat. Kill him and avenge Elder Liang. The warriors of the Liang family roared crazily. Some of them couldn't even control their emotions as they charged towards Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. Battles were unpredictable. If the other party dared to attack him, he wouldn't mind killing them all. The battle was about to break out again. However, before Lin Xian could attack, a terrifying energy fluctuation came from the void. Instantly, the few warriors of the Liang family were shrouded. A huge wave of energy swept over from the sky like a wave, intimidating the entire space. The terrifying aura made everyone tremble in fear. This aura was much stronger than that of Elder Liang and the others. It was obvious that this person had entered the ranks of the Almighties. Don't you know the rules of the Purple Cloud Palace? A majestic voice came from the sky. It was the people of the Purple Cloud Palace. Hearing this voice, everyone was shocked. They knew that the Gu family had interfered. The few disciples of the Liang family who had gone crazy were also shocked. Then, their expressions returned to normal. They could feel the fierce aura surrounding them, and a strong sense of fear appeared in their eyes. Do you want to break the rules of the Purple Cloud Palace? At this moment, the majestic voice came again. No, we don't dare! The warriors of the Liang family hurriedly shook their heads. First of all, this was the territory of the Gu family. The Liang family did not even have any almighties present. Therefore, if a fight really broke out, they would not be able to resist at all. Moreover, the Liang family would not easily start a war with the clan of the ancients over an elder. Therefore, at this moment, they could only endure. Kid, just you wait. When we get out of the Purple Cloud Palace, you'll be in for it. When the time comes, I'll show you the true power of the Liang family. There will be no place for you in the North region. The warriors of the Liang family roared crazily. Then, they glared at Lin Xian coldly. Let's go! In the next moment, they snorted and turned to leave quickly. In the main hall, the surrounding warriors were still in shock. A series of discussions and crazy screams could be heard. Obviously, the impact of this battle on them was too great. It was expected that Lin Xian's combat strength was too strong. He was not much weaker than the sun. Moreover, he was so young. Perhaps in a few years, he would be another sun. Who is this kid? Which sect is he from? How can he be so strong? I've never heard of him. Could he be a genius disciple secretly cultivated by some sacred ground? Discussions broke out one after another. After a long time, the excitement gradually died down. However, many people still looked at Lin Xian from time to time. Even the Reverence Moon Saintess, the Thousand Thunder Saint, and the Four Symbols Saint did not leave. Chapter 1838. Even the Reverence Moon Saintess, the Thousand Thunder Saint's son, and the Four Symbols Saint's son did not leave. They chose a place nearby and drank while hitting Lin Xian from time to time. They seemed to be very interested in Lin Xian. Lin Xian met up with Lu Mingyu. The two of them also came to a place and tasted wine in silence. During this time, many kings came up to Lin Xian to talk to him. They seemed to want to befriend him. Lin Xian did not reject these people. However, he only talked to them on the surface. He would not tell them about his identity, origin, and purpose of coming to the North region. In the sky, the majestic energy disappeared quickly. Then, a figure appeared. It was a middle-aged man. He was burly and had a dignified appearance. His eyes were like cold stars. His two curved eyebrows were like sword radiance. As he stood there, he exuded an awe-inspiring aura. His appearance naturally caused a commotion in the battle area. This was because they knew that this middle-aged man was the Almighty who had stopped the Liang family from attacking. He was obviously from the Purple Cloud Palace. Behind the Purple Cloud Palace was the Gu family. In other words, he could be a martial artist from a clan of the ancients. In an instant, the surrounding martial artists all stood up and bowed to the middle-aged man. Even the Reverence Moon Saintess, the Thousand Thunder Saint's son, and the Four Symbols Saint's son stood up and bowed slightly. The other party was an almighty. Moreover, this was the Gu family's territory. They had to keep a low profile. The middle-aged man, Gu Xiu, looked around and nodded slightly. Then, he strode forward. And that direction was where Lin Xian was. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. They did not expect the Gu family's almighty to be heading toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian was also surprised. Then, he put down his wine cup and stood up to bow slightly. "Greetings, senior." Beside him, Lu Mingyu bowed as well. The Gu family's almighty, Gu Xiu, nodded slightly and smiled. "Not bad. A young hero with such combat strength at such a young age. I'm afraid you're not far from the saint level." "Thank you for the compliment, senior," said Lin Xian. However, he was very confused. He did not understand why Gu Xiu was looking for him. He did not think that it was just to compliment him. Gu Xiu asked calmly, "Young hero, may I know which sect are you from?" "I'm just a rogue cultivator without a sect. As for my clan, it's too small. I'm afraid you've never heard of it." "Gu Xiu?" Gu Xiu was shocked. To his surprise, he did not expect him to be a Xiu. One had to know that rogue cultivators referred to those who did not belong to any sect or faction and wanted the Jianghu alone. This kind of person seemed to be carefree, but they did not have the backing of a sect or a family to rely on or provide resources. It could be said that they were the least valued group of people in Jianghu. Of course, there were also experts like this, but the number was very small, far less than the sects and those huge aristocratic families. However, the ancient cultivator did not expect that the young man before him was actually a loose cultivator. This was truly beyond his expectations. However, it was better this way. His original intention was to recruit Lin Xian. If such a young genius could join the Gu family, he would definitely be a powerful force in the future. Gu Xiu was a little worried. If Lin Xian was a disciple of a sacred ground, there might not be any hope of recruiting him. But now, Lin Xian was just a Xiu. He was confident that he could get Lin Xian to join the Gu family. However, there was no rush. He had to take it slow. Gu Xiu said calmly, "I see. I didn't expect you to have such combat strength despite being a Xiu. It was really shocking. By the way, there will be a small auction on the 5th floor of the Purple Cloud Palace. Are you interested in participating?" "Auction?" Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyebrows twitched. I wonder what's going on at the auction. Hearing this, a look of disbelief appeared on the ancient cultivator's face. Although the auction is small, the items inside are not bad at all. Most of them are precious cultivation techniques. There are even some treasures. Cold spring holy water and connate purple thunderstone will appear in this auction. Connate purple thunderstone! Lin Xian's heart beat wildly. He came to the northern region to find this thing. He didn't expect it to appear now. Lu Mingyu was also surprised. Then, they looked at each other. Lin Xian said with a smile, "Thank you, senior." Since there was a connate purple thunderstone, Lin Xian would definitely participate in this auction. He had to get this stone. Well, take the purple invitation. You can directly enter the auction on the 5th floor in a while. Gu Xiu put down an invitation and then turned to leave. Thank you, senior. Lin Xian held the invitation card in his hand as a smile appeared on his face. Great. With the connate purple thunderstone, the formation to deal with powerful figures can be completed. Then, we can kill the saint of all beginnings. Thinking of this, not only Lin Xian, but Lu Mingyu was also excited. She said in a deep voice, "This time, no matter how much it costs, we must get the connate purple thunderstone." There was still half a day before the auction, so Lin Xian and Lu Mingyu enjoyed some singing and dancing in the hall and tasted some spiritual wine. After half a day, they got up and went to the 5th floor. At this moment, the Reverence Moon Saintess, the Thousand Thunder Saint, the Four Symbol Saint, and some other experts also went to the 5th floor. Everyone who could go to the 5th floor was an expert. They were either young geniuses or old experts. None of them were weak. After Lin Xian and others left, the hall suddenly quieted down. However, there were still many people who were not qualified to participate in the auction. They could only talk here. The topic that was talked about the most was Lin Xian. That was because the battle prowess that Lin Xian had displayed was simply too powerful. Furthermore, his identity was so mysterious. It was only natural that they were curious about him. Do you think that guy is a saint in disguise? How can an ordinary rogue cultivator have such strong combat strength? Moreover, he's too young. I'm afraid that the geniuses of the North region have a rival. Not necessarily. Although this guy is strong, the combat strength he has shown so far is not at the level of a saint. Most importantly, he has offended the Liang family. Presumably, he will be hunted down by the Liang family. Whether he can survive by then is another matter. Everyone was talking about it, and they were not optimistic about Lin Xian. After all, the Liang family was the top force in the North region. Although Lin Xian was strong, he was only one person. Without the support of a huge force, he could not compete with a giant like the Liang family. Chapter 1839. On the other side, Lin Xian, Lu Mingyu, and Zhe Shi had reached the 5th floor. The 5th floor wasn't as big as the 1st floor's hall, but it was luxurious and rich in spirit qi. It far surpassed the 1st floor's hall. Lin Xian could clearly feel that there were countless spiritual gathering arrays on the 5th floor, which gathered extremely pure spiritual qi. The tables, chairs, and walls were all carved from the best 1,000-year-old spiritual wood. It was extremely luxurious. The 5th floor was divided into the ordinary area and the VIP pavilion. There were only dozens of VIP pavilions, and each of them was extremely exquisite. Not only that, those who could enter the VIP pavilions were extremely powerful figures. Everyone was proud to be able to enter the VIP pavilions, because it was a symbol of status. Perhaps only the experts of the great sects, peerless holy lands, and the remote antiquity families could enter. The others, including the sect leaders of the smaller sects, might not even be qualified to enter the VIP pavilions. One could imagine how noble it was to be able to enter the VIP pavilions. The ancient cultivators gave Lin Xian face and gave him a purple invitation card. Therefore, Lin Xian and Lu Mingyu were also allocated a VIP room. The two of them held the purple invitation and walked toward the VIP pavilion in front of them. But at this time, they frowned, because they found that there were also several figures in front of them. Those figures were quite extraordinary. They carried powerful radiance and terrifying auras. These people were Wanlei Xingzi and the others. As the saints of the Holy Lands, they naturally had a noble status and were also qualified to enter the VIP pavilions. Wanlei Xingzi and the others naturally saw Lin Xian and Lu Mingyu, and they were stunned. At this time, the Reverend Moon Saintess said with a smile, "What a coincidence! I didn't expect to meet you here. Young Master's previous battle was really surprising. May I know where young Master is from? How should I address you?" For a moment, many people's eyes fell on Lin Xian again. Lin Xian laughed. "It's just a small trick. How could it enter the eyes of the Reverend Moon Saintess? I'm just a small rogue cultivator. You won't know my name even if I tell you," Lin Xian said with a smile as he prepared to leave. At this time, Lu Mingyu also sent a sound transmission to Lin Xian, telling him to leave quickly. She had discovered that there was actually a genius from the All Beginnings Holy Land on the other side. Sure enough, just as Lin Xian was about to leave, a figure blocked his path. It was a young man with long, dark red hair that flowed down his back like flames. His eyes were deep and carried a sense of sharpness. The corners of his eyes were slightly raised as if he was high and mighty. He blocked Lin Xian's path, his lips curling into a sinister smile. "What's wrong, brother? Are you not going to give me face? Who are you? Why should I give you face?" Lin Xian frowned. He had no interest in dealing with these people. Upon hearing this, the young man's face darkened. "Kid, don't be too arrogant. Don't think that you're all that just because you defeated Elder Liang. Let me tell you, people like that can't be compared to us. So, when you face us, you'd better correct your attitude." "Who are you?" Lin Xian coldly asked. The other party's tone had left him in a bad mood. At this time, the 10,000 Thunder Saint walked over with a chuckle. "Let me introduce you. This is Brother Chao Yun. He's a genius disciple of the All Beginnings Holy Land. He's also one of the candidate Holy Sons. The All Beginnings Holy Sons people are actually here." Lin Xian was shocked. As for Lu Mingyu, she was extremely nervous. Fortunately, the mask on her face was a magic treasure. Even supreme experts wouldn't be able to see through it. So, as long as she didn't reveal any flaws, the other party wouldn't be able to recognize her. Chao Yun looked at Lin Xian and Lu Mingyu, his eyes flickering. He raised his chin and coldly said, "This woman is your companion? Make her take off her mask." There was an unquestionable command in his voice. Hearing this, Lu Mingyu was startled. Had the other party discovered something? Lin Xian also frowned. The other party's attitude was too arrogant. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. On the side, the Reverend Moon Saintess smiled and said, "Brother Chao is really careful. He doesn't miss any opportunity to interrogate." Chao Yun said, "Of course. That bitch Lu Mingyu hasn't been caught yet. Moreover, one of our All Beginnings holy grounds was destroyed. I reckon it was done by them. This time, we must capture that bitch and bring her back to the sect to receive punishment." Hearing this, Lin Xian understood. Obviously, the news of them destroying the All Beginnings holy grounds should have been sent back. The All Beginnings Saintess was probably looking for them all over the world. Previously, Lu Mingyu had displayed a powerful combat strength. Coupled with her incomparably mysterious appearance, and the fact that she was wearing a mask, it naturally aroused Chao Yun's suspicion. Of course, it was only a suspicion. Because Lu Mingyu hadn't used the primal chaos technique from beginning to end. "Don't you think it's too much to do this?" Lin Xian's face sank. "What's too much about it? I'm just doing a routine check. I hope you can cooperate with the All Beginnings Holy Ground. Besides, you're just a small wandering cultivator. I advise you not to become enemies with the All Beginnings Holy Ground. Because you can't afford to offend them." The Reverend Moon Saintess, the 10,000 Lightning Holy Sun, and the 4 Symbols Holy Sun looked as if they were watching a show. Obviously, Lin Xian had been too domineering before. Now, they wanted to borrow Chao Yun's hand to suppress the other party's arrogance. Otherwise, the surrounding people would really think that a small wandering cultivator could contend against holy sons like them. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. You're just a holy son candidate. What's there to be arrogant about? I advise you to disappear from my sight. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Also, you can threaten me again after you become a holy son. What? Hearing this, the surrounding cultivators sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Lin Xian in shock. They had already noticed what had happened before, but because it was a circle of holy sons, they didn't dare to approach. Therefore, they didn't dare to approach and could only listen from afar. But now, after hearing Lin Xian's words, they were no longer able to remain calm. He was simply too domineering. Facing a holy son candidate of the all beginnings holy ground, he wasn't afraid at all. He was even threatening the other party. This wasn't something that an ordinary person could do. Sure enough, Chao Yun's face darkened. His gaze was ice cold as he glared at Lin Xian. Brat, do you know who you're talking to? You're just a holy son candidate. What's there to be arrogant about? Hurry up and scram! Lin Xian was furious. He didn't have time to waste with Chao Yun. Brat, you're really arrogant. Just you wait. Don't think that no one can deal with you just because you killed old Liang Zhang. See you in the battle zone after the auction. I'll let you know what a true heaven's pride is. Chapter 1840. The 10,000 Lightning Saint Sun narrowed his eyes. A person should know when to advance and when to retreat. A Saint Sun is not someone you can compare to. He looked down at Lin Xian with an arrogant look. The four symbols Saint Sun also had a sinister smile on his face. The Moon Reverend Saintess giggled and said, Great! Now there's a good show to watch. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a terrifying aura surged from his body. He took Lu Mingyu and walked past the saints, striding forward. As for their threats and provocations, he directly ignored them. He had nothing to say to them. At worst, they would fight. There was nothing to be afraid of. Seeing that Chao Yun dared to ignore them, the 10,000 Lightning Saint Sun, four symbols Saint Sun, and the Moon Reverend Saintess faces darkened. In their eyes, Chao Yun was too arrogant. No one dared to ignore them. Chao Yun sneered and said, After the auction, I'll deal with him personally. That's for the best. The 10,000 Lightning Saint Sun snorted coldly. Then, they walked toward the VIP pavilion. On the other side, Lin Xian ignored the 10,000 Lightning Saint Sun and the others and went to a VIP pavilion. Then, he exclaimed. This place was better than he had imagined. Although the fifth floor was small, it was still relatively small. Just this VIP pavilion alone was comparable to a small palace. Inside, there was a huge bright moon divine pearl hanging in the air. It shone brightly like the moon. It emitted endless radiance. The floor was paved with white spiritual jade, which provided abundant spiritual energy. There was also a golden pearl, which provided heat. There were lotuses painted on the floor, forming the appearance of a five-colored divine lotus. It indicated that a martial artist would create lotuses with every step. There were purple crystal lamps around, emitting a faint light. When the purple light shone on people, it made them feel calm. It was as if all their worries had disappeared. This was a purple spiritual stone, which had the effect of calming the mind. It was useful for kings and almighties. It was very precious. Unexpectedly, it was used as a palace lantern here. One had to admit that this place was too luxurious. Lin Xian and Lu Mingyu sat comfortably on the rattan chairs, enjoying the spirit wine and spirit fruits while waiting for the auction to begin. There was a huge purple crystal in front of them, forming a light screen that allowed them to clearly see the scene outside. Moreover, when they saw a treasure they liked, they could name a price at any time. Lin Xian and Lu Mingyu entered the VIP pavilion. The Reverence Moon Saintess, Thousand Lightning Holy Sun, for symbols Holy Sun, Chao Yun, and other experts also entered the VIP pavilion. As for those who did not have the qualifications to enter the VIP pavilion, They sat down in the middle of the large hall and quietly waited. As everyone arrived, a figure quickly appeared on the crystal auction stage in front of them. That person was the middle-aged mighty figure who had given Lin Xian the invitation, the ancient cultivator. Immediately, everyone became excited. Because for an almighty being to be the auctioneer, one could imagine how high the standard of this auction was. After the ancient cultivators from the Gu clan came out, the entire hall became quiet without a single sound. The ancient cultivator looked around and was very satisfied. In the next moment, he said loudly, "Welcome everyone to the Purple Cloud Palace's auction. I don't think I need to say more about the Purple Cloud Palace. Therefore, the items in this auction will definitely satisfy everyone." Hearing this, everyone became excited. They could not wait any longer. The experts were also excited because they more or less knew some of the items that would be auctioned in this auction. Now that they heard the ancient cultivator's words, they were naturally excited. Even Lin Xian and Lu Mingyue's eyes were flickering. That was because there were also things that they wanted in this auction. Alright then, let's take a look at the next treasure. After the first treasure was taken out, the entire auction went into a frenzy. Indeed, as the ancient cultivator had said, every one of them was an extremely precious treasure that was enough to make the experts jealous. Soon, the experts began to bid against each other and started to fight. Even the holy sons joined in. Even Lin Xian and Lu Mingyu were moved when they saw the treasures. That was because every single treasure that was taken out was incomparably precious. However, the price was also a headache for them. Therefore, the two of them did not make a move. They were waiting for the innate purple thunderstone. During this period, several treasures appeared, and even an upper-grade Earth rank artifact appeared. When the upper-grade Earth rank artifact appeared, the entire hall went into a frenzy. Everyone's eyes were burning with excitement. In the eastern wilderness, an Earth rank artifact was not particularly rare. Every expert had one. However, it was only a low-grade Earth rank artifact. The better ones might be mid-grade Earth rank artifacts. However, they did not have any upper-grade Earth rank artifacts. In fact, they were rarely seen. Therefore, they were naturally excited when they saw it. At this moment, all the experts, elders, and even the Reverence Moon Saintess, the Thousand Thunder Holy Sun, and the Four Symbols Holy Sun all joined in the bidding. In the end, it was bought by the Four Symbols Holy Sun at a high price. After the Four Symbols Holy Sun obtained the upper-grade Earth rank artifact, the corners of his mouth curled up into a proud smile. As for the other experts, they sighed. There was nothing they could do about it. An upper-grade Earth rank white dress was several times more powerful than a mid-grade Earth rank artifact. If they obtained it, their combat strength would increase tremendously. However, it was a pity that the Four Symbols Holy Sun had obtained it. There was nothing they could do about it. One had to know that the Four Symbols Holy Ground was a terrifying force in the North region. As the Four Symbols Holy Sun, the wealth in his hands was beyond imagination. Not only that, the others did not even dare to think of robbing him after the auction. After all, if they provoked the Four Symbols Holy Sun, they would be hunted down by the Four Symbols Holy Ground. At this point, the auction reached its peak. Although the following items were not as precious as an upper-grade Earth rank artifact, they were still precious treasures. The other experts started to make their moves. At this time, on the crystal auction stage, the ancient cultivator chuckled and said, "Everyone, the next item is also extraordinary. What kind of extraordinary treasure is there?" Hearing this, everyone became excited. Could it be another upper-grade Earth rank artifact? Impossible! Upper-grade Earth rank artifacts are like cabbages. It's impossible for so many to appear. It must be other treasures. Yes, I guess it should be a top-grade Earth rank cultivation technique. It's possible. Discussions broke out one after another. However, the ancient cultivator smiled mysteriously. In the next moment, he clapped his hands lightly. Then, four beautiful women in light muslin appeared on the crystal auction stage. Each of the four beautiful women stretched out their slender hands and held a dark red square box in their hands. This posture was extremely mysterious, and it aroused the curiosity of the crowd. Chapter 1841. This posture could be said to be extremely mysterious, which aroused the curiosity of everyone. What exactly is it? Everyone guessed, and some experts who were familiar with Gu Xiu had already begun to speak. Old Gu, what exactly is it? Don't keep us in suspense. That's right. Hurry up and say it. I can't wait any longer. Hee hee. Gu Xiu looked at the heated scene around him, then nodded slightly and said to the four beautiful women, Open it. After the red box was opened, a purple light flickered and floated in the hall. Not only that, but there were also small lightning bolts that kept swimming around like swimming dragons. That is? Looking at this strange scene, everyone was stunned. Even the peerless experts and saints were surprised. They did not expect to cause such a phenomenon. This is the Khanate Purple Thunderstone! At this moment, an old man spoke in a deep voice. What? Khanate Purple Thunderstone! It's actually the Khanate Purple Thunderstone! Hearing the old man's words, many people exclaimed. Obviously, they had heard of the Khanate Purple Thunderstone. This is a treasure. Legend has it that this stone contains Khanate Chi. It's extremely mysterious and can help warriors break through bottlenecks. It can help improve one's cultivation. It's definitely the best supplement for cultivation. Yes, I'm afraid even the mighty figures will be jealous when they see it. Not only that, not only does it contain Khanate Chi, which is helpful to warriors, but it's also an excellent material for refining weapons. With it, the success rate of refining earth-rank treasures can be greatly increased. Moreover, the power of the treasures refined from it will also be multiplied. What? It has such an effect? Those kings who did not know about the Khanate Purple Thunderstone gasped. Because these two characteristics were too shocking, and they could not help but be tempted. It's really out! Lin Xian and Lu Mingyu looked at the sparkling and translucent purple stone with excitement in their hearts. In another VIP room, the Thousand Thunder Saint's eyes were also shining. He released thunder and lightning all over his body, forming rings of thunder and lightning that surrounded him. Because he was too excited. This Khanate Purple Thunderstone not only contained the Khanate Chi, but also the Purple Divine Thunder. It was very useful to him. With the Purple Divine Thunder, he might be able to successfully break through to the Almighty Realm. That way, he would be the most powerful existence among all the saints. So no matter what, he had to obtain the natural violet lightning rock. In the other VIP pavilions, the Reverence Moon Saintess, the four symbols' holy children, and the other experts, as well as the elders, were also burning with excitement. Because this stone was also useful to them. These people were either stuck in a certain realm for too long, and were unable to break through to the next realm. Otherwise, they would be young geniuses or saints who wanted to be the first to break through and become almighties. The innate Purple Thunderstone was an opportunity that could help them break through their bottlenecks. Therefore, no one would give up. Up ahead, on the crystal auction platform, the ancient cultivator watched this scene with a smile and nodded in satisfaction. He knew that everyone was excited, and the innate Purple Thunderstone would definitely sell for a good price. Therefore, in the next moment, he said loudly, Then, let the auction begin. A low-grade Earth Step artifact. As soon as the ancient cultivator finished speaking, a voice quickly rang out and spread throughout the hall. Accompanied by this voice, countless lightning bolts appeared in the surroundings and intertwined with each other. What a powerful lightning Dao! Could it be the 1,000 lightning holy suns bid? Everyone was shocked. They did not expect the other party to bid a low-grade Earth Step artifact right off the bat. This made the corners of many people's mouths twitch, and their hearts beat wildly. One had to know that although these experts also had a low-grade Earth Step artifact, it was not a cabbage after all. It was their treasure. They had paid a great price to obtain each Earth Step artifact. But now, someone had actually bid an Earth Step artifact for the innate Purple Thunderstone without any hesitation. This was absolutely shocking. For those ordinary kings, they would rather die than use their treasures to exchange for it. Therefore, when they heard this price, many people despaired. Because they knew that this competition probably had nothing to do with them. Lin Xian and Lu Mingyu also frowned. The innate purple thunderstone's function was so outstanding that there would be a lot of competition. 2 low-grade earth step artifacts. At this moment, another calm voice sounded. This voice was filled with power, causing the entire void to tremble. Needless to say, the person with such power must be the 4 Symbols Holy Sun. The 4 Symbols Holy Sun laughed. Brother Lei, although we have a good relationship, this artifact is very useful to me. Why don't you give it to me? Humph! The 1,000 Lightning Holy Sun snorted. Give it to the other party? How is that possible? Although they had a good relationship now, it was only on the surface. Every saint was a competitor to each other. As holy sons, their ambitions were very big and their goals were very far. They were all emperors. Therefore, no one would back down in this competition. 3 low-grade earth step artifacts. On the other side, the Reverence Moon Saintess also joined the competition with a smile. For low-grade earth step artifacts. At this moment, an elder of the older generation spoke. Everyone's breathing quickened. Earth step artifacts were all treasures. At this moment, they were actually being used as spirit stones. It was really shocking. While everyone was still in shock, Lin Xian spoke. 1 mid-grade earth step artifact. What? Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. They could not believe their ears. What price did that kid offer? 1 mid-grade earth step artifact? Heavens! Does he know what a mid-grade artifact means? Everyone was going crazy. An earth step artifact was an even more precious artifact. Many people did not even have one. Only those experts deserved to have one. Moreover, its power and price were several times higher than a low-grade earth step artifact. But now, someone was actually using such a treasure to make a bid. It was really shocking. Who was the one who made the bid? For a moment, everyone looked around, trying to find the person who made the bid. They wanted to see who was the one who was so generous. Very quickly, they locked onto a VIP room. Thus, everyone began to discuss. Who is this person? Could it be a holy son? No, I know that VIP. It's the kid who killed Elder Liang. Originally, they thought that someone who could make such a big bid must be a holy son of a holy ground or an elder of a big family. But they did not expect it to be a rogue cultivator. They could not believe it. Chapter 1842. The All Beginnings Holy Grounds Holy Sun candidate, Chao Yun, sneered and said disdainfully, "How could an insignificant loose cultivator possess a mid-grade earth rank artifact? What a fool's dream! Brat, I think you are just randomly raising the price and trying to disrupt the order of the auction. How should you be punished?" At the end of his speech, his voice became sharp and even carried a strong murderous aura. Clearly, he wanted to use this opportunity to suppress Lin Xian. It would be best if the Purple Cloud Palace's people could drive Lin Xian out. It wasn't just Chao Yun. The others also didn't believe that Lin Xian possessed a mid-grade earth rank artifact. After all, he was just a loose cultivator. Humph! Within the VIP pavilion, Lin Xian sneered as he watched this scene. He was indeed a loose cultivator. However, this didn't mean that he wasn't rich. One had to know that he had killed many kings. Among them were many geniuses from the Holy Lands. Moreover, Lin Xian had obtained their storage rings. Among them, he had obtained several dozen low-grade earth rank artifacts and a dozen mid-grade earth rank artifacts. Thus, his wealth was definitely incomparably rich. At this time, Chao Yun spoke to the void once more. "Senior of the Gu family, I request to check this brat's wealth. I suspect that he is randomly raising the price and disrupting the order." Agreed! Agreed! I request the Gu family to check this brat's wealth. After Chao Yun, voices sounded out one after another. Clearly, these people didn't believe that Lin Xian possessed a mid-grade earth rank artifact. As these voices sounded out, the ancient cultivator on the crystal auction stage frowned slightly. He had a good impression of Lin Xian and wanted to recruit him. However, in this situation, he had no choice but to check Lin Xian's wealth. Otherwise, the other great families and forces would be dissatisfied. Thus, the ancient cultivator said in a clear voice, "Young master, if it is convenient, why don't you display it?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xian didn't say anything. He took out a mid-grade earth rank artifact from the black earth and raised his hand. Buzz! The void trembled. Then, an exquisite pagoda appeared in the main hall. It was 7 stories tall and emitted a resplendent radiance. A profound yellow aura descended. That wave of aura shocked everyone. What? It really is a mid-grade artifact. He actually has it. Everyone looked up at the sky in shock. Many people's eyes were burning with desire, and they wanted to snatch it. However, they only dared to think about it. They didn't dare to make a move here. Otherwise, the powerhouses of the Gu clan would kill them mercilessly. However, many of them decided that once they left the Purple Cloud Palace, they would definitely meet him. That was because the other party was too mysterious. He actually had such a treasure in his hands. Therefore, many experts had their eyes on Lin Xian. The 1,000 Lightning Saint Sun, the Reverence Moon Saintess, and the 4 Symbols Saint Sun frowned. This scene was indeed beyond their expectations. Chao Yun's face was filled with shock and disbelief. He crazily said, "Impossible! How could this brat have a mid-grade earth-step treasure? I suspect that this is fake." Humph! However, at this moment, on the crystal auction stage, the ancient cultivator let out a cold snort and said coldly, "Young Master Chao Yun, I hope you won't disturb the order of the auction." This voice was extremely cold, and it seemed to contain the might of an almighty being. They surged towards Chao Yun. Boom! Chao Yun's body trembled, and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. He didn't dare to say anything because he knew that if he did, the Gu clan would be angry. His face was extremely ugly. Previously, he had doubted the other party and thought that the other party wouldn't take out a mid-grade earth-step treasure. However, he didn't expect the other party to take it out in the blink of an eye. This was definitely a resounding slap to his face. However, he couldn't retaliate. This made his face burn. It was extremely embarrassing. However, he soon revealed a trace of a cold smile. This time, the other party had taken out a mid-grade earth-step treasure and embarrassed him. However, this had inadvertently attracted the attention of other powerhouses. Those people would definitely have their eyes on Lin Xian. Humph! Brat, you're just a small rogue cultivator. I think there will definitely be people who will have their eyes on you. When the time comes, I'll see how you die. Chao Yun didn't say anything. Instead, a cold smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, on the other side, Lu Mingyu was also a little worried in the VIP room. We're so high profile. Will we attract the attention of other powerhouses? It won't be good if someone makes a move. Don't worry. With my speed, even a mighty figure might not be able to catch up. Unless a peerless mighty figure makes a move. However, do you think a peerless mighty figure will make a move for a mid-grade earth-step treasure? That's obviously impossible. In fact, Lin Xian had already thought about all of this. His heavenly dragon's 8 steps had improved a lot. Now, his speed could compete with a mighty figure. Therefore, even if he was chased by a mighty figure, he could still leave calmly. Soon, Lin Xian put away the Linglong treasure pagoda. The hall fell into silence. Because now, Lin Xian's price was the highest. At this time, on the crystal auction stage, Guxiu clapped and laughed. Someone has already bid a mid-grade earth-step treasure. Is there anyone else who wants to increase the price? The ordinary kings were silent. They could only look up at this price. However, a few saints and experts snorted. Although this price was somewhat out of their expectations, they would definitely increase the price. Because they also had mid-grade earth-step treasures. Sure enough, in the next moment, the 10,000 Lightning Saint Sun made a bid. 1 mid-grade earth-step treasure, plus 2 low-grade earth-step treasures. After the 10,000 Lightning Saint Sun, the 4 Symbols Saint Sun, and the Reverend Moon Saintess also bid mid-grade Earth Step treasures, plus a few low-grade treasures. The price was getting higher and higher. Now, other than the saints, only the elders and experts of the major sects and forces were bidding. The other kings could only watch from the sidelines. Among them, the 10,000 Lightning Saint Sun was going all out because he was determined to get the innate purple thunderstone. But at this time, Lin Xian made another bid. 2 mid-grade Earth Step treasures. What? 2? Hearing this, everyone's scalp went numb. Their eyes widened as if they couldn't believe their ears. The few saints almost spat out a mouthful of blood. They were about to go mad with anger, because the price they offered was a mid-grade artifact and a few low-grade artifacts. Who would bid 2 mid-grade treasures? Were mid-grade Earth Step treasures cabbages? Many people even suspected that Lin Xian was raising the price again. This time, Lin Xian didn't hesitate and bid another mid-grade Earth Step treasure. It was a long silver spear that emitted a terrifying aura. It was extremely sharp, as if it could pierce through the void. Fuck! Everyone went crazy as they stared at the sky. Chapter 1843. This was too incredible. At this moment, many people had their eyes on Lin Xian. Compared to the innate purple thunderstone, they felt that Lin Xian was easier to deal with. However, the 10,000 Lightning Saint Sun's face darkened. He had already surpassed the Reverend Moon Saintess and the 4 symbols Saint Sun. In his opinion, the innate purple thunderstone was already his. However, he didn't expect that Lin Xian would appear again. Moreover, he directly raised the price to 2 mid-grade artifacts. This drove him crazy. Damn it, how can this kid have so many treasures? Wasn't he just a rogue cultivator? The 10,000 Lightning Saint Sun's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. To be honest, he now suspected that Lin Xian was a genius secretly cultivated by some holy ground. Otherwise, he couldn't be so rich. Chao Yun's face also darkened. He said in a low voice, "Brother Lei, why don't we give up and let this kid get the innate purple thunderstone? Then, when we get out of the Purple Cloud Palace, we can kill him and take the treasures." Hearing this, the 10,000 Lightning Saint Sun was tempted. This was indeed a good idea. Because this way, he could get the innate purple thunderstone and save a lot of treasures. However, he soon shook his head. Because Lin Xian was so high profile now, he was afraid that he would be targeted by more than 1 or 2 people. If other experts made a move and something happened, they would lose the innate purple thunderstone. The 10,000 Lightning Saint Sun wouldn't be able to accept it. Therefore, the 10,000 Lightning Saint Sun planned to fight for it. After all, 2 mid-grade Earth rank artifacts was still within an acceptable price. Humph! I don't believe that I can't compete with a rogue cultivator in terms of wealth. As a Saint Sun, he was extremely rich. Therefore, he could also afford 2 mid-grade Earth rank artifacts. And this time, he decided to pay a high price so that everyone could only look up to him and not fight back. Otherwise, if this continued, the final price would be ridiculously high. Therefore, the 10,000 Lightning Saint Sun said in a low voice, 2 mid-grade Earth rank artifacts and an ancient herb. Another bid. Hearing this, everyone was shocked again, and then began to discuss. Ancient herb? Everyone was puzzled. What kind of ancient medicine could actually compare to a mid-grade Earth Step treasure? Upon hearing this, even the ancient cultivators on the crystal auction platform were stunned. In the next moment, he asked in a low voice, "What ancient medicine is this?" There were many types of ancient medicines. They were of different ages, types, and effects. Naturally, their prices would be different as well. Therefore, the ancient cultivators had to first determine what kind of ancient medicine the 10,000 Thunder Saint was talking about. The others also pricked up their ears and listened carefully because they were also very curious. Meanwhile, the Saint Child proudly said, "This ancient medicine was cut out from a stone. After a final appraisal, it should be the root of the ancient Thousand Buddha flower." What? The ancient medicine that was cut out? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. They knew how to cut stones. Those stones were incomparably mysterious. Some of them could produce divine crystals, and of course, there were some that could produce ancient medicines. However, the probability of finding an ancient medicine was much lower. Who would have thought that the 10,000 Thunder Saint would have such an ancient medicine in his possession? Although it was only a root and not complete, its value absolutely surpassed that of a medium-grade earth-step treasure. This 10,000 Thunder Saint child is really generous, ah. Yeah, it seems like he is determined to get the innate purple thunderstone. Of course, the innate purple thunderstone not only contains innate will, but also purple divine lightning. This thing is very suitable for the 10,000 Thunder Saint child. A discussion broke out. Obviously, in everyone's opinion, the innate purple thunderstone must belong to the 10,000 Thunder Saint child. Sure enough, at this moment, the Reverence Moon Saintess and the four symbols Saint Child's expression turned solemn. Because this price was beyond their ability to bear. Even if they had the ancient medicine in their possession, they would not take it out. Soon, the two of them gave up. Not only them, but other experts and elders also shook their heads and gave up. Even the ancient cultivators on the crystal auction platform had a solemn expression. Because he did not expect that the other party would take out an ancient medicine to exchange. This was really a pleasant surprise. Inside the VIP room, Lu Mingyu frowned deeply. What should we do? Damn that 10,000 Thunder Saint child. He is crazy enough to take out an ancient medicine to exchange. Why don't we give up? After leaving the Purple Cloud Palace, we can rob him directly. It seemed like Lu Mingyu was really anxious. She was even willing to rob a saint child. Lin Xian shook his head and said, Don't worry, it's just an ancient medicine. What's the big deal? Moreover, it's a remnant root. Originally, he wanted to compete with the number of mid-grade Earth rank artifacts, but he actually wants to compete with spiritual herbs. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Indeed, the number of spiritual herbs in Lin Xian's hands was more than the number of mid-grade Earth rank artifacts. After all, he was an alchemist, and he had a lot of spiritual herbs in his hands. Moreover, he had also obtained a lot of non-precious spiritual herbs in the Slanted Moon world. Therefore, at this moment, he was not anxious at all. The crowd outside fell silent, while the 10,000 Thunder Saint child raised his chin proudly, preparing to receive the innate purple thunderstone. But at this time, a lazy voice sounded. It's just a remnant ancient medicine, what's the big deal? I offer 2 mid-grade Earth rank artifacts and a 3,000-year-old ancient medicine. This voice naturally belonged to Lin Xian. The others were stunned when they heard this because they did not expect Lin Xian to bid again. There's really a good show to watch. On the other side, the Reverence Moon Saintess' lips curled up slightly. The four symbols Saint Child leaned back in his rattan chair, enjoying the show while sipping his wine. The other experts were also paying attention. Although they would not bid again, it did not stop them from watching the show. Chao Yun sneered after hearing this. Kid, I think water has entered your brain. We're offering an ancient medicine. Incomparably precious. You're offering a 3,000-year-old spiritual herb? What an idiot! How can this thing be compared with ours? Indeed, a 3,000-year-old spiritual herb was precious, but it was nothing compared to an ancient medicine. Not only Chao Yun, but the others were also stunned. They thought that Lin Xian was too childish this time. Humph, as expected of a rogue cultivator, ignorant. The 10,000 Thunder Saint child sneered. He couldn't even tell which spiritual herb was precious. What an idiot. Hearing these mocking words, Lin Xian was very calm. He said in a deep voice, What do you know? Although my spiritual herb is only 3,000-year-old, its effect is surprisingly good. What effect? Why don't you tell us? Chapter 1844. What effect does it have? Why don't you tell us about it? Chao Yun sneered because he really did not believe that a 3,000-year-old spirit medicine could compare to the ancient medicine in their hands. Didn't your face hurt from the slap just now? Hearing Chao Yun hooting again, Lin Xian sneered. Since you want to be slapped in the face again, then I'll fulfill your wish. This old medicine of mine can increase a martial artist's lifespan. What? Increase a martial artist's lifespan? Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. The next moment, everyone was in an uproar, each and every one of them extremely shocked. Spirit medicines had a myriad of effects. Some could heal injuries, some could increase skill, but there was also a type that could increase a martial artist's lifespan. But this kind of spirit medicine was seriously too rare. Rumor had it that every great emperor had a stock of immortal divine medicine that could allow the great emperor to live another lifetime. That kind of immortal divine medicine could increase lifespan. It was just that that kind of divine medicine was very rare. There were only a few stocks in tens of millions of years. However, apart from immortal divine medicine, there were also some spirit medicines that had the effect of increasing lifespan. It was just that the increase was not as exaggerated. This kind of spirit medicine could also be encountered but not sought. Even if someone had it, they would not take it out and would keep it for themselves to consume. Everyone did not expect that they could actually see this kind of divine medicine here. Inside the VIP pavilion, Lu Mingyu also opened her eyes wide. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Why would you take out such a divine medicine? To be honest, she was really too shocked. One had to know that what a martial artist pursued in the end was strength and lifespan. Especially for those ancient fossil-level martial artists who were about to die. Even if they could live for another day, to them, they would fight for it with everything they had. This kind of medicine could be said to be incomparably precious. However, Lu Mingyu could not understand why Lin Xian would take it out. Could it be that he did not know the preciousness of this medicine? Lin Xian shrugged. Don't worry. Although this thing is a treasure in your eyes, it's just SOSO in front of me. That's it. The corners of Lu Mingyu's mouth twitched. She even suspected that Lin Xian had a problem with his head. However, Lin Xian was not wrong. He still had a few stocks of medicine that could increase lifespan like this in his hands. Moreover, the stock that he took out was also a defective product. He didn't like it at all. That was his foundation. Although he couldn't compare to those saints in terms of quantity, perhaps no one could compare to him in terms of quality. Outside the VIP pavilion, everyone was stunned. The Reverence Moon Saintess and the 4 divine symbols Holy Sons were bewildered. If it was really a spiritual herb that could increase one's lifespan, it would be too precious. Chao Yun's face also darkened. However, he still instinctively refused to believe it. Because he really did not believe that the other party would be willing to take out such a precious spiritual medicine. However, this time, before he could ridicule and ask the Gu family to examine it, the Gu family suddenly stopped him. Gu Xiu from the Gu clan said in a deep voice, "Young master, this matter is too important. Can you let us examine it first?" To be honest, he was too shocked. When the other party had taken out 2 mid-grade Earth Step artifacts, it had already shocked him. Who would have thought that the other party would take out a spirit herb that could increase one's lifespan? Sure, feel free to check. Lin Xian nodded calmly. He wasn't faking it, so naturally, he wasn't afraid of being checked. In the next moment, Gu Xiu transmitted his voice. Not long after, 2 old figures appeared in the void. One was an old man, and the other was an old lady. Both of them had a head full of white hair. Their figures were like ghosts as they arrived at Lin Xian's VIP pavilion in an instant. "Young master, are you sure you have a spiritual medicine that can increase one's lifespan? Let us take a look." These 2 old men were the elders of the Gu clan. When they heard the news, they were also extremely excited. Logically speaking, the Gu clan also had this kind of spiritual medicine. However, no one would complain about having more. Lin Xian nodded. With a wave of his sleeve, a palm-sized spiritual medicine appeared in his hand. Although this spiritual medicine was the size of a palm, there were many flaws on it. Seeing this scene, the 2 elders' expressions turned solemn. It was actually an incomplete spiritual medicine. No wonder the other party was willing to auction it. However, if it could really increase one's lifespan, even if it was incomplete, it was still very precious. To be honest, Lin Xian still had a complete spiritual medicine in his hands. However, he would not take it out. The two elders of the Gu clan received the spiritual medicine and examined it carefully. Subsequently, the light in their eyes became brighter and brighter. It seems to be the five spirits' divine flower. The two of them were extremely shocked. They realized that this was indeed a spiritual medicine that could increase one's lifespan. Young master, may I ask where you obtained this spiritual medicine? The two elders asked excitedly. They were very curious. How could a young man have such a precious medicine? I obtained it in the Tilted Moon mystic world, Lin Xian said indifferently. At that time, it grew beside the nest of a peerless beast. I spent a lot of effort to obtain it. The Tilted Moon mystic world. Hearing this, the two elders were surprised. They knew about the Tilted Moon mystic world. Previously it had caused an uproar. However, they did not expect this spiritual medicine to come from the Tilted Moon mystic world. After hearing this news, the two of them sighed and were somewhat disappointed. This was because the Tilted Moon mystic world had already closed. If they wanted to enter again, it would probably be a few hundred years later. After returning the spiritual medicine, the two elders left the VIP pavilion. In the next moment, they appeared above the main hall. Then, the elder said in a deep voice, "That's right. After our appraisal, it should be the five spirits' divine flower. It is indeed a divine medicine that can increase one's lifespan. Moreover, it is around 3,000 years old." Boom! Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar. Some even went crazy. Because they really did not expect this young man to have such a medicine. At this moment, the Reverend Moon Saintess, the four symbols' holy sons, and the other elders all looked solemn. The 1,000 lightning holy sons' face darkened. He was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. Because he did not expect this young man to really take out a spiritual medicine that could increase one's lifespan. This was definitely more precious than his ancient medicine. Damn brat! The 1,000 lightning holy sons' eyes were filled with killing intent. On the other side, Chao Yun was even more confused. This time, he was slapped in the face by the young man again. This was unbearable for him. Damn brat, you can be arrogant as much as you want now. Wait until the auction is over. I'll show you. Chao Yun gritted his teeth. He swore that after the auction was over, he would definitely kill this young man. After Lin Xian took out a spiritual medicine that could increase one's lifespan, there was no suspense in this auction. In the end, the innate purple thunderstone belonged to Lin Xian. At this point, Lu Mingyu heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian was also excited. Because of this innate purple thunderstone, the next step of his plan could be carried out. Lin Xian did not pay attention to the rest of the auction. He only needed to wait for the auction to end and go backstage to exchange for the innate purple thunderstone. In another private room, the 1,000 lightning holy sons' face darkened. He did not expect that he would fail in this auction. Chapter 1845. In another VIP pavilion, the 10,000 Thunder Saints' face darkened. He didn't expect to fail this auction. Brother Lei, what should we do? Should we kill him and rob him? Beside him, Chao Yun was also gnashing his teeth. As a saint candidate, he had a noble status, but today, he had been slapped in the face twice. This was unbearable. He wanted nothing more than to kill the other party to relieve the hatred in his heart. The 10,000 Thunder Saint narrowed his eyes. Don't you have another battle with him? How about this? After the auction is over, you and he will go to the battle area on the first floor and use the Khanate Purple Thunderstone as the bet. No matter how powerful that kid is, I'm afraid he's no match for you. If you help me win the Khanate Purple Thunderstone, I'll find a way to make you the real saint candidate. What? Are you telling the truth? Hearing this, Chao Yun was tempted. He couldn't help but be tempted. He was only a saint candidate, and there was still a big difference between him and a real saint. Not to mention the strength, just the resources and the support of the sect alone were many times worse than that of the other side. One had to know that the saints of the Great Sage Land were nurtured according to the future sect leader of the Great Sage Land. That was an extremely honorable status. It could be said that as long as he became a saint, he would definitely be the top existence in the eastern wilderness in the future. Therefore, how could Chow Yun not be tempted? He hurriedly said, "Don't worry, Brother Lei. I'll definitely help you win the Khanate Purple Thunderstone and kill that kid with my own hands." Next, a few more items were auctioned in the main hall. Finally, the auction ended smoothly. Many treasures appeared in this auction. Some were incomparably precious. As for those people who were photographed, they all had smiles on their faces and were very satisfied. Those who didn't get it were a little disappointed, but they were also excited. Because today, they had witnessed a lot of shocking things. This kind of scene was usually not seen at all. Lin Xian and Lu Mingyu also left the VIP pavilion and came to the backstage of the 5th floor. They exchanged 2 mid-grade Earth-rank artifacts and a 3,000-year-old old medicine for the Khanate Purple Thunderstone. When Lin Xian put the Khanate Purple Thunderstone into the Black Earth, the two of them were completely relieved. Now that the item was in his hands, the next step was to find a place to let the dark red divine dragon complete the formation. Then they could set up a killing trap to kill the saint of all beginnings. The ancient cultivator chuckled and took out 2 purple tokens, handing them to Lin Xian and Lu Mingyu. "This is the Purple Cloud Palace's Purple Cloud token. You're a top VIP. If you come here in the future, you can enjoy a 50% discount with this badge. You can choose any of the VIP rooms on the 5th floor as your resting place." "Thank you, Senior." Lin Xian was overjoyed as he took the Violet Cloud Command Medallion. With this item, the cost of coming to the Purple Cloud Palace in the future would be much cheaper. After that, Lin Xian and Lu Mingyu quickly left. They knew that they were too high profile this time, and many experts had their eyes on them. The two of them decided that after leaving the Purple Cloud Palace, they would find a safe place to hide for a while and lie low. However, as soon as they left the backstage, they were stopped by someone. They were none other than the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun and Chow Yun. "Get lost!" Lin Xian's face suddenly darkened. He didn't have time to mess around with the other party now. "Boy, you're courting death!" Chow Yun was furious. Although he had been slapped in the face twice, he was still a candidate saint. The other party was just a small rogue cultivator. How dare he scold him? He was truly audacious. The saint of 10,000 Thunder's face was even gloomier. He was a real saint with a noble status. How dare the other party tell him to get lost? He was really courting death. The surrounding kings were about to leave, but when they saw this scene, they all stopped. They knew that a good show was about to begin. Many of them sneered because they were afraid that Lin Xian would run away and they wouldn't be able to catch him. They didn't expect that someone would stop them, which suited their intentions. "Boy, are you so arrogant? However, do you think it's so easy to leave after getting the Khanate Purple Spirit Stone? How naive!" Chow Yun's cold eyes were like sharp swords, staring at Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted. "Why? Are you going to fight here? Aren't you afraid of breaking the rules of the Purple Cloud Palace and being slapped to death by the Almighty?" To be honest, he really didn't understand where the other party got the confidence to be so arrogant. He was just a candidate saint. What was there to be arrogant about? "Don't worry, I won't fight here, and I won't break the rules of the Purple Cloud Palace," Chow Yun sneered. "So, don't expect the Almighty to deal with me. I said before that after the auction is over, we'll go to the battle area on the 1st floor together and fight to the death. I'll let you know the consequences of offending me. Do you think I'll go just because you said so?" Lin Xian sneered. He didn't have the time to fight with the other party now. "Boy, you can choose not to go. But I can guarantee that as long as you leave the Purple Cloud Palace, you'll be hunted down by the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Land and the Holy Land of Absolute Beginning." At this moment, the Saint of 10,000 Thunder spoke. Hearing this, everyone's scalp went numb. They knew that the Saint of 10,000 Thunder was really angry. Lu Mingyu was also anxious. The current situation was very unfavorable for them. So, in the next moment, she looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was calm. The more dangerous the situation was, the calmer he would be. This was his instinct and an excellent habit of an expert. He asked in a deep voice, "Do you really want to fight with me?" "Of course." "What, boy, are you afraid?" Chao Yun snorted. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Lin Xian shook his head. "Let's go to the battle area on the first floor." Hearing this, Chao Yun smiled. The Saint of 10,000 Thunder also narrowed his eyes. They had achieved their goal. The surrounding warriors were in an uproar. They were shocked. They didn't expect that Lin Xian would actually agree to this battle. Where did his confidence come from? He dared to fight with Chao Yun? Didn't he know that Chao Yun was a candidate saint? His strength was much more terrifying than Liang Zhang's. There will be a good show to watch this time. The Reverend Moon Saintess was also interested. The four symbols saint snorted. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Because in his opinion, there was no suspense in this battle. Chao Yun would definitely win. A group of people set off toward the battle area in a mighty manner. The first floor of the main hall was somewhat deserted. That was because the experts, geniuses, and saints had all left. The remaining people did not have much interest. But suddenly, they saw a large group of experts heading toward the first floor. And it seemed that they were heading toward the battle area. Suddenly, everyone was energized. What's going on? Is someone fighting again? Chapter 1846. During this time, the news of the auction on the fifth floor spread. Soon, all of the kings in the hall on the first floor knew about it. When they learned that Lin Xian had slapped the Holy Sun candidate's face twice, suppressed the 10,000 Lightning Saint Sun, and obtained the innate purple lightning stone, they were all extremely shocked. This was simply a heaven-defying miracle. Moreover, the other party was going to fight the Holy Sun candidate of the All Beginnings Holy Ground, Chao Yun. This was absolutely earth-shattering news. Therefore, all the kings on the first floor immediately headed toward the battle zone. They couldn't miss such a wonderful battle. Chao Yun strode forward. He was the first to arrive at the battle zone. Then, he spent a large amount of money to purchase a battle quota. Afterward, he turned around and looked at Lin Xian provocatively. Lin Xian leisurely walked forward and took out the purple cloud token he had just obtained. Immediately, a middle-aged man appeared in the void and said respectfully, "You are the most honored guest of our Purple Cloud Palace. Therefore, you will enjoy a 50% discount on all your purchases in the Purple Cloud Palace." "What? 50% discount?" Hearing this, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Even the 10,000 Lightning Saint Sun, Reverence Moon Saintess, and the others frowned. After all, even they didn't receive such treatment. Chao Yun was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Originally, he still had a provocative expression on his face. But now, his face had completely darkened. One must know that he had spent the full price to purchase the battle quota. However, the other party had taken out a token and he could use it for half the price. This was definitely a huge gap. He didn't expect that he would lose to the other party in terms of momentum before the battle even started. This made Chao Yun extremely angry. The kings in the surroundings cried out in alarm. They didn't even dare to believe it. They knew about the purple jade token. It was something that only the highest-ranked people in the Purple Cloud Palace could possess. There were very few such quotas. Even the 10,000 Lightning Saint Sun and the others didn't possess one. But they didn't expect that Lin Xian would actually possess one. One could imagine how much importance the Purple Cloud Palace attached to Lin Xian. Who exactly is this brat? How could he be so important to the Gu family? He even had a purple cloud token. This was truly surprising. Why do I feel that this match will also be surprising? No way, are you saying that this kid will win? That's impossible. His opponent is the Holy Sun candidate of the All Beginnings Holy Ground. That's an extremely powerful existence. I'm afraid that only the true chosen can defeat it. Everyone was talking about it. Initially, they didn't think highly of Lin and Xian, but now, they had changed their minds. Because they realized that they were unable to predict the outcome of this battle. A battle with an unpredictable outcome was the most exciting battle. Because no one knew what would happen next. Lin Xian paid half the price for the battle slot, and then went to the battle area. He looked at the other party and said indifferently, "What, can we start now?" "Humph!" Chao Yun snorted coldly, gnashing his teeth in anger. However, he had not forgotten about the important matter. Therefore, in the next moment, he said coldly, "The competition can be carried out sooner or later, but boy, do you dare to make a bet with me?" "Bet? Bet on what?" "If you bet on this battle, you will definitely lose. If you lose, hand over the innate purple thunderstone in your hand. Do you dare? You still want to bet?" Seeing this, the surrounding people became excited. They discovered that Chao Yun's ultimate goal seemed to be the innate purple thunderstone. "Boy, you don't have any guts, right? You don't dare!" Chao Yun sneered, appearing extremely arrogant. Lin Xian shook his head. There was no need to provoke him. "In this world, there is nothing that I don't dare to do. However, if you want me to use the innate purple thunderstone as a bet, that will depend on whether or not you can take out an equivalent treasure. If you can't take out a treasure of equal value to the innate purple thunderstone, I have no interest in gambling with you." Lin Xian wasn't afraid of gambling. What he was most afraid of was Chao Yun trying to gain something without risking anything. Chao Yun snorted coldly. "Don't worry. As a Holy Sun candidate, I am someone with status. How could I act shamelessly?" After saying that, Chao Yun took out a jade bottle. There are 3 drops of 10,000-year-old spiritual liquid inside. Each drop is incomparably precious. It can even bring seriously injured people who are on the verge of death back to life. I'm using it as a bet. It should be enough to qualify, right? 10,000-year-old spiritual liquid! Everyone was shocked, drawing a cold breath. This was absolutely good stuff. Especially when one was seriously injured in battle, dripping a drop, one could immediately be brimming with vigor. One could say that it was an extra life. Everyone did not expect that Chao Yun actually used such a precious thing as a bet. It was really extravagant. Even Lin Xian narrowed his eyes too. This thing was also very tempting to him. Because this was similarly effective for him. It was just that he did not expect that Chao Yun was actually willing to take out such a treasure. How could Lin Xian know that in Chao Yun's view, the other party was very confident in this battle? Therefore, no matter what treasure he took out, he would not lose. Hence, Chao Yun dared to take out the 10,000-year-old spiritual liquid that he had treasured for a long time. "Okay, since that's the case, I promise you." Lin Xian nodded. Both sides' bets had been confirmed. Next was to watch the battle. In the next moment, Chao Yun snorted coldly. His gaze was like lightning, and a terrifying aura rose from his body. Like a blade light, it pressed down on everyone until they could not breathe. His wild hair fluttered in the wind. His entire person was like a peerless demon, emitting a terrifying aura. "Kid, go to hell!" Chao Yun sneered and quickly charged towards Lin Xian. But in the next moment, his eyes suddenly swayed, and the surrounding scene actually disappeared. It was no longer the resplendent hall, but a completely different world. It was incomparably sharp. Sword chi filled the sky, surging over like a wave. Sword chi soared into the sky one after another, each one causing one's heart to palpitate. This was no longer the Purple Cloud Palace, but a Sword Dao world. That's right, this was indeed a Sword Dao world, and it was Lin Xian's Dragon Sword domain. Facing Chao Yun, Lin Xian directly displayed the Dragon Sword domain, enveloping the other party. That was why the scene from before had occurred. The Dragon Sword domain was incomparably terrifying. It transformed into a Sword Dao world, completely enveloping Chao Yun. All the hair on Chao Yun's body stood up. He felt an extremely sharp aura surrounding him. There were even sounds of sword chi fighting, causing his heart to palpitate. Get lost! Chao Yun was furious. He knew that he was enveloped by the other party's domain, so in the next moment, he roared. He roared towards the sky, his terrifying voice piercing through the clouds. Boom, boom, boom! The entire void trembled rapidly, but it was unable to shake the dragon's sword domain. However, he was also very decisive. He directly displayed his own domain to resist the dragon's sword domain. Chapter 1847. Boom! 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 The chaotic light collided with the sword chi in the sky, creating an earth-shattering sound. The terrifying energy tore through the void and turned into nothingness. After displaying the king domain, Chao Yun's aura rose again. A terrifying light burst out from his eyes, turning into chaotic light that swept in all directions. Not only that, he waved his fists and bombarded the area in front of him, wanting to leave the domain. The intense collision broke out, and the surrounding kings exclaimed. This battle was simply too intense. There was such a commotion right from the start. It was obvious that both of them were extremely powerful existences. However, the Thousand Thunder Saint, the Four Symbols Saint, the Reverence Moon Saintess, and the other experts looked solemn. This was because they could see the real battle situation through the light in the sky. And the real battle situation was that Chao Yun was being suppressed. From the beginning of the battle, he was being suppressed. This really surprised them. One had to know that Chao Yun was the saint candidate, and his strength was only slightly weaker than them. It could be said that he was an extremely powerful existence. But even so, he was still unable to defeat Lin Xian. He was even being suppressed by the other party. This was really surprising. Get out of my way! Chao Yun waved his fists crazily and displayed a terrifying martial art. The chaotic light and chaotic chi in the sky tumbled, forming a terrifying light that tore through the void. In the next moment, his figure swayed, and he escaped through the sword chi in the sky. Humph! Chao Yun snorted and heaved a sigh of relief. He was just about to counterattack. But soon, the scene around him turned into a sky full of sword chi again. He was once again enveloped by the dragon sword's spiritual domain. The sword chi swept across, shattering the void. The terrifying sword light enveloped everything and quickly slashed toward Chao Yun. The dragon sword's spiritual domain was too terrifying. Every sword chi could destroy the heavens and earth. One could imagine its power. Facing the saint candidate, Lin Xian did not hold back at all. He crazily activated the dragon sword's spiritual domain. Chao Yun's expression was extremely ugly. He had just escaped, but he did not expect to return to the other party's domain. He could not believe it. Impossible! This kid is just a 5-star king, an ordinary rogue cultivator. How can he be so powerful? Sensing the terrifying sword chi in the surroundings, Chao Yun is about to go crazy. This king's domain was simply too terrifying. It was even more terrifying than his own domain. It was hard to imagine that this was the domain of a rogue cultivator. Flame of primal chaos, come out! Chao Yun's face was gloomy. He activated his king's domain. Suddenly, red flames flashed around him and swept out in all directions. Boom! Boom! For a time, these primal chaos flames set off a sea of fire that filled the sky, releasing a terrifying aura that swept out in all directions, resisting the sword light that filled the sky. Roar! Not only that, this sea of flames condensed into a fire qilin, roaring endlessly, releasing the power of wind and thunder. Pun! The fire qilin was extremely powerful. It waved its terrifying flaming beast claw and slapped away a lot of sword chi. Without a doubt, this was a powerful ability. At this moment, Chao Yun did not hesitate to use it at all costs. Its power was so strong that even the sword chi was sent flying. After temporarily slapping away the surrounding sword chi, Chao Yun's face was terrifyingly gloomy. His gaze was like that of a wild beast as he swept his gaze in all directions, searching for Lin Xian. Boom! In the next moment, he stood on the fire qilin and formed a seal with his palm. Immediately, the fire qilin spat out a fireball that was like the sun. It rushed forward and forcefully blasted away countless sword chi. This caused a vacuum to appear in front of him. This time, he finally saw Lin Xian's direction clearly. "Kid, go to hell!" Chao Yun's hair fluttered in the wind, and his entire body was extremely cold. He rode the fire qilin and ran forward crazily. At the same time, flames that filled the sky condensed in his hand, forming a long spear that was as red as fire. The long spear was incomparably dazzling and carried with it a monstrous heat. He waved it gently, sending out shocking long rainbows that pierced through the void. Accompanying it was a terrifying killing intent that shook the heavens and the earth. This was a mid-grade Earth-rank artifact, Chao Yun's natal weapon. At this moment, he held it in his hand and swept it in all directions, charging towards Lin Xian. Boom! Seeing that the other party was coming, Lin Xian snorted coldly and did not dodge. He pulled out the 9 Darkness Demon sword from the void and slashed it down with all his might. Clang! The terrifying sword light was invincible. It swept in all directions and collided with the fiery red spear that filled the sky. Suddenly, the entire void trembled rapidly and a big explosion occurred. In the end, terrifying black holes were formed one after another. What? How can his combat strength be so powerful? After the exchange, Chao Yun was shocked. Because he originally thought that the reason why he was suppressed now was that the other party had suddenly attacked and caught him off guard. That was why he was suppressed. However, he was still unable to suppress the other party in a head-on confrontation. The other party's terrifying sword chi had even numbed his arm and caused the spiritual power in his body to surge. This was definitely not something that an ordinary person, or even a sneak attack, could do. In other words, the other party's strength was absolutely powerful, at least not weaker than his. In fact, the other party was even stronger than him. However, he had bet 3 drops of the 10,000-year-old spiritual liquid and his promise to the 1,000 Thunder Sage in this battle. Therefore, he could not fail. Otherwise, he would lose everything. Roar! Driving the fire qilin, Chao Yun rushed forward like lightning. The long spear in his hand opened and closed widely, piercing through the void. Not only that, but the fire qilin also opened its bloody mouth and spat out flames that filled the front. The terrifying energy surged, causing the faces of the surrounding spectators to change drastically. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. Countless black flames condensed on the tip of his sword and then turned into a hell flame phoenix to fight against the fire qilin. The 9 Darkness demonic swords swept across and a terrifying black light slashed forward. Boom! Boom! The spear radiance that filled the sky was cut in half and the terrifying fireball was split in half from the middle. No energy was able to affect Lin Xian, and it was destroyed by the sword light halfway through its journey. Chaotic Divine Spear! However, Chao Yun let out a furious roar. His entire body suddenly burst forth. Like a bolt of lightning, he quickly pierced forward. Red light flashed all over the sky and mysterious runes appeared in the sky, dyeing the entire space blood red. This spear was extremely powerful. It pierced through the black phoenix, and the sword chi that filled the sky and quickly arrived in front of Lin Xian. Go to hell! Arriving in front of Lin Xian, Chao Yun's face was ferocious. He waved his long spear and stabbed down fiercely. The surrounding people exclaimed. Was the battle about to end? Lu Mingyue's heart was also in her mouth. She did not expect Chao Yun to be able to arrive in front of Lin Xian. Moreover, that terrifying spear made her feel a sense of trepidation. The 1,000 Thunder Sage also narrowed his eyes and raised the corner of his mouth with a victorious smile. Sure enough, as he expected, Chao Yun's strength far exceeded his opponent's. Chapter 1848. Lin Xian did not show any fear in the face of the terrifying spear. In fact, the corners of his mouth even curled into a sneer. Although this spear was powerful, it could not do anything to him. In the next moment, an endless violent aura emerged from his left hand and turned into a black dragon head. Then, Lin Xian stretched out his hand and grabbed in front of him. Boom! His palm seemed to have turned into a real dragon as a terrifying power surged. Then, the black dragon head bit the fire phoenix spear. Clang! 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 A terrifying sound shook the sky. This scene shocked everyone. What? He blocked it? How is this possible? It can't be. How could he catch such a terrifying attack? How did this kid do it? Exclamations were heard one after another. Evidently, the crowd simply couldn't believe what they were seeing. Chow Yun's pupils constricted as if he had seen a ghost. Originally, he thought that this spear would be enough to pierce through Lin Xian's head, but he did not expect it to be caught by Lin Xian's hand. How dare you catch it with your bare hands? Get lost! Chow Yun roared crazily. Suddenly, the red light on the fire phoenix spear turned into sharp blades that cut in all directions. Roar! Lin Xian's left hand was like a black dragon as it let out a loud dragon roar. It bit the spear tightly, making it impossible for Chow Yun to escape. Not only that, the violent destructive aura on Lin Xian's left hand turned into balls of demonic clouds that quickly surged along the fire phoenix spear. In an instant, it enveloped the fire phoenix spear. Not only the fire phoenix spear, but even Chow Yun's arm was enveloped by this violent destructive aura. In the next moment, Chow Yun screamed because he could not withstand this violent power at all. Even his entire arm was severely injured by the destructive power of the berserk power. Damn kid, how dare you hurt me? I'm going to kill you! Chow Yun's face was distorted as he was extremely angry. He realized that his arm was about to be crippled. As a result, his combat strength was affected. He knew that he could not go on like this. Therefore, in the next moment, he roared and raised his left hand. His hand was filled with a terrifying chaotic light that emitted a terrifying energy. It was unknown what kind of forbidden technique he used, but at this moment, Chow Yun seemed to have been reborn from the ashes. His battle prowess rose rapidly. It had reached an unimaginable height. Boom! In the next moment, he struck out with his palm. Lin Xian frowned, because he didn't expect that the other party's combat strength could still increase. Therefore, in the next moment, he performed the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and retreated quickly. At the same time, 3 sword god phantoms emerged from his body and charged forward. Among them, 2 sword phantoms appeared on Chow Yun's left and right. They held terrifying sword lights and quickly slashed down. The third shadow was by Lin Xian's side, ready to deal with any danger. Boom! Chow Yun naturally felt the danger coming from his left and right, but he clearly wanted to put his life on the line. This was an excellent opportunity, and he could not give it up. Thus, he waved his hand, and 2 simple shields appeared on his body, blocking both sides of his body. At the same time, a fiery red battle armor appeared from his body and completely covered him. From the looks of it, he wanted to take the 2 attacks head-on. As for his left hand, it carried an unparalleled power as it fiercely smashed forward. Bang! Fortunately, Lin Xian's speed was fast enough, and with the sword god phantoms beside him, he managed to dodge the attack. However, the shadow of the sword god in his body was shattered into pieces by this palm strike. Damn it, it's a phantom! Chow Yun's face turned ugly after he blasted the phantom away with his palm. He didn't expect that even though he wanted to injure both sides, he couldn't hurt his opponent. He himself was fiercely attacked by the 2 sword god phantoms, so much so that his whole body fell heavily to the ground. Cough cough. The 2 shields summoned by Chow Yun were cut open, and even the fiery red battle armor on his body had terrifying sword marks. Although it wasn't cut open, the scene made one's scalp tingle. What kind of sword chi is this? How can it be so terrifying? It's too terrifying. Fortunately, Chow Yun has an earth-grade armor. Otherwise, the 2 sword chi would have completely cut open his body. The surrounding kings discussed animatedly, their faces full of shock. Chow Yun gnashed his teeth in anger. These 2 strands of sword chi had worsened his injuries once again. Behind him, the Thousand Thunder Saint's eyes were gloomy. Because he didn't expect things to turn out like this. Chow Yun was fighting with all his might, but he still couldn't gain the upper hand. This made him very uncertain. Therefore, in the next moment, he quietly sent a voice transmission and secretly gathered his men. Because if Chao Yun failed, then he would have to intercept Chao Yun halfway and snatch the connate purple thunderstone himself. Ahead, a great battle broke out. The battle between Lin Xian and Chao Yun was very terrifying. Every attack tore apart heaven and earth. However, after dozens of moves, Chao Yun vomited blood and flew backward. More than half of the bones in his body were broken. He had already suffered extremely serious injuries. Even his entire right arm was crippled. His combat strength had plummeted. What? Chao Yun lost! Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. They knew that there was no suspense. Because until now, Lin Xian had only suffered some minor injuries. There were no major injuries at all. Chao Yun, on the other hand, was seriously injured. If he wasn't treated in time, his cultivation realm would probably fall, and his combat strength would be very low for a long time. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Because this result was something they had never expected. One had to know that Chao Yun was the holy son of the All Beginnings holy ground. He was very powerful and was only slightly weaker than a true holy son. Therefore, in everyone's opinion, only a true holy son could defeat Chao Yun. Otherwise, no one would be able to defeat Chao Yun. But now, Lin Xian had done it. This greatly shocked everyone. Could it be that this brat is already a holy son? Heavens, this is too inconceivable. Although he's only a 5-star king, his combat strength has already reached the holy sun level. I see that the demonic sword in his hand is very strange. It should be a high-grade earth-step treasure. Perhaps he's only able to defeat Chao Yun by relying on the might of that demonic sword. Discussions rang out one after another. Clearly, everyone was unable to accept this fact for the time being. As for Chao Yun, he was holding his spear and half kneeling on the ground, supporting his body so that he wouldn't fall. His eyes were filled with fear, and his complexion was pale. Holy Sun level? Your combat strength has actually reached the Holy Sun level? How is this possible? He didn't dare to believe that an ant that he looked down on would have such a powerful combat strength that far surpassed his own. Lin Xian coldly snorted. This was only the beginning. He had only used 70% of his strength. He hadn't even used his full strength. Of course, he wouldn't tell those people about this. Chapter 1849. Of course, he wouldn't tell those people that he was concealing his strength. In the next instant, Lin Xian coldly snorted and stared at Chao Yun with an ice-cold gaze. You win. The 3 drops of 10,000 years spiritual liquid are yours. Chao Yun clenched his teeth with an extremely unresigned expression. But what could he do? He couldn't defeat the other party. If this continued, he would probably be killed by the other party. However, he had already made up his mind. He absolutely couldn't allow such a powerful enemy to grow. Therefore, when he left the battlefield, he would contact the elders and experts of the All Beginnings Holy Land to kill the other party. Since they were already enemies, he couldn't allow the other party to continue growing. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to sleep in the future. When the battle ends, I will naturally obtain my spoils of war. But for now, I have other things to do. Lin Xian walked forward step by step. What are you planning to do? Chao Yun became afraid when he saw the other party walking toward him. What am I planning to do? Lin Xian sneered. Naturally, I'm going to deal with you. What? You dare to kill me? Chao Yun was dumbfounded. He didn't dare to imagine that the other party would actually dare to attack him. Wasn't the other party afraid of the All Beginnings Holy Land's revenge? The surrounding kings were also stunned. They didn't dare to believe their eyes. This brat wanted to attack a successor holy son. Was he crazy? Brat, I'm warning you. I'm the successor holy son of the All Beginnings Holy Land. If something happens to me, the All Beginnings Holy Land won't let you off. Chao Yun clenched his teeth and roared. He wanted to use the All Beginnings Holy Land to intimidate the other party. However, it was clear that he had made the wrong decision this time. Lin Xian didn't fear the All Beginnings Holy Land at all. One had to know that in a few days, Lin Xian was going to kill the All Beginnings Holy Daughter. That was a true Holy Daughter, not to mention the current Chao Yun, who was merely a successor Holy Son. Moreover, the other party had repeatedly found fault with him. With Lin Xian's temperament, he absolutely wouldn't allow such a person to live in this world. Therefore, he didn't say anything. Instead, he tightened his grip on the 9 underworld devil sword and walked forward with large strides. With each step, his killing intent, he became more powerful. In the end, he was like a god of death. Gulp! Gulp! Everyone swallowed their saliva because they thought that the other party was just joking. But now, it seemed like Lin Xian was going to be serious. Chao Yun was also afraid. He realized that the other party seemed to be serious, so in the next moment, he hurriedly swallowed all the healing pills in his hand. He quickly stood up. Since you want to kill me, I won't let you have it easy either. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Chao Yun was like a malicious spirit. As a latecomer saint, his net worth was also very rich. The healing panacea melted in his body and unleashed its powerful medicinal effects, repairing his body. His red hair fluttered in the wind, and his entire body emitted a blazing aura. Qilin arm! Since he knew that he couldn't escape and the other party wanted to kill him, Chao Yun naturally had to risk his life. At this moment, he pushed his strength to the limit. Even if there would be some side effects, he did not care. With a cold shout, the fire Qilin beside him roared angrily. Soon after, the sky was filled with flames. The fire Qilin quickly transformed and fused into Chao Yun's left hand. Boom! Chao Yun's left clothes exploded, and a sturdy arm appeared, surrounded by flames. Moreover, it formed a lifelike Qilin pattern. A violent and monstrous heat wave was emitted from the arm. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He felt the power of a domain from the other party's arm. Obviously, the other party had used some kind of divine ability to combine his king's domain with his arm. In this way, the power would probably be even stronger. After displaying the Qilin arm, Chao Yun was like a god of fire. His right hand held a bright red spear that was as red as fire. Brat, trying to kill me is the biggest mistake you've ever made. Now go to hell! Chao Yun roared. He had used a secret technique to forcefully increase his combat strength, and there was no difference between him and a true saint. The only difference was that after this battle, there would be side effects in his body that would be more difficult to get rid of. But now, his combat strength was absolutely terrifying. Buzz! He thrust out his spear, and the fiery red spear turned into a divine rainbow that covered the sky, enveloping the front. The heat wave was unbearable. Even a 6-star king would probably be burned to ashes by this heat wave. Lin Xian snorted as well, and the great dragon sword soul in his body circulated crazily. The dragon sword domain shone brightly beside him. He swung his sword, and a huge sword chi descended from the sky like a mountain. It slashed forward. Qilin arm! Seeing this, Chao Yun roared as he clenched his left hand into a fist and punched out quickly. Roar! This punch illuminated the entire hall in a fiery red color. Then, a fire Qilin rushed out from the fiery light all over the sky. This power made everyone's hair stand on end. Even the Thousand Thunder Saint Sun, the Reverence Moon Saintess, and the 4 Symbols Saint Sun looked solemn. This was because this power was on par with them. It was enough to threaten them. What a terrifying Qilin arm! I didn't expect Chao Yun to have such a divine ability. A few of them looked solemn, and the weaker kings were already kneeling on the ground, their faces pale. Qilin arm? Lin Xian squinted his eyes. He also felt a sense of danger. Let's see if your Qilin arm is stronger or my black dragon fist is stronger. In the next moment, he clenched his left hand into a fist, and a terrifying and violent aura spread out from his body. The shadow of a black dragon hovered above his left arm, looking extremely ferocious as if it was real. "Dragon roaring in the 9 heavens!" He punched out, and the terrifying black dragon tore through the void with destructive energy and rushed forward. In the battle area, the void collapsed, and a large black hole and countless cracks appeared. A black dragon moved freely in the middle. Boom! Boom! In the next moment, the black dragon fist and the Chilean arm collided, and a shocking collision occurred. The entire hall was covered by the two energies. One was as black as ink, emitting a violent and destructive aura. The other was as red as fire, spreading out like a sea of fire. The two energies clashed in the air, destroying each other and tearing apart each other. In the end, the entire hall was covered by a dazzling light, and no one could open their eyes. Not to mention checking the situation in front. In the end, even the Chosens closed their eyes. They waited quietly for the result. Whoosh! 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 The wind blew, and thunder fell. The two energies continued to wreak havoc. After a long time, they gradually dissipated. What happened? Everyone craned their necks and looked ahead. Chapter 1850. What happened? Everyone craned their necks and looked ahead. Soon after, they were stunned. Lin Xian was standing in front of them. Beside him, there was a huge divine dragon phantom protecting him, blocking all the attacks. His surroundings were charred black, and deep pits of various sizes had appeared on the hard ground, giving off a pungent burnt smell. Those were the remains of the Chilean arm. On the other side, Chao Yun's eyes were lifeless as he stood there calmly. There was a terrifying dragon claw on his body that had directly hollowed out his heart. Countless huge cracks had appeared on the ground, nearly overturning the entire palace. He died? Chao Yun actually died? No one dared to believe it. They had never imagined that Chao Yun would be unable to reverse the situation even after using such a powerful Chilean arm. Furthermore, he had been killed. What exactly was that black fist? Even a powerful divine ability like the Chilean arm was unable to resist it. Everyone was extremely shocked. Ta! 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 The divine dragon protecting Lin Xian's body gradually disappeared as he walked forward. If one looked carefully, they would discover that every step he took was in the air. It could be said that he did not touch the ground at all. That was because there was still a terrifying heat remaining on the ground. It was left behind by the Chilean arm. Even now, it was still burning. It could be said that the Chilean arm had given Lin Xian a huge shock. However, it was also a pleasant surprise for him. After all, through the great dragon sword soul and the previous battle, he believed that it would not be long before he could use the great dragon sword soul to imitate the Chilean arm's divine ability. Soon, Lin Xian arrived in front of Chao Yun. With a wave of his hand, he took away the bottle containing the 3 drops of 10,000 years spiritual liquid. In the next instant, he turned around and met up with Lu Mingyu. The two of them walked out of the Purple Cloud Palace. As for the others, they were in an uproar. They knew that something big was about to happen. After all, the one who had been killed was a Holy Sun candidate of the All Beginnings Holy Ground. The All Beginnings Holy Ground would definitely not leave the matter at that. They would definitely send out powerful experts to kill Lin Xian. Furthermore, Lin Xian not only had the innate purple lightning stone, but he also had the 10,000 years spiritual liquid. These were all rare treasures that would definitely make people jealous. Lin Xian was strong, but he was only a holy son after all. Moreover, there were few of them, so there was bound to be someone who would secretly make a move. Thinking about it, the situation in the northern region would definitely change in the next few days. Sure enough, after seeing Lin Xian and Lu Mingyu leave, the myriad Thunder Saint's face turned gloomy, and killing intent emerged in his eyes. Fortunately, he had secretly gathered people in advance and laid an ambush outside. Otherwise, it would be more troublesome now. Humph, I didn't expect this Chao Yun to be such a trash. But since that's the case, I'll kill you myself. The 10,000 Thunder Saint sneered. Apart from him, there were a few other experts in the crowd whose eyes flickered. It was obvious that they were also preparing to make their move. The things that Lin Xian had on him really made people jealous. Whoosh! Whoosh! After exiting the Purple Cloud Palace, Lin Xian got Lu Mingyu to return to the Black Earth while he executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. His speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he disappeared into the void. You want to run? It's not that easy! The 10,000 Thunder Saint and those experts rushed over and sneered. The next moment, their figures also swayed and disappeared into the void. Obviously, they were chasing after Lin Xian. But soon, they came back with gloomy faces because they had lost track of him. Chao Yun's speed was so fast that they didn't expect it at all. His speed had definitely surpassed that of an ordinary king, and had even reached the level of an almighty. Damn it, how could this kid be so fast? No wonder he was so high-profile before and dared to take out so many treasures. It turns out that all of this was already part of his plan. With such a fast speed, even an almighty wouldn't be able to catch up with him easily. Sighs could be heard. Obviously, these experts knew that it was impossible to catch Chao Yun. The 10,000 Thunder Saint's face was also frighteningly dark. He had naturally received the news. Then, he gritted his teeth and said, "Damn that kid, how could he be so fast? He must have a precious treasure on him or an ancient rare divine ability. I must find him." The 10,000 Thunder Saint gave the order. He found that Chao Yun was too mysterious. Everything shocked him. It was as if he was pitifully poor compared to the other party. But then, the corners of his mouth curled into a sinister smile. "Kid, let's see where you can run to. I've already sealed the Purple Cloud City. I don't believe you can escape." Indeed, in order to catch Lin Xian, the 10,000 Thunder Saint had set up countless backup plans. He had shrouded the Purple Cloud City with a formation. As long as Lin Xian appeared, he believed that he would get the news. At that time, he would bring people to catch Chao Yun. "Men!" the 10,000 Thunder Saints said in a deep voice. "Yes, sir!" Soon, a man in black appeared in front of him. He half knelt on the ground in a very respectful manner. "Go and communicate with the people of the Gu family. Ask them to help me. As long as you catch this thief, I will reward you handsomely." "Yes." The black-robed man stood up, and with a flash, he disappeared into the void. The 10,000 Thunder Saints sneered. "How dare you play with me? Can you beat the Gu family? The Gu family's great void technique is famous in the world." The Purple Cloud City was an important place of the Gu family. There must be many disciples of the Gu family here. With their help, I'm not afraid that I can't find you. In the end, the 10,000 Thunder Saints smiled proudly. Not long after, the man in black returned and brought a disciple of the Gu family with him. The 10,000 Thunder Saint and the disciple of the Gu family entered the VIP pavilion again. The two of them discussed for a while and then gathered people to set off. On the other side, Lin Xian left the place as soon as he left the Purple Cloud Palace. He used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and his speed reached the extreme, shaking off a group of pursuers. But soon he frowned. Because he found that the entire Purple Cloud Palace was shrouded in a formation. Needless to say, it was done to catch him. "Humph! In that case, I'll hide here first." Lin Xian snorted coldly. "I can take this opportunity to let the dark red divine dragon complete the rest of the formation." So, he found a remote place to land, changed his figure and aura, and hid directly. Inside the black earth, the dark red divine dragon had obtained all the materials and was ready to complete the formation. Lu Mingyu was also in secluded cultivation, trying to improve her strength again before taking action. After all, the saint of all beginnings was not weaker than her before. Now that she had become the saint, the sacred ground would definitely spare no effort to cultivate her. Perhaps her strength had already reached a very terrifying realm. Chapter 1851. At night, the moon was very bright, like a large silver plate hanging high in the night sky. The gentle light sprinkled down, and the earth seemed to be covered with a layer of gauze, pure white and hazy. Lin Xian was in a dilapidated temple. It was in the suburbs, and there were not many people around. He stood quietly in front of the temple and looked up at the sky. The bright moonlight sprinkled down on his body, forming a layer of gauze. At this moment, Lin Xian's state of mind was unusually calm. The battle during the day was too intense, and he needed to calm down and take care of his body. At this moment, he had entered an ethereal state, as if he had forgotten everything around him. As for his soul, it was drifting away from his body, appearing high up in the sky and roaming the earth. It was a strange feeling, as if Lin Xian had broken away from everything and became an outsider, quietly watching the world. It was not cultivation, but this strange feeling gave Lin Xian a lot of inspiration. He felt that his realm had increased by another level. Just like that, time passed bit by bit. In the latter half of the night, the surroundings were still quiet, but dark clouds appeared, covering the moonlight. Buzz! At this moment, the void suddenly trembled, and a sharp light pierced through the void, ruthlessly stabbing towards Lin Xian. This attack was very sudden, without any warning. Moreover, the attack was very sharp and terrifying. The terrifying light seemed to tear everything apart, and its speed was extremely fast, leaving behind afterimages in the sky. Lin Xian withdrew from the ethereal state, then used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps, and instantly disappeared from the spot. Boom! In the next moment, a pitch-black spear appeared from the void, ruthlessly nailing itself to the ground. Instantly, countless cracks appeared on the ground, spreading in all directions. Not only that, the black spear was too terrifying, and there were black flames dancing on it. The flames spread fiercely, like the flames of hell, covering the entire space. Fortunately, Lin Xian's speed was fast enough, and he dodged the spear. However, the terrifying flames still made his figure visible. What a terrifying killing intent! Lin Xian frowned. This black spear gave him a very dangerous feeling. To be able to give him such a feeling, it was definitely not an ordinary treasure aura. It should be at least a high-grade Earth-step treasure. This kind of weapon was very rare and not just anyone could have it. The identity of the person who came must be very special. Sure enough, in the next moment, many people appeared in the surrounding void. Each and every one of them was extremely powerful, like a fiend god. Their cold gazes stared coldly ahead, staring at Lin Xian. The leader of the group was a young man with a handsome face. He wore a thunderous robe and had a cold smile on his face. It was the 10,000 Thunder Saint. Brat, you're pretty good at dodging. But so what if he could hide? In the end, I still found him. The 10,000 Thunder Saint said coldly. Then, he waved his hand and retrieved the black spear that was stuck in the ground. It really is you! Lin Xian's face darkened as he looked at the scene around him. He had long known that the other party harbored evil intentions and would try to kill him. However, he did not expect that the other party would be able to find him so quickly. It was indeed beyond his expectations. Could it be that he had left behind some flaws? Brat, it seems that you're very confused. No matter how good you are at hiding, can you hide from the Great Void technique? Don't forget that this Purple Cloud City is the territory of the Gu family. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned even more. The Great Void technique? Could it be that the Gu family had made a move? But it shouldn't be. The ancient cultivator had just given him a purple cloud token and expressed his intention to rope him in. Why would he send people to find him and assist the 10,000 Thunder Saint at this moment? But soon he figured it out. Because for a clan of the ancients as large as the Gu family, its internal factions must be complicated. The ancient cultivator's faction showed that they were trying to rope him in, but other factions might be on the same side as the 10,000 Thunder Saint. I see. You actually found the Gu family as a helper. It seems that in order to hunt me down, you really put in a lot of effort. Lin Xian said coldly. It's good that you know. The 10,000 Thunder Saint snorted. Brat, quickly hand over the innate purple thunderstone if you know what's good for you. Then, obediently surrender and wait for my judgment. Otherwise, I can guarantee that you'll end up very miserably. Surrender and be captured? Hearing this, Lin Xian snorted. Do you really think you can defeat me? Do it if you can. It's not too late to say these words after you've caught me. Humph, you're really stubborn. Brat, who do you think you are? How dare you talk to the saint like this? Reckless fool, it seems that I still need to teach you a lesson personally. At this moment, a man in green walked out of the crowd in front of him. He looked to be in his 20s. His whole body was extremely strong, and a cold light flickered on his body. A terrifying aura soared into the sky like a sharp sword. Who are you? Quickly tell me your name. If not, then hurry up and get out of here. You're not worthy of my attack. Lin Xian shouted coldly with a piercing killing intent in his voice. You're courting death. The man in green roared angrily. He had never been looked down upon like this before. Therefore, when he heard Lin Xian's words, he was also furious. In the next moment, he attacked decisively. With a wave of his arm, streaks of sharp light surged out and turned into a long rainbow in the sky, quickly attacking Lin Xian. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, and a bright light bloomed in his eyes. He realized that the divine rainbow was a flying knife. It was extremely sharp, and its bright light illuminated the entire space. Not only was the light bright, but the terrifying energy it carried was also shocking. A hidden weapon expert! Lin Xian frowned. He rarely met such a person. The other party had cultivated to the king realm, and his cultivation was as high as a 6-star king. At this moment, each of the hidden weapons he used was extremely terrifying. In the next moment, countless divine red lights completely enveloped Lin Xian. Then, terrifying energy exploded, forming a 5-colored light that enveloped the front. Humph, what expert! You're nothing in front of me! The man in green sneered, looking very proud. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. This was because the 5-colored light in front of him dissipated, and the void quickly healed. However, Lin Xian's figure was nowhere to be seen. How is this possible? The man in green could not believe it. The speed of his hidden weapons was extremely fast. Even a 6-star king could not dodge them. Moreover, there were so many of them. Even if the other party could dodge them, he would definitely be severely injured. However, there was no blood flowing in the sky in front of him at all. There was also no pungent smell of blood in the void. This meant that the other party was not injured at all. What was going on? The man in green frowned. He realized that things were beyond his expectations. Whoosh! In the next moment, the void fluctuated, and Lin Xian's figure appeared very close to the man in green. Chapter 1852. The man in green was shocked. He didn't expect Lin Fan to dodge his attack and come to his side. He hadn't discovered anything yet. This truly shocked him to the core, and even his hair stood on end. Buzz! In the next moment, he hurriedly activated his king's domain to cover his body and form a strong defensive barrier. Many dazzling flying daggers circled in front of him, ready to be launched at any time. Die, brat! The man in green roared crazily as hundreds of flying daggers rushed out in front of him. The terrifying power shattered the entire void. This attack was so terrifying that even a 6-star king wouldn't be able to block it. However, all of this had no effect on Lin Xian. Due to Lin Xian's incredible speed, he managed to evade all of the hidden weapons and arrived before the man in green. Boom! In the next moment, the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist rushed out and a violent aura spread in all directions. Even the flying daggers and hidden weapons nearby were all shattered. Nothing could stop it. What? Seeing this, the man in green was shocked. He didn't expect Lin Fan to be so fast. This time, the distance was very close. No one below the Almighty could dodge it. However, Lin Fan had completely dodged it. He wasn't even hurt by a single flying dagger. This was simply too inconceivable. Moreover, his opponent's terrifying fist made his hair stand on end. In the next moment, he opened his mouth and spat out a silver shield. It quickly enlarged and blocked his side. Not only that, but a set of green armor appeared on his body. Starlight flickered and formed a radiance that covered the sky, enveloping his body. Boom! However, he still underestimated the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist. This incomparably terrifying fist had a destructive aura. It was as if it could kill even gods and Buddhas. Therefore, in an instant, the silver shield in front of the man in green was shattered into pieces. Boom! After shattering the silver shield, the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist didn't stop at all. It turned into a black dragon and roared. In an instant, it enveloped the man in green. Boom! 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 Terrifying vibrations were heard. The radiance that filled the sky with violent power swept out in all directions. The green armor on the man in green was dented. Not only that, the man in green spat out a mouthful of blood and his body exploded. What? Kill him with one punch? The kings behind him were all stunned when they saw this scene. They could not believe that such a powerful green-clothed youth was killed by a single punch. What kind of strength was this? Who else? Come at me if you want to fight me one-on-one. Of course, if all of you attack at the same time, then I'll take you on as well. Lin Xian's voice was like thunder, spreading in all directions. He had the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps, which was his maximum speed. Therefore, no matter how many people there were, as long as he wanted to leave, no one would be able to stop him. Humph, brat, you're really arrogant. Let me kill you! Right at this moment, another cold shout sounded out. Then, a man in yellow flew over quickly. The surrounding cultivators did not immediately make a move. Instead, they watched this scene with sneers on their faces. Because as far as they were concerned, this place had already been surrounded by them, and it was impossible for the other party to escape. Therefore, it was only a matter of time before they made their move. Moreover, they also wanted to see just how strong the other party was. The yellow-clothed youth came to the opposite side of Lin Xian. He was wearing an ancient battle armor, which shone with a cold light. Brat, no matter how strong you are, it's useless in front of my battle armor. The yellow-clothed youth sneered. His black battle armor was not an ordinary treasure, but an extremely powerful defensive treasure. Therefore, although he had seen Lin Xian kill the green-clothed youth, he still dared to stand up at this moment. It was because of the battle armor on his body. It's just a piece of battle armor. Do you really think it can save you? Lin Xian sneered, then attacked again. Raging Dragon rips the sky. He punched out, and the shadow of a black dragon appeared in the sky. It quickly waved its dragon claws, forming a terrifying spatial crack that swept forward. Clang! Clang! The spatial crack hit the yellow-clothed youth, and a metallic sound rang out. Suddenly, the black battle armor on the yellow-clothed young man emitted a dazzling light, forming strange runes that completely covered his body. It fought against the terrifying spatial crack, but it was unharmed. What a powerful battle armor! The surrounding kings were moved when they saw this scene. The yellow-clothed youth raised his head and laughed. Ha ha ha, brat, did you see that? Your attack is useless in front of me. Now, have a taste of my attack. The yellow-clothed youth sneered, then he pulled out a silver battle axe and slashed it forward. Boom! The axe fell, and the void split open. Not only that, but a huge crescent arc appeared in the sky, accompanied by countless silver lightning bolts. The axe seemed to be able to split open the sky and the earth. It was terrifying. Whoosh! Lin Xian used his movement skill again and dodged the shocking axe. He came to a safe place, but he frowned slightly. He had to admit that the opponent's black battle armor was indeed terrifying. Even the powerful Black Destruction Dragon had no effect on it. This was the first time Lin Xian had seen it. It was indeed a treasure that tempted him. The next moment, he sneered. Since you're here to give me a treasure, I'll accept it. With that, his body swayed and he rushed forward. You're courting death. The yellow-clothed youth was furious when he heard that. His opponent dared to covet his battle armor. He was courting death. One had to know that with this armor in hand, even if he were to fight against the Chosen, he would be able to retreat with ease. He could even escape if he encountered an Almighty. That was because the black battle armor was given to him by an Almighty in his family. That terrifying power made him invincible even before the battle began. With such a powerful battle armor, his opponent dared to fight him in close combat. He was courting death. He must be out of his mind. Brat, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The yellow-clothed youth sneered and waved the silver battle axe in his hand, slashing in all directions. He was not afraid of anyone in close combat. Buzz! The next moment, Lin Xian appeared behind the yellow-clothed youth. Then, he punched out. Boom! 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 A destructive aura surged out and rushed forward. The yellow-clothed youth felt the terrifying power behind him and turned around abruptly. To be honest, he was shocked because his opponent was too fast. However, he was not afraid at all because he knew that his opponent's fist could not hurt him. If his opponent could not break through his defense, it would be futile no matter how fast he was. Therefore, he took the punch head-on and did not retreat at all. Chapter 1853. However, he was only sent flying backward. There was no injury on his body. Furthermore, the black cloak battle armor had even neutralized the remaining energy waves. The young man in yellow only stopped after he had retreated more than 1,000 meters. Then, he turned around to face Lin Xian and laughed. "Ha ha, boy, don't waste your energy. Any of your attacks are useless against me. Is that so?" Lin Xian sneered. He took a step forward and arrived in front of the young man again. At this time, his back was facing the Holy Son of Myriad Thunder and the others. Thus, a golden light appeared in his eyes. Buzz! Heavenly secret godly eyes. At this moment, Lin Xian finally performed this terrifying eye technique. What is this? The young man in yellow finally changed his expression because he realized that this time, his opponent did not perform a violent fist attack. Instead, it formed a pair of golden eyes. He knew that this was a soul attack. It was extremely strange and impossible to guard against. The next moment, he wanted to scream and run away, but he could not do so at all. Because when he saw the golden eyes, he was stunned. The young man in yellow was stunned when he saw Lin Xian's golden eyes. The next moment, he felt that his soul was sucked away by the golden eyes and then entered a special space. What the people outside saw was that the young man in yellow suddenly stopped in midair. He did not move and even gave up resisting. Then, Lin Xian snorted and waved his hand. Suddenly, a shocking saber light slashed across and cut the young man's head open. Poof! Blood splattered and dyed the sky red. Lin Xian, on the other hand, grabbed the headless corpse and shook it forcefully, shattering it into pieces. Then, he grabbed the black cloak battle armor in his hand. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile when he sensed the terrifying energy coming from the black armor. This is really good stuff. I'll take it. What? Seeing this, everyone was stunned. Even the Holy Son of Myriad Thunder's mind went blank. He could not figure out how Lin Xian succeeded. He recognized that yellow-clothed young man, and he was a genius disciple of a great clan in the Northern Territory. Moreover, he had the black cloak battle armor that was passed down by a powerful figure in his family. It could be said that his defense was unparalleled. Even he would find it difficult to kill him. But now, the yellow-clothed youth had been killed. Moreover, he was killed so easily. There wasn't even any resistance. Damn it, what the hell happened before? Everyone was shocked and puzzled. This was because they had no idea what had happened at that moment that caused the yellow-clothed young man to actually give up on resisting. Just as they were puzzled, on the other side, Lin Xian used his powerful soul power to erase the soul imprint on the armor. Then, with a wave of his hand, the armor quickly enlarged and covered his body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The black battle armor blossomed with light, taking on the shape of Lin Xian's body. Then, it flickered with an ice-cold radiance. Ha ha, this is indeed a good item. Lin Xian was overjoyed. He could naturally feel the strength of this battle armor. Previously, even his black dragon fist could not easily cause damage to it. One could only imagine how terrifying this armor was. He was afraid that with this battle armor, he could withstand the attack of a powerful figure. Lin Xian even had the confidence to fight with a powerful figure now. The next moment, he turned to look ahead and said in a cold voice, "Who else has treasures in their hands? Send them to me. Today, I'll take them all." To be honest, he was really happy today because these people who followed the holy son of Thousand Thunder to hunt him down were all powerful geniuses. Everyone had treasures in their hands. Some of these treasures were very useful to him, such as the black cloak battle armor. If he could get it, it would definitely improve his strength again. Even if he killed the holy daughter of all beginnings in the future, it would greatly increase his chances of winning. Therefore, Lin Xian was very happy. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the people in front fell silent. Because he had killed two powerful geniuses in a row and displayed his powerful strength, they had to take him seriously. However, some people could not help but think that he was too arrogant. Damn boy, how dare he be so arrogant? I'll kill him! At this moment, someone finally could not help but prepare to attack. It was a middle-aged man who had reached 700 or 800 years old. He belonged to the older generation and was extremely powerful. Ordinary young kings could not be compared to him. Seeing the older generation expert attack, many people breathed a sigh of relief. Because they knew that the middle-aged man's strength was absolutely terrifying. They thought that the other party would not be able to block it. The middle-aged man had blue hair and was dressed in black. He strode forward. His footsteps were very heavy, and the void trembled as if a mountain was walking in the air. After the middle-aged man walked out, he brought with him a powerful aura. However, the holy son of Thousand Thunder was still worried, so he handed over the Hell God's spear in his hand. "Senior, use this as a weapon." "Well, in that case, I'll borrow it first." The blue-haired middle-aged man took the Hell God's spear with a sneer on his chiseled face. "Brat, to be able to die to this artifact, you should be proud. You should know that this Hell God's spear is very terrifying. It has killed more than one powerful figure." "What? It really is that treasure?" After hearing this, the surrounding kings widened their eyes in shock and fear. Previously, they felt that the black spear was very familiar, but they did not expect it to have such a terrifying origin. Indeed, the Hell God's spear was very evil. It was pitch black like black jade, and no one knew what material it was made of. Moreover, it was engraved with mysterious Tao runes that flowed with a cold light. A gentle shake could easily tear the void apart. One could imagine how terrifying the power of this divine spear would be if it was activated with great magic power. It has killed a powerful figure before. On the other side, Lin Xian also frowned. He could naturally sense the terrifying aura of the black divine spear. In the next moment, he drew out the 9 darkness demonic sword and prepared to fight with all his strength. "Useless boy, don't resist. With my strength and the Hell God's spear, you have no power to resist at all." Seeing Lin Xian draw his sword and still want to resist, the blue-haired middle-aged man showed a look of disdain. In his current state, he was confident that he could fight against a powerful figure, let alone a young boy. Therefore, in the next moment, he was ready to attack Lin Xian. On the other side, Lin Xian also made his move. In the next moment, Lin Xian took a step forward. Then, the entire void began to tremble rapidly as if it was being pressed down by a huge mountain. It could not withstand this force at all. Not only that, a sharp sword wave erupted from Lin Xian's body and swept in all directions. Chapter 1854. Not only that, a sharp sword wave erupted from Lin Xian's body and swept out in all directions. The terrifying energy caused everyone's expression to change. Humph! On the opposite side, the blue-haired middle-aged man's pupils shrank. He could naturally feel that Lin Xian's strength had increased again. This was unbelievable to him. He knew that he couldn't wait any longer and had to act quickly. Boom! So in the next moment, he waved the black spear in his hand and turned it into demonic shadows that charged toward Lin Xian. The Hell God's spear was extremely black and carried a strange demonic power that seemed to be able to kill gods and Buddhas. Boom! 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 Wherever it passed, the void collapsed rapidly. The black spear carried boundless flames that enveloped the entire sky. Lin Xian took a deep breath and clenched the 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand. Then, he slashed forward. Buzz! 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 The 9 darkness demonic sword expanded in the wind and turned into a giant sword that was hundreds of feet long. It was like a black mountain that was unusually heavy. The sword was engraved with demonic runes that contained a supreme murderous aura. What a terrifying demonic sword! All the surrounding kings were extremely shocked when they saw this scene. They realized that the demonic sword in Lin Xian's hand was too terrifying. It didn't seem to be any weaker than the Hell God's spear. Damn it, who the hell is this kid? How can he have so many treasures? The demonic sword was at least an upper-grade Earth-rank treasure. It might even be stronger. Fortunately, the blue demon Taoist was using the Hell God's spear. Otherwise, this battle would be unpredictable. Discussions broke out. Obviously, everyone was shocked by Lin Xian's move. Boom! On the battlefield, Lin Xian waved the hundreds of feet long demonic sword and quickly stood up. The entire sky collapsed in an instant. The terrifying black spear radiance and the boundless flames started to tremble violently. Then, the two collided. Boom! Boom! Like a thunderclap, this terrifying energy was sent flying in all directions. At this moment, even the myriad Thunder Saints' expression changed. Fortunately, before he came, he had set up layers upon layers of formations around the area, which were able to conceal his aura. Otherwise, just this vibration alone would alarm all the experts in the entire Purple Cloud City. If a mighty being like the ancient cultivators were to come, they would definitely protect Lin Xian. At that time, he wouldn't be able to do anything. In front of him, Lin Xian slashed down 8 times in a row. The huge black sword she split apart all the flames and spear lights that filled the sky. Looking at this scene, the blue-haired middle-aged man couldn't believe it. The fact that the other party was able to contend against him was simply unbelievable. Damn it, who the hell is this kid? He's actually so powerful! The blue-haired middle-aged man's face turned gloomy. He realized that he had underestimated the other party. The other party's strength was absolutely terrifying and not inferior to his. In addition, the terrifying demon sword was on par with the Hell God's spear. This battle could be said to be a fierce struggle between dragons and tigers, with both sides evenly matched. However, not long after, the middle-aged man's face turned even darker. He realized that his opponent's strength was getting stronger and stronger, and his arm was getting numb. The Hell God's spear in his hand almost flew out. This really shocked him to the core. Kid, I'm really angry now. This battle is over! The blue-haired middle-aged man roared and held the Hell God's spear with both hands. In the next moment, he used the Hell God's spear as a long saber and slashed down fiercely. Buzz! The black demonic shadow soared into the sky like a black sun and quickly enveloped Lin Xian. Boundless power surged downwards, making it hard for anyone to imagine. The light was like a river that reached the 9 heavens. It was endless and nothing could stop it. Lin Xian's expression was cold as he waved the 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand. Suddenly, a mysterious trajectory appeared, bringing with it a murderous aura that soared into the sky. The dragon sword field appeared and enveloped the surroundings. The sword chi that filled the sky was like raging waves hitting the shore, piercing through the void. Sky Splitter! Earth Splitter! Demon Slayer! At the same time, Lin Xian slashed out 3 sword chi. The terrifying sword lights slashed forward. These 3 sword chi were comprehended by Lin Xian from the giant sword in the oblique moon mystic world. Its power was extremely terrifying and could destroy the experts in the world. At this moment, when he used it, it was even more powerful. Buzz! The first sword broke the black spear's shadow that filled the sky. The second sword directly knocked the Hell God's spear away. The third sword cut the blue-haired middle-aged man into two halves. After the third sword, everything disappeared. The two halves of the corpse fell to the ground, and blood stained the ground red. The Hell God's spear fell from the sky and stabbed into the ground, trembling non-stop. As it swayed, cracks began to appear in the surrounding void. Originally, Lin Xian wanted to snatch it, but the Thousand Thunder Saint was faster. It was his treasure, and he could not afford to lose it. So he kept an eye on it. When the Hell God's spear was knocked away, he had already made his move and quickly snatched the Hell God's spear back. The next moment, his face was gloomy. He held the Hell God's spear in his hand, pointed to the front, and shouted coldly, "All of you, attack together and kill him! Kill!" When the surrounding kings received the order, they no longer hesitated and roared. A powerful aura surged from their bodies as they quickly charged forward. To be honest, the previous 3 battles were too shocking. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful and far exceeded their expectations. In a one-on-one battle, no one was a match for him. But so what? This time, they had a large number of kings. If they joined forces, they could definitely kill him. Finally, all of you together? Then I'll play with you! Lin Xian snorted coldly. Then, the dragon sword realm quickly expanded and shrouded everyone. The sword chi that filled the sky was bright and sharp as it fell mercilessly. Kid, you're too arrogant! You want to fight against so many kings by yourself? You're courting death. When the kings who rushed over saw this, they immediately sneered. They also opened their king realm and kept colliding with the dragon sword realm. They might not be a match for one person, but with so many of them attacking together, no matter how powerful the opponent was, he would not be able to resist. Unless the opponent was a real almighty. Boom! A terrifying collision sound rang out, and a huge crack appeared in the void. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul in his body roared, and a dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in front of him. The dragon sword realm was also activated to the extreme. The sharp light was like a divine red as it quickly slashed in all directions. Puff! In an instant 5 kings were sent flying. A huge crack appeared on their king realm, and it looked like it was about to be cut in half. How can he be so powerful? Seeing this, the eyelids of the surrounding kings twitched. They did not expect that even if they joined forces, they would not be able to kill the opponent in an instant. This was too terrifying. Hurry up and attack together. Kill him! Otherwise, no one will be at ease in the future. Chapter 1855. Indeed, they already had the intention to kill and had attacked. It could be said that they had formed a deadly feud. If they didn't kill the other party, they would wait for the other party to break through and mature. Then, they would definitely be killed by the other party in the future. This was a battle of life and death. It was either you die or I live. Bang! At that moment, 3 kings appeared behind Lin Xian strangely. The long swords in their hands turned into streaks of shocking sword light that quickly stabbed forward. It was too fast. Even Lin Xian couldn't block it. Moreover, there were so many people around. Even if he dodged, he would be hit by other attacks. Therefore, in the next moment, he was hit by the 3 streaks of sword light and was sent flying backward. Lin Xian only stopped after retreating for more than 1,000 meters. However, he sneered, "It's useless. I have to thank you for the black armor you gave me previously. Your attacks can't break through my defense. Damn it, that armor is too troublesome." Perhaps only an Earth-grade superior-grade artifact could pose a threat to him. The 3 kings who had succeeded also had gloomy expressions. Under normal circumstances, even if it was only one body, it would be seriously injured after being ambushed by the 3 of them. But now, the other party was completely fine. They couldn't believe it. They wanted to find a powerful weapon to break through Lin Xian's defense. However, at that moment, Lin Xian sneered. Since you're done attacking, it's my turn. He waved his hand and directly set up 7 or 8 killing arrays that quickly enveloped the surroundings. These formations were inscribed by him on a daily basis, and their power was also incomparably strong. They were originally used to deal with danger, but he didn't expect them to be used at this moment. Boom! The terrifying killing arrays exploded, and streaks of terrifying energy swept in all directions. Immediately, the kings resisted frantically. One had to know that Lin Xian's attainments in array formations came from the dark red divine dragon. It was definitely terrifying. Very few people below the mighty figure level could block it. Therefore, at this moment, the kings were screaming in pain. They had the advantage in numbers, but Lin Xian also had many killing arrays. Therefore, all the kings were resisting the terrifying energy in the sky and thinking of ways to break the arrays. Not many people made a move against Lin Xian. Seeing this, the myriad Thunder Saint's face darkened. That was because he didn't expect that so many experts he had brought with him would be easily dealt with by the other party. He found it hard to believe. Furthermore, he realized that he had truly underestimated his opponent. There were so many killing formations, and their power was so terrifying that even he did not have them. However, the other party had casually struck out. Who exactly was this person? How could it possess such a killing array? How could he be so wealthy? To be honest, even if he was beaten to death, he would not believe that Lin Xian was a rogue cultivator. He guessed that the other party must be a disciple of some mysterious power, and he must have some other purpose for coming out. Brat, I don't care who you are, nor do I care how many killing arrays you have. But since you dared to provoke me, you're dead for sure this time. The 10,000 Thunder Saints snorted and prepared to do it himself. He had a real body, and his strength was incomparably terrifying. In addition to the Hell God's spear in his hand, he could even fight against Almighties. So as far as he was concerned, so long as he made a move, it would be extremely easy for him to kill the other party. Lin Xian sneered. Don't bother. It's useless. You can't catch me at all. Even if you make a move, it's useless. He now had the combat strength of a saint, and he had the 9 Serenity demonic sword in his hand, as well as many treasured artifacts and secret techniques. He could be said to be extremely powerful. He was confident that he could defeat a saint. Therefore, even if the 10,000 Thunder Saint was a real saint, and had the Hell God's spear, he had no fear. You're courting death. The 10,000 Thunder Saint was furious. The other party dared to look down on him. He was really courting death. He was the true Holy Son, and he was above everyone else. So the next moment he sneered. Brat, you're really courting death. It seems that you've never fought a real saint. Well, today I'll let you see the power of a real saint. In the 10,000 Thunder Saints' opinion, the other party must be ignorant, and did not know how powerful a saint-level genius was. That was why he dared to say such big words. The next moment he made a move. Boom! The thunder robe on his body billowed, and the endless power of thunder and lightning surged, condensing into a huge figure behind him. It was hundreds of feet tall and stood between heaven and earth. Surrounded by endless thunder and lightning, it looked down on the world. Then, the huge thunder god phantom stretched out a thunder and lightning palm, reaching down and shrouding Lin Xian. Boom! The void cracked open, and countless thunder and lightning surged. For a moment, the entire space turned into a sea of thunder and lightning. What terrifying energy! The 10,000 Thunder Saint has made a move. The people around were shocked, and then they were ecstatic. It's great that the 10,000 Thunder Saint has made a move. That brat will definitely die. Let's join forces to remove these killing arrays first. Let's capture that brat together. These people were completely relieved because they were worried that the other party would attack them while they were fighting against the killing arrays. But now it seemed that their worries were completely unnecessary. With the 10,000 Thunder Saint making a move, that brat would definitely not be able to resist. He would probably be killed soon, and there would be no extra time to disturb them. In front, Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the thunder and lightning palm that covered the sky and earth. He immediately snorted coldly. The next moment, countless sword chi surrounded his body, as if the sword god had descended to the mortal world. Not only that, countless sword chi formed a huge bell in front of him, trembling rapidly. Buzz! Suddenly, a terrifying sound wave spread in all directions. The sword chi sound wave was extremely terrifying, piercing through the sky in all directions. It contended with the terrifying thunder and lightning palm in the sky. The two collided, causing a huge explosion, and continued to fight in the air. This scene was naturally perceived by the surrounding kings, and then they all widened their eyes in disbelief. Damn it, how is this possible? He actually blocked the 10,000 Thunder Saints' attack. Heavens, am I dreaming? How did he do it? Does he really have the combat strength of a saint? These people were really confused because they originally thought that as long as the 10,000 Thunder Saint made a move, he would definitely be able to kill Lin Xian easily. However, that was not the case. Lin Xian had used a terrifying divine skill to block the Thunder Palm. Even when facing the 10,000 Thunder Saint, his momentum was not inferior at all. This made them think that the two saints were instructing them. He blocked it. The 10,000 Thunder Saint also frowned when he saw this scene. To be honest, this moment was also beyond his expectations. Lin Xian had only blocked one of his attacks. So what? His strength was far beyond that. The next moment, he waved his arm again. Chapter 1856. The sea of thunder surged, and the void cracked. It was as if a thunder mountain was descending from the sky, trying to suppress Lin Xian. In the face of the terrifying attack, Lin Xian's eyes were cold. He floated in the dragon sword domain like a sword immortal. On his body, there was a sharp sword wave surging. What followed was a terrifying murderous intent. This killing intent rushed into the sky, tearing the sky and splitting the earth. Even the kings who were fighting against the killing formation in the distance felt this shocking killing intent at this moment. Suddenly, all the muscles in their bodies turned cold, and even the blood in their bodies almost solidified. So terrifying! They trembled when they felt this aura. Fortunately, it was the 10,000 Thunder Saint who was fighting with the other party. If it were them, they wouldn't even be able to block one move. Boom! In the sky, the second thunder god's palm descended, and it was even more terrifying than the first one. The big hand covered the sky, covering the sky and the earth. It descended fiercely and almost reached Lin Xian's side. The big bell in front of Lin Xian turned into countless sword chi sound waves, resisting the two big hands tenaciously. Boom! 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 The two collided as if thousands of soldiers and horses were fighting. The terrifying sound waves pierced through the void. This scene was so terrifying that it wasn't even weaker than the magic displayed by a mighty figure. Humph, it's useless. You can't block my attack at all. In front of him, the 10,000 Thunder Saint sneered. He was very confident in his Thunder God's phantom. No matter how powerful the other party's sword chi was, it would eventually shatter. Lin Xian's expression was solemn, and he remained unmoved. Countless sword chi surrounded him, and the dragon sword domain floated up and down, evolving into a small world. The dragon sword domain was transformed by the dragon sword soul, and it was the most powerful saint art in the world. Of course, it couldn't only be this, and it would only become more powerful in the future. Sure enough, the next moment, Lin Xian exerted his strength again. He took a step forward like a sword immortal, looking down on all living things. Countless streaks of sword chi transformed into a giant dragon, crawling under his feet and carrying him forward. Behind him, 6 sword god phantoms appeared. Each of them exuded a powerful aura as if they were peerless divine swords. The dragon sword domain shone brightly, enveloping everything. Destroy! Lin Xian uttered a thunderous roar. Immediately, the 6 sword god phantoms attacked. 6 shocking sword chi slashed forward at high speed. 1. 6 streaks of sword chi slashed down like divine rainbows. The space trembled and shattered. Then, the 6 beams of sword chi slashed at the 2 thunder palms. Boom! Thunder exploded, rushing in all directions. The sword chi was like a tide, as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping. At this moment, the world lost its color, and the sun and moon lost their light. Gradually, the 2 thunder hands dimmed, as if they would disappear at any moment. The sword chi that filled the sky became more and more powerful, as if it had become the only thing in the world. The 10,000 Thunder Saint is being suppressed. Seeing this scene, the surrounding kings felt their scalps go numb. They couldn't believe it. The 10,000 Thunder Saint snorted coldly. He didn't expect his opponent's sword chi to be so sharp, which was indeed rare in his life. However, to suppress him? How could this be? His strength was not limited to this. In the next moment he roared. More power of thunder and lightning surged out of his body and poured into the thunder god phantoms behind him. Suddenly, the thunder god phantoms became more solid, as if they were the real thunder god from the 9th heaven. Mysterious thunder runes appeared on his body, containing unparalleled power. At the same time, the dim lightning hand also quickly brightened. Then, they clenched their hands into fists and bombarded downward. Boom! Boom! The terrifying thunder fists fell and collided with the sword chi in the sky. The 2 of them exploded. The fierce confrontation between Lin Xian and the 10,000 Thunder Saint caused the whole sky to fall into a frenzy. This battle was simply too intense, causing the surrounding kings to shudder with fear and trepidation. Many of them even turned pale and trembled. The reason for that was because this sort of battle was simply a battle between gods to them. Even a single shockwave could kill them. 1. In front of them, the battle became even more intense. Sword chi cut in all directions like divine rainbows and bombarded the thunder palms. Lin Xian also performed the demon's slaying 3 styles again. As if it was splitting the sky and the earth, it finally blasted the 2 huge thunder palms away. What? It was broken! The surrounding people widened their eyes in disbelief. Such a powerful thunder god's fist was actually broken by sword chi. What kind of sword technique is this? How could it be so powerful? The 10,000 Thunder Saints' pupils shrank. This scene was beyond his expectations. He was very confident in his thunder god phantoms and thought that his opponent could not break it. But now, his thunder fists were shattered by his opponent's terrifying sword chi. This shocked him. You're courting death! The 10,000 Thunder Saint roared. His eyes were like lightning, his black hair fluttered, and his whole body erupted with thunder and lightning aura. He looked like an ancient thunder god who had awakened. Terrifying thunder and lightning spread in all directions. In the next moment, he rushed forward with thunder in the sky. 1. The hell god's spear in his hand bloomed with black light, and terrifying demonic shadows surrounded him. Then, he stabbed out with the spear. The hell god's spear waved, carrying a powerful force. Every strike was like a meteorite from outer space. It was extremely terrifying. It was even accompanied by hot gray flames that spread rapidly. It was terrifying. Humph! Seeing his opponent coming, Lin Xian did not retreat. Instead, he approached. He took a step forward, and the sword chi on his body suddenly burst out. The demonic sword in his hand slashed down quickly. The dragon sword realm shrouded the 10,000 Thunder Saint, and the sword chi in the sky fell crazily. The 2 fought fiercely, shaking the sky and the earth. Demon slaying! Suddenly, Lin Xian roared and waved his long sword, which emitted a shocking light. The demonic patterns on it seemed to have awakened, and it emitted a destructive aura. Boom! The sword slashed down, and the terrifying sword chi directly split the entire void. The ground sank in an instant, and the surrounding ceiling array began to shake violently. It seemed as if it would break at any time. It could not be helped. This sword was too terrifying. The black demonic shadows in the sky seemed to be torn apart by a pair of invisible hands. The 10,000 Thunder Saint's pupils shrank. He felt a sharp sword wave falling from the sky, enveloping him and splitting him in half. Get lost! Suddenly he held the Hell God's spear in his right hand, and his left hand clenched into a fist and punched out quickly. 10,000 Thunder God Fist! Thunder roared. The blue fist was crystal clear, as if it was carved out of thunder crystal. A violent force blasted forward, colliding with the terrifying destructive sword chi. Boom! A shocking explosion rang out, and a terrifying pressure quickly swept out in all directions. At this moment, the kings who were resisting the killing array were also affected. One by one, they were sent flying, and some even vomited blood. Chapter 1857. Lin Xian and the myriad Thunder Saint, who were at the center of the explosion, kept retreating like lightning as they stepped on the void. However, Lin Xian had the black armor, which blocked most of the energy impact. Therefore, he only retreated with a pale face. He did not suffer any serious injuries. However, the Saint's son had a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. It was unusually scarlet. What? The Saint's son is injured! Seeing this scene, the surrounding kings got up from the ground with their eyes wide open. This is unbelievable! The Saint's son was injured in a battle with a 5-star king. No one would believe it if they told others. Indeed, not only was the Saint's son injured, but many of his bones were also broken. His eyes were unusually cold. The next moment, he operated a supreme technique, and the bones in his body quickly healed, making crackling sounds. In an instant, his injuries were healed. However, his expression became even colder. The other party had injured him. This was unforgivable. Boy, very good. You have successfully angered me. Next, I will let you know the consequences of offending me. The Saint's son's eyes were full of killing intent. Humph! Use whatever means you have. I will take it. However, if you are not as good as me and are killed by me, then you can't blame anyone else. Lin Xian shouted coldly as sword chi surged on his body. Boom! The battle broke out again. Lin Xian waved the 9 Serenity's demonic sword and Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and quickly killed his way forward. The Saint's son controlled the Hell God's spear and the endless sea of thunder to fight. This time, a crystal clear thunder armor appeared on his body. It was extremely terrifying and shining with endless brilliance. Needless to say, this was an extremely terrifying Upper Earth Step treasure. With a strong defense, the Saint's son was even more ferocious. He launched all kinds of attacks without any regard for his life, wanting to kill Lin Xian. Boom! Lin Xian used the Great Dragon Sword Soul to the extreme, even though there was a huge gap between him and the 10,000 Thunder Saint. Although there was a huge gap between the two of them, the Great Dragon Sword Soul's offensive saint technique made this gap non-existent. His attack power was not weaker than his opponent's at all. Moreover, the more he fought, the braver he became. The entire void had been beaten beyond recognition. Buzz! The Great Dragon Sword Soul roared, and Lin Xian used the Armageddon Black Dragon Fist again. The terrifying thing was that the Black Dragon Fist turned into layers of dragon shadows and charged forward. The sudden Armageddon Black Dragon Fist landed squarely on the myriad Thunder Sage's body. Even with the armor's protection, he was sent flying and spit out a mouthful of blood. Ah! I will kill you! The Saint Son of 10,000 Thunder roared. His black hair danced wildly, and his body was surrounded by terrible thunder and lightning, as if he was the god of thunder. He was too angry. After fighting for so long, he had actually been injured twice. Although his opponent had also been affected, it wasn't as serious as his. In this way, he was not his opponent's. This was unbearable. Therefore, at the next moment, he was prepared to use his ultimate skill to end this battle. Thunder, 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 thunders, thunder, 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 thunder was thunder of was not. Was. The thunder armor on his body shone, forming a dazzling light that blocked all the sword chi. At this moment, the Saint's son was extremely powerful. The sea of thunder surged around him. He took a step forward and instantly came to Lin Xian's side. His pace was extremely fast. At the same time, he waved the Hell God's spear in his hand, carrying the demonic shadows and the terrifying power of thunder, and stabbed forward. Suddenly, thousands of black spear lights filled the air, and gray flames spewed out. The terrifying power surged, and the entire sky collapsed. As for the surrounding buildings, they were reduced to ashes by this energy. Even the kings in the distance all retreated frantically, not daring to get close. One could imagine how terrifying this attack was. The Hell God's spear swept across, carrying a terrifying murderous aura. Wherever it passed, the void shattered. Everything turned into nothingness. At this moment, the Saint's son seemed to have turned into a killing god. Lin Xian's pupils shrank as well. Naturally, he could sense how terrifying the situation was. Therefore, he did not resist at all. Instead, he used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps to dodge to the limit. For a moment, countless afterimages appeared in the sky. It was impossible to know where Lin Xian's real body was. Puff! Puff! The 10,000 lightning saint's cold voice sounded. It's useless. This time, you can't escape. Soon, the saint's son locked onto Lin Xian's real body. Then, the terrifying spear light pierced through the void and charged toward him. Lin Xian knew that he could not avoid it. He could only resist it. However, he was not afraid at all. Terrifying sword chi appeared around him. Streaks of dazzling sword light tore through heaven and earth and slashed forward. The 9 swimming demonic sword in his hand soared into the sky, sweeping everything in its path. For a moment, the hell fire in the sky was annihilated, and a terrifying crack appeared in the void. The spear shadows in the sky were also broken in an instant. The sword cut through the heavens. His hair was filled with a destructive aura. At this moment, Lin Xian was extremely powerful. Clang! 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 The 9 darkness demonic sword collided with the Hell God's spear. Countless sparks flew in all directions. Each of them was like a meteor falling to the ground, smashing terrifying deep pits in the ground. Even more attacks landed on the 2 of them. Fortunately, the 2 of them were wearing top-notch defensive armors. That was why they could withstand so many attacks. Otherwise, if it were any other 6-star king, they would have been killed by this attack. Even so, the 2 of them were not in a good situation. After all, no matter how strong the Zhang family's defense was, it was impossible for them to eliminate it completely. Therefore, the power still penetrated their armors and invaded their bodies. For a moment, both of them were injured and spat out mouthfuls of blood. The Saint Son of Myriad Thunder went crazy, and Lin Xian finally shed blood. One had to admit that the Saint Son was a powerful and terrifying opponent. Bang! After another fierce collision, Lin Xian and the Saint Son retreated 1,000 meters each and stood in the void, facing each other. They didn't attack again because the injuries in their bodies were already very serious. They had to suppress it. Whoosh! As the future successor of the Thousand Thunder Sacred Ground, the Saint Son had many treasures in his hands. He quickly took out a jade bottle and drank a bottle of spiritual liquid. Immediately, the injuries in his body were quickly healed. Not only that, but streaks of sparkling and translucent light surrounded his body, as if it was a rainbow. Lin Xian did not swallow any elixirs. His longevity incantation was a sacred technique for healing injuries. The next moment, he activated the longevity incantation, and the blood in his body burst out like thunder. Chapter 1858. In the next moment, he also recovered from his injuries. Everyone looked at this scene with their eyes wide open. This method was too heaven-defying. They couldn't do it at all. Because they didn't have Lin Xian's longevity secret art, nor were they as rich as the Thousand Thunder Saint. Therefore, if they encountered such a serious injury, they would definitely die. However, what they didn't know was that in this match that seemed to be evenly matched, both of them had recovered. However, there was actually a hidden danger in the Thousand Thunder Saints' body. This was because Lin Xian's sword aura was not something that could be easily removed. That was the sword chi produced by the great dragon sword soul. It was extremely sharp and even had an indestructible aura. Although it was suppressed now, if it wasn't completely removed, it would erupt sooner or later, causing more serious injuries. The Thousand Thunder Saint didn't pay attention to this at all. Firstly, he believed in the healing panacea in his hand. Secondly, all his energy was now focused on how to kill his opponent. Therefore, he didn't pay much attention to the sword chi at all. Lin Xian also frowned. Now, both sides were really angry, and the surrounding government could collapse at any time. At that time, the commotion here would definitely attract the experts from the Purple Cloud City. If a mighty figure came, then his situation wouldn't be good. Therefore, he decided to end the battle quickly. In the next moment, Lin Xian displayed the dragon sword realm. His whole body was like a sword god, standing in the realm. The dragon sword realm bloomed with a bright light, as if it was a sword Dao world, isolating all auras. The sky full of gray flames and the terrifying black demonic shadow were all blocked outside. Kill! Lin Xian carried the dragon sword realm and charged over again. Humph! The Thousand Thunder Saints snorted coldly and also propped up a thunder realm, and there was even a thunder god's phantom inside. As a saint, his realm was even more terrifying. It was beyond ordinary people. And the opponent was just a 5-star king. How dare he challenge him with a realm? He was really courting death. Go to hell, boy! The Thousand Thunder Saint roared and instantly came forward with the thunder realm. The terrifying power of thunder turned into energy that filled the sky and blasted over fiercely. It seemed that the Thousand Thunder Saint wanted to flood Lin Xian's realm. Chop! The dragon sword domain trembled, and the countless sword chi inside transformed into a crescent moon, slashing forward. This crescent moon sword chi was extremely terrifying. It contained the power of sword Dao as it charged forward. The myriad Thunder Saint Sun was startled. That crescent-shaped sword chi gave him a very dangerous feeling. In fact, it could even take his life. This made him feel incredulous. The other party was only a 5-star king realm. How could his attainments in the king realm be so terrifying? In fact, he was not inferior to him at all. Damn it, this Brad is definitely hiding his strength. Wan Leixing realized that he absolutely could not judge Lin Xian by his cultivation base. This was because his battle prowess, domain, and soul power had all surpassed that of a 5-star king. In the sky, it really seemed like a crescent moon was pressing down, extinguishing the endless hellfire. It even blocked the lightning that filled the sky. The terrifying crescent sword she slashed towards the myriad thunder sage with terrifying energy. Descent of the Thunder God! Sensing the crisis, the myriad thunder saint shouted and waved his hand. Suddenly, countless lightning bolts descended from the sky and merged into his king's domain. Then, a thunder god phantom appeared again. This thunder god's phantom was different from the previous one. It wasn't 100 zhang tall, but it was only a dozen meters tall. However, it was more solid. It was as if the real thunder god had descended to the world with terrifying lightning power. My myriad thunder god art is invincible. What can you do to me? The myriad thunder saint Sun roared crazily. His eyes flickered with eternal light as he blasted toward the crescent moon sword chi. Boom! The next moment, the two collided, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. The myriad thunder saint Sun was sent flying thousands of meters away. In the next moment, the crescent moon's sword chi in the sky also exploded with a loud bang. Impossible, your power can't be stronger than mine. The myriad thunder saint Sun looked crazy. This time, he was injured again, but the other party's sword chi was only shattered. He could not believe that the real body was not injured. Fury of the Thunder God, kill! The myriad thunder saint Sun went crazy. In the next moment, the 10-meter-tall thunder god merged with him, and his whole body erupted with unparalleled power. The Hell God's spear waved, carrying a curve of lightning. A thick aura of thunder spread out and shrouded Lin Xian in an instant. Lin Xian looked calm. He raised his arm high and pointed the 9 Serenity's demonic sword at the sky. Suddenly, in the dragon sword realm, countless sword chi condensed and formed a sun. It was extremely bright and was completely condensed by sword chi. It was very dazzling, like a real sun, blooming with endless light. In the next moment, this huge sun, accompanied by Lin Xian's movements, fell crazily. Accompanying it was not only the sharp sword chi, but also the endless heat. At this moment, the power of the great dragon's sword soul finally manifested. It could evolve all things in the world. Boom! In the sky, one side was a bright sun, and the other side was incomparably violent lightning. The two sides kept fighting in the air and then annihilated each other. This time, the myriad Thunder Saint Sun was blasted away again. Even the thunder on his body dimmed a lot. The terrifying sun was like a divine sword, and the light was like sword chi. It was extremely sharp and hit him, sending him flying. And after that, the battle broke out again. The myriad Thunder Saint Sun used the divine power of the myriad Thunder Sacred Ground, while Lin Xian was like a sword god. In his hand, the sword chi that filled the sky turned into everything in the world. Mountains, seas, trees, the sun, the moon, and stars. Each of them was incomparably real and terrifying. It was as if Lin Xian was evolving a world. The surrounding King Realm cultivators were all shocked by this scene. This was too shocking. They had never thought that the myriad Thunder Saint Sun would be suppressed one day, and by a 5-star king at that. Boom! Boom! After hundreds of moves, the myriad Thunder Saint Sun vomited blood and was sent flying again. The Thunder God Phantom on his body finally disappeared, and his aura rapidly declined. Obviously, the time for summoning the Thunder God Phantom was up, and he had also suffered an extremely serious injury. This caused his battle strength to decrease greatly. Lin Xian, on the other hand, became more and more courageous as the battle went on. He was like an unstoppable god of war. Damn brat, I was careless this time. But the next time I see you, I will kill you with my own hands. The myriad Thunder Saint Sun gritted his teeth, but he didn't dare to fight with his opponent again. Because if they continued to fight, he would definitely die. At this moment, he no longer cared about the innate purple thunderstone. He turned around and turned into a flash of lightning, fleeing toward the sky. Want to leave? Lin Xian sneered. He used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and quickly chased after him. Boom! The myriad Thunder Saint Sun was determined to escape. Not only did he use the Thunder God's steps, but 2 Thunder God's wings also appeared on his back, carrying him to fly quickly. Chapter 1859. Run away! The kings in the surroundings were also fleeing frantically. Even the 10,000 Thunder Saint had left. They did not dare to stay any longer. If the other party came back, none of them would be a match for him. Therefore, these people also fled in all directions. 3 of the killing arrays that Lin Xian had set up were destroyed, and the remaining 5 were summoned back by Lin Xian with a wave of his hand. These undamaged killing arrays could be used again. He only needed to refine them. Without the concealment of the array, the aura and scene here were all known to the powerhouse of the Purple Cloud City. Countless kings looked at the suburbs at this moment. Then, they were extremely shocked. That was because that place had been reduced to nothingness. Everything no longer existed. Who the hell is fighting here? How can they conceal all auras? This is too terrifying. I can feel that the remaining aura is too terrifying. Those below the Almighty are simply invincible. Fuck, it can't be that 2 saints are fighting, right? A series of discussions sounded. The kings rushed over and were shocked when they saw this scene. Soon, everyone looked up at the sky. Look, there are people fighting over there. In the night sky, 2 figures were like flowing lights, one in front and one behind. They chased each other, and kept colliding with each other. These two figures were naturally Lin Xian and the 10,000 Thunder Saint. One of them was escaping, and the other was chasing. The battle between them was extremely intense. The 10,000 Thunder Saint had escaped, but it seemed that he was not trying to escape from the Purple Cloud City. Instead, he had been hovering above the Purple Cloud City, as if waiting for something. This made Lin Xian very uneasy because he was afraid that the Almighty of the 10,000 Thunder Sacred Land would come. If that happened, he would be in trouble. However, after waiting for a while, he found that no Almighty had appeared, so he continued to attack. Heavens, this power is too terrifying. It's really two holy suns fighting. Everyone looked at the two flowing lights in the sky in shock. The speed was so fast that ordinary kings could not see the figures at all. They could only see the surging power constantly colliding in the sky. When they sensed this power, their faces turned pale because this was the power of a saint. The kings were not the only ones who sensed it. Even the Almighties extended their senses to observe the battle in the sky. What? It's him! Among them, the ancient cultivators also looked up at the sky. As a powerful being, he could clearly see the people fighting in the sky. The 10,000 Thunder Saint was not surprised. After all, the other party was a saint. It was normal for him to have this kind of energy. However, the other person shocked him greatly because he also knew that person. It was Lin Xian. Previously, he was very concerned about Lin Xian and wanted to pull him into his Gu clan. This was because he felt that Lin Xian's talent was very good. Moreover, he was a young prodigy. After a few decades of growth, it was not impossible for him to reach the level of a saint. But now, he was extremely shocked. This was because the power displayed by the other party had already reached the level of a saint. And even stronger. Because judging from the current situation, it was the 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun who was running away. This was too shocking. A Holy Sun was actually being chased by a rogue cultivator. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have dared to believe it. Everyone looked at the sky. This almost dreamlike scene was extremely shocking. This battle would definitely be recorded in the annals of history and passed down by future generations. In the sky, the 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun was extremely anxious. He didn't expect that the person he was waiting for hadn't appeared yet. Moreover, the other party was so aggressive, which made him extremely angry. This was because at this moment, all the martial artists in Purple Cloud City had seen it. If this spread out, he was afraid that he would become the laughingstock of the entire eastern wilderness. Therefore, in the next moment, he swallowed the healing elixir again. Then, he suddenly turned around and waved the Hell God's spear in his hand again. Like a black river falling, thousands of black spear shadows surged. This attack was extremely terrifying. However, Lin Xian was even more powerful. He waved the 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand and released thousands of sword chi, annihilating all the void. In an instant, the terrifying sword light swept across and broke through all the attacks. The 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun roared and wanted to fight back. However, in the next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his body. It turned out that the sword chi that he had suppressed before had finally erupted. Impossible! The 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun's face changed drastically. He had swallowed a lot of healing elixirs before, and had healed his wounds. But now, how could there still be such violent sword chi in his body? He couldn't figure it out. He didn't know that Lin Xian's sword chi was extremely terrifying and couldn't be judged by common sense. Therefore, at this time, the 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun's injuries finally erupted again. The violent sword chi crazily scurried inside his body, destroying the 10,000 Thunder Saint's body. Puff! The 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun's face turned pale. He vomited blood and was about to collapse. Humph! Lin Xian seized this opportunity, and waved his sword again. The long sword fiercely chopped the Hell God's spear and sent it flying. Then, he performed the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and quickly hid behind the Hell God's spear. What? The martial artists below looked at this scene and felt their scalps tingle. They didn't expect that the 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun would even lose the treasure in his hand. This was really unbelievable. It seemed that the 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun's injuries were more serious than expected. Damn it! The 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun was furious. The Hell God's spear was his weapon. If he lost it, he would be heartbroken. Moreover, his combat strength would also be affected. Therefore, regardless of his injuries, he forcibly operated the spiritual power in his body and even stimulated his potential to attack crazily. Boom! The sky was torn apart like a giant abyss. A thunderous beast's claws stretched out from it, and quickly grabbed at Lin Xian. It wanted to take back the Hell God's spear. Humph! Lin Xian snorted. He held the Hell God's spear in his hand and pointed it at the sky. Then, a huge demonic shadow rushed into the sky, piercing everything in the world and blasting away the thunderclaw. The Nine Serenities' demonic sword in his right hand waved and once again released a crescent-shaped sword chi and chopped down fiercely. No! The 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun's face changed. If he was hit by this crescent-shaped sword chi, he couldn't resist at all and might even be killed. All the spectating martial artists were also extremely shocked. If the 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun was really killed, it would be the first time in history. Could it be that someone can really create a miracle? Everyone's eyes widened. The crescent-shaped sword chi was about to hit the 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun. However, at this moment, a sigh was suddenly heard. Then, an old figure appeared beside the 10,000 Thunder Holy Sun. It was an old man. He wasn't tall and had gray hair. His weather-beaten face was engraved with the wrinkles of time. His eyes flickered with vicissitudes of life. There was also a shocking aura. He stretched out his palm and waved gently. Immediately, the crescent-shaped sword chi in the sky stopped. Chapter 1860. The old man stretched out his palm and waved it gently. Immediately, the half-moon sword aura in the sky was frozen. The next moment, the half-moon sword aura seemed to be pierced by a great energy, and then disappeared into the void. What's going on? What happened? The kings didn't understand what had happened, but the ancient cultivators frowned. To be honest, they knew that although the 10,000 Thunder Saint was dangerous, they weren't too worried. Because they knew that the 10,000 Thunder Saint must have a protector by his side. Indeed, peerless geniuses like the Saint of the Sacred Ground and the Saint and Divine Bodies of the remote antiquity families must have powerhouses protecting them. Such people were called protectors. They usually didn't come out. Only when the saint was in danger of life and death would they take action. At this moment, the 10,000 Thunder Saints' protector finally took action when his life was threatened. Lin Xian's pupils shrank when he saw this scene. Such a terrifying half-moon sword aura was easily blocked, which made him feel incredulous. The next moment, he saw an old man beside the 10,000 Thunder Saint. He was shocked. Almighty! Seeing this scene, Lin Xian had goosebumps all over his body. He was ready to leave at any time. Sure enough, the other party was protected by an Almighty. It seemed that it was impossible to kill the other party this time. However, he was confident that he could escape. After all, he had the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. After the Protector destroyed the half-moon sword aura, he didn't attack Lin Xian, which surprised Lin Xian. The 10,000 Thunder Saint was overjoyed when he saw the Protector come out. He gritted his teeth and said, "Elder, kill him!" However, the Protector shook his head. "My duty is to protect your safety. I won't attack anyone." After saying that, the Protector ignored the 10,000 Thunder Saint and looked at Lin Xian. He said in a deep voice, "You win this battle. However, don't be too complacent. Cultivation is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you'll fall behind. I'll take him back to cultivate. The next time you meet, it's not certain who will win. You lost. Come back with me." The Tao Protector looked at the 10,000 Thunder Saint again. "As for what you lost, you need to take it back yourself. No one can help you." "Yes." The myriad Thunder Saint nodded, his eyes full of unwillingness. He knew that he wouldn't be able to kill Chenshi this time, but he swore that he would definitely kill Chenshi next time. Brat, just you wait. The next time we meet, I will personally kill you. Take back the Hell God's spear and the innate purple thunderstone. With that, he turned around and soared into the sky. The Protector's figure gradually disappeared into the void. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the myriad Thunder Saint's son and his protector leave. He wasn't even afraid of Wan Lei. However, that Tao protector was too much of a threat to him. Fortunately, the other party did not make a move. Otherwise, a fierce battle would have been inevitable. As for the surrounding kings, they were truly astonished when they saw this scene. Lost, the Saint Son of Myriad Thunder actually lost. This was absolutely shocking news. Thinking about it, Lin Xian's name would quickly spread throughout the entire northern region, and even the eastern wilderness. After all, it was a great honor to be able to defeat a saint. As for the ancient cultivators and those experts, their expressions were solemn. I didn't expect that even the Saint Son of Myriad Thunder would lose. This young man is really powerful. This is a golden age. In addition to the geniuses of the sacred grounds and the geniuses of the remote antiquity families, other places are also full of monsters and geniuses. This is definitely a golden age for the cultivation world. I think there will be a great emperor in this era. Everyone exclaimed. They felt the pressure. Because more and more geniuses and experts were appearing. This was an era of great competition. Everyone was desperately cultivating and working hard to climb up, striving to become the world's supreme being. Only the strongest could walk down this path. On the other side, Lin Xian also used the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and quickly left the place. While everyone was still in a daze, he quickly left. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if some almighty targeted him. The protectors did not attack him, but it did not mean that the other almighties would not attack him. After all, he had treasures like the Khanate Purple Thunder Rock, the 10,000 years spiritual liquid, and the Hell God's spear. It was enough to make people jealous. In an instant, Lin Xian disappeared into the night sky. No one knew where he went. The few almighties who were scheming sighed, shook their heads, and stopped attacking. His speed was not inferior to theirs, and they were one step behind. It was impossible for them to catch up with him. Moreover, they were not willing to provoke this young genius if they were not sure of winning. After all, he had unlimited potential when he grew up. It was extremely terrifying. In the vast mountains far away from the Purple Cloud City, Lin Xian's figure appeared. He opened up a cave and then went into seclusion. He casually set up some formations and then entered the Black Earth. Inside the Black Earth, the dark red divine dragon had reached the final juncture. It was about to finish resisting the Almighties. On the other side, Lu Mingyu was also in seclusion, trying her best to break through. Lin Xian did not disturb the two. Instead, he chose a place to rest. After all, today's battle with the 10,000 Thunder Saint was too dangerous. This time, he also had a taste of the Saint's combat power, which could be said to be powerful. If he did not have the great dragon sword soul, it would be difficult to defeat the Saint. Moreover, it would be very difficult to kill the Saint. Not to mention that these saints had endless secret techniques and magic treasures. They also had terrifying protectors around them. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult to kill them. However, this time, Lin Xian's results were also very obvious. First, he defeated the 10,000 Thunder Saint and gained great fame and honor. In addition, he obtained the black armor with extremely strong defense, the 10,000 years spiritual liquid that could bring the dead back to life, and the Hell God's spear with powerful attack. These 3 treasures could be said to be extremely precious. Even the Almighties would be jealous. They were enough to improve Lin Xian's combat power and defense. With such treasures, he would have a greater chance of killing the Saint of all beginnings. Then, Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms and slowly entered a state of cultivation. He wanted to restore all the spiritual power and injuries he had lost today. 3 days later, Lin Xian opened his eyes. His body had reached its peak. After another 10 days, the dark red divine dragon's array was finally completed. On the other side, Lu Mingyu also came out of seclusion. Lu Mingyu was wearing a blue dress. She was as beautiful as a fairy. The aura on her body had become much stronger. Obviously, she had used countless natural treasures during this seclusion, and finally improved her strength again. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon laughed. Great! It's finally completed! He had a set of array in his hand, flickering with mysterious Dao patterns. Lin Xian and Lu Mingyu also walked over and carefully observed the array. Chapter 1861. To be honest, she didn't quite believe it. After all, the Crimson Shinnong was only a 5-star king now, while Almighties were extremely powerful existences. Even the saint might not be able to contend against them. Could an array formation kill such a powerful existence? Kill Almighties? What are you thinking? The Crimson Divine Dragon rolled his eyes. My formation can contend against Almighties, but it can't kill Almighties. This is a teleportation formation that can forcibly teleport Almighties. And the distance is far enough that they won't be able to fly back in a short time. Think about it. As long as all the Almighties around the Saintess of all beginnings are transferred away. Even if those Almighties are still alive, what effect will it have on us? I see. Hearing this, Lu Mingyu heaved a sigh of relief. However, she was still very shocked. One had to know that Almighties could directly break through the void to escape if they were unwilling to do so. But now, this formation could completely transfer Almighties. It was absolutely shocking. Lin Xian was also delighted, but he still reminded her. Don't get too excited. We still don't know how many experts and Almighties the other party will bring. But as far as I know, the Saintess of all beginnings must have a path protector. In other words, apart from the other Almighties, we must compare the path protector with the other party. Only then can we kill the other party. Otherwise, with the path protector, we won't be able to succeed at all. At this time, Lu Mingyu also said, Don't worry, there won't be too many Almighties, at most 1 or 2. Firstly, Almighties aren't cabbages, and we aren't Almighties. It's too degrading to use Almighties to deal with us. The Saintess of all beginnings won't mobilize so many Almighties for her face. Hearing this, Lin Xian felt a lot more relieved. They could still deal with 1 or 2 Almighties. As for the other kings, Lin Xian and the Crimson Divine Dragon had many killing formations and could completely deal with them. Then, the three discussed again and prepared to set up a killing trap. As for the location of the attack, they chose the northern region. Anyway, Lin Xian didn't want to run anymore. Moreover, the northern region were far away from the All Beginnings Holy Land. If they really killed the Saintess of all beginnings, it would be convenient for them to escape. These days, the northern region was very lively because everyone was talking about the 10,000 Thunder Saint Sun. Logically speaking, although the Myriad Thunder Holy Sun was a holy sun, the Myriad Thunder Holy Land was not in the northern region. If they wanted to talk, they would be talking about the 4 symbol saints, the Liang clan's eldest son, or the geniuses of the remote antiquity clans. But why were they talking about the Saint Almighties? Because Almighties is Almighties est Almighties is Almighties is to know. A saint, a prodigy, had actually lost to a wandering cultivator. This was definitely earth-shattering news. Alas, Almighty to talks to know the alto twos toto to. Alito alati, he tease. However, it wasn't long before another piece of news came from the Northern Territory, and it caused an uproar. It even overshadowed the 10,000 Thunder Saints' defeat. Have you heard? I got a big piece of news recently. It's too exciting. What news can be more important than the Saint Almighty's defeat? Everyone was puzzled. In their opinion, the Saint's defeat was already big news. Could there be more terrible news? Did you know that someone is secretly auctioning the Saintess of all beginnings as undergarment? What? In the restaurant, the warriors all spat out the wine in their mouths when they heard this. They widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. What did you say? Say it again? To be honest, this was too shocking. However, someone said, Yes, you didn't hear wrong. Someone is auctioning the Saintess of all beginnings' undergarment. The Saintess of all beginnings' undergarment? Are you kidding me? Everyone didn't believe it at all. First, the Saint Almighty's defeat. Now, someone was auctioning the Saintess of all beginnings' undergarment. Were they trying to pull the Saintess down from their pedestal? The Saintess and Saintess were the top almighties of the younger generation. Their strength was even stronger than the older generation. It could be said that they were the most powerful existences below the almighties. Some powerful saintesses were even able to compete with the almighties. But recently, there had been negative news about such a powerful, godlike figure. First, the Saint Almighty's defeat. Now, the Saintess of all beginnings' undergarment was being auctioned. However, some people shook their heads in denial. Impossible. Are you kidding me? Who is the Saintess of all beginnings? Her undergarment is such a private thing. How could it be leaked? It must be fake. Yes, someone must have made a fake undergarment with ulterior motives. They want to frame the Saintess of all beginnings. What do you know? I saw it with my own eyes. However, the person who spread the news was extremely angry. Not long ago, he had attended a very private small party. At that party, he had seen the Saintess's undergarment. At that time, he was so shocked that he spread the news. But now, these people in the restaurant didn't believe it. It was really infuriating. You saw it with your own eyes? What does it look like? Also, how can you be so sure that it's the Saintess of all beginnings' undergarment, and not someone else's? Because I found a very pure and heavy chaotic aura on that undergarment. Only the martial artists of the All Beginnings Holy Land have this kind of chaotic aura. Moreover, the residual aura on it is too terrifying. It surpasses the aura of an ordinary 6-star king. Which young woman do you think has this kind of chaotic aura? I can't think of a second person besides the Saintess of all beginnings. What? Chaotic aura? Is it really the Saintess of all beginnings? Hearing the other party's colorful answer, everyone was shocked. They didn't believe it before, but if someone really saw it with their own eyes and it contained a strong chaotic aura, then it might really be the Saintess of all beginnings' undergarment. But how could the Saintess of all beginnings lose such a private thing? Still, some people were confused. I don't know about this, but I heard another piece of news. It said that the Saintess of all beginnings once fought with someone and was caught. She was even stripped naked. That's why that undergarment appeared. Heavens! Everyone's scalp went numb. If this matter was true, then it would be a big joke. If no one knew about this matter, then forget it. But if it was spread out, then it would be a disaster for the Saintess of all beginnings and the All Beginnings Holy Land. Everyone had often discussed the All Beginnings Holy Land. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.